Abandoned in Death by J.D. Robb. Narrated for you by Susan Erickson. Mother is the name for God in the lips and hearts of little children. William Makepeace Thackeray. Though this be madness, yet there is method in't. William Shakespeare. 1. Before. The decision to kill herself brought her peace. Everything would be quiet and warm and soft. She could sleep, just sleep forever. Never again would she hide in the dark when the landlord banged on the door for the rent she couldn't pay, or climb out a window again to take off. Again. She wouldn't have to give blowjobs to some sweaty John to buy food. Or the pills. The pills she needed more than food. The pills that made everything quiet. Even the pain. Maybe she'd even go to heaven. Like it looked in the books in Bible study, where everything was fluffy white clouds and golden light and everyone smiled. Maybe she'd go to hell, with all the fire and the screaming and eternal damnation. Taking a life, even your own, was a big sin according to the Reverend Horace Greenspan, the recipient of her first BJ, payment and penance, when he'd caught her lip-locked with Wayne Kyle Ribbit and Wayne Kyle's hand under her shirt. The experience had taught her at age 12 it was better to receive than give payment for such tedious services. Still, suicide ranked as a bigger sin than blowing some grunting asshole for traveling money or a handful of oxy. So maybe she'd go to hell. But wasn't she there already? Sick. Half the time sick, and her skin on fire. Sleeping in her car more often than in a bed. Driving from one crap town to the next. Trading sex in steamy alleys for pills. It wasn't going to get better. Not ever. She'd finally accepted that. So she'd take the pills. Enough of the pills so the quiet went on and on and on. But before she did, she had to decide whether to take her little boy with her. Wouldn't he be better off too? She shifted her gaze to the rearview mirror to watch him. He sat in his grubby Spider-Man PJs, half asleep as he munched from a bag of Fritos she'd grabbed from a machine when she'd pumped all but the last few dollars of her money into the gas tank. They kept him quiet, and she needed the quiet. She hadn't had time, or just hadn't thought, to grab anything when she'd scooped him out of bed. She had money, nearly gone now, and pills, far too few of them, stuffed in her purse. They didn't have much anyway, and what they did have she'd shoved into a trash bag weeks before. She had another couple of outfits for the kid. Nothing clean. But she'd nearly gotten busted trying to lift a t-shirt and jeans for him from a Walmart in Birmingham. If she got busted, they'd take her kid. And he was the only thing completely hers. She'd wanted the best for him, hadn't she? She'd tried, hadn't she? 5 years of trying, after the asshole who got her pregnant told her to fuck off. She'd done her best, but it wasn't enough. Never enough. And the kid was no prize, she had to admit. Whiny and clingy, Christ knew, carrying on so she'd lost babysitters when she'd tried serving drinks or stripping it off in some hellhole. But she loved the little son of a bitch, and he loved her. "I'm thirsty, Mommy!" Thirsty, hungry, tired, not tired. Always something. She'd seen motherhood as something holy once, until she'd learned it was nothing but constant drudgery, demands, disappointments. And she wasn't good enough, just like everyone had told her all her damn life. She slowed enough to pass the bottle of cherry Coke between the seats. "Drink this." "Don't like that! Don't like it! I want orange soda pop! I want it! You're bad, Mommy!" "Don't say that! Now don't you say that! You know it hurts my feelings." "Bad Mommy! Bad Mommy! I'm thirsty!" Okay, I'll get you a drink when I find a place to stop." "Thirsty!" The wine cut through her brain like a buzzsaw. "Thirsty, no!" "I know, baby darling. We'll stop soon. How about we sing a song?" God, her head felt like a soggy apple full of worms. If she could be sure, absolutely sure, she'd die from it, she'd swerve into an oncoming car and be done. Instead, she started singing "The Wheels on the Bus." And when he sang with her, she was, for a moment, almost happy. She'd put one of her pills in his drink. That's what she'd do. He'd sleep. She'd given him a portion of a pill before when she'd needed him to sleep. But she'd give him a whole one. And wouldn't he just drift away to heaven? He could have a puppy and friends to play with, and all the toys he wanted. Orange soda pop by the gallon. Little boys, even bratty ones, didn't go to hell. She pulled off the highway and hunted up a 24-hour mart. She parked well back from the lights where insects swarmed in clouds. "You have to stay in the car. If you don't, I can't get you a drink. You stay in the car now, you hear? Be quiet, be good, and I'll get you some candy, too." "I want Skittles!" "Then Skittles it'll be." The lights inside were so bright they burned her eyes, but she got him an orange Fanta and Skittles. She thought about sliding the candy into her purse, but she was too damn tired to bother. It left her with less than $1 in change. But she wouldn't need money where she was going anyway. As she crossed back to the car, she dug out a pill from the zipped pocket in her purse. Thinking of puppies and toys and her baby darling giggling with the angels, she popped the tab and slipped it into the can. This was best for both of them. He smiled at her. Sweet, sweet smile. And bounced on the seat when she came back. "I love you, baby darling." "I love you, Mommy. Did you get my Skittles? Did ya? Are we going on another venture?" "Yeah, I got 'em, and yeah, you bet. The biggest adventure yet. And when we get there, there'll be angels and flowers and puppy dogs." "Can I have a puppy? Can I? I want a puppy now." "You can have all the puppies." She looked back at him as he slurped some of the drink through the straw she'd stuck in the pop-top. Her little tow-headed man. He'd grown inside her, come out of her. She'd given up everything for him. No one in her life had ever loved her as he did. And she'd ruined it. Windows open to the hot, thick air, she drove, not back to the highway, but aimlessly. Somewhere in Louisiana. Somewhere, but it didn't matter. She drove, just drove with the sweaty air blowing around her, away from the strip malls, away from the lights. He sang, but after a while his voice had that sleepy slur to it. Go to sleep now, baby darling. Just go to sleep now. He'd be better off. Better off. Wouldn't he be better off? Tears tracked down her cheeks as she took a pill for herself. She'd find a place, a dark, quiet place. She'd down the rest of the pills, then climb in the back with her baby boy. They'd go to heaven together. God wouldn't take her away from her baby darling, or him from her. He'd go to heaven, so she would, too. The God in Bible study had a long white beard, kind eyes, light poured right out of his fingertips. That was the way to heaven. And she saw a light instead of the dark. It seemed to shine above a small white church sitting by itself on a little hill. Flowers bloomed around it, and grass grew neat and smooth. She could smell it all through the open window. Dazed, half dreaming, she stopped the car. This was heaven, or close enough for her baby darling. She carried him to it like an offering to the kind-eyed God with his white beard, to the angels with their spread wings and soft smiles. He stirred as she laid him down by the door, whined for her. You sleep now, my baby darling. Just sleep. She stroked him a while until he settled. He hadn't had enough of the drink, she thought. Not enough to take him all the way to those angels and puppies, but maybe this was the best. Close to heaven, under the light, with flowers all around. She walked back to the car that smelled of candy and sweat. He'd spilled the drink, she saw now, when he'd fallen asleep, and the Skittles were scattered over the back seat like colorful confetti. He was in God's hands now. She drove away. Drove and drove, with her mind floating on the drug. Happy now. No pain. So light, so light. She sang to him, forgetting he no longer sat in the back seat. Her head didn't hurt now, and her hands didn't want to shake. Not with the night wind blowing over her face, through her hair, and the pill doing its magic. Was she going to meet her friends? She couldn't quite remember. What classes did she have in the morning? It didn't matter. Nothing mattered now. When she saw the lake and the moonlight on it, she sighed. There! Of course! That's where she needed to go. Like a baptism, a cleansing on the way to heaven. Thrilled, she punched the gas and drove into the water. As the car started to sink, so slowly, she smiled and closed her eyes. Now, her name was Mary Kate Covino. She was 25, an assistant marketing manager at Dowell & Associates. She'd started there straight out of college and had climbed a couple of rungs since. She liked her job. She mostly liked her life, even though her jerk of a boyfriend had dumped her right before the romantic getaway she'd planned, meticulously, like a campaign. Yesterday? The day before? She couldn't be sure. Everything blurred. It was June something, 2061. She had a younger sister, Tara, a grad student at Carnegie Mellon. Tara was the smart one, and an older brother, Carter, the clever one. He'd just gotten engaged to Rhonda. She had a roommate, Cleo, like another sister, and they shared a 2-bedroom apartment on the Lower West Side. She'd grown up in Queens, and though her parents had divorced when she'd been 11, they'd all been pretty civilized about it. Both her parents had remarried, no step-sibs, but their second round was okay. Everybody stayed chill. Her maternal grandparents, Gran and Pop, had given her a puppy for her 6th birthday. Best present ever. Lulu lived a happy life until the age of 14, when she'd just gone to sleep and hadn't woken up again. She liked to dance, liked sappy romantic vids, preferred sweet wines to dry, and had a weakness for her paternal grandmother's, Nona's, sugar cookies. She reminded herself of all this and more. Her first date, how she'd broken her ankle skiing, first and last time, every day. Multiple times a day. It was essential she remember who she was, where she came from, and all the pieces of her life. Because sometimes everything got twisted and blurred and out of sync, and she started to believe him. She'd been afraid he'd rape her, but he never touched her that way. Never touched her at all. Not when she was awake. She couldn't remember how she'd gotten here. The void opened up after Teague ditched her, and all the shouting and the bitching, her walking home from the bar, half drunk, unhappy, berating herself for haunting the damn stupid bar he owned, putting in hours helping out 4, even 5 nights a damn stupid week. For nothing but one of his killer smiles. Then she'd woken up here, feeling sick, her head pounding, in the dark, chained up, like something in a horror vid, in a dark room with a cot. Then he'd come, the man, looking like someone's pale and bookish uncle. He turned on a single light, so she saw it was a basement, windowless, with concrete floors and walls of pargeted stone. He had sparkling blue eyes and snow-white hair. He set a tray holding a bowl of soup, a cup of tea on the cot, and just beamed at her. "You're awake. Are you feeling better, Mommy?" An accent, a twangy southern one with a child's cadence. She needed to remember that. But in the moment, she'd known only panic. She'd begged him to let her go, wept, pulled against the shackles on her right wrist, left ankle. He ignored her, simply went to a cupboard and took out clothes. He set them, neatly folded, on the bed. "I know you haven't been feeling good, but I'm gonna take care of you. Then you'll take care of me. That's what mommies do. They take care of their little boys." While she wept, screamed, demanded to know what he wanted, begged him to let her go, he just kept smiling with those sparkling eyes. "I made you soup and tea all by myself. You'll feel better when you eat. I looked and looked for you. Now here you are, and we can be together again. You can be a good mommy." Something came into those eyes that frightened her more than the dark, than the shackles. "You're going to be a good mommy, and take care of me the way you're supposed to this time. I made you soup, so you eat it, or you'll be sorry." Terrified, she eased down on the cot, picked up the spoon. It was lukewarm and bland, but it soothed her raw throat. "You're supposed to say thank you. You have to tell me I'm a good boy." "Thank you. I don't know your name." She thought he'd kill her then. His face turned red, his eyes wild, his fisted hands pounded together. "I'm your baby darling! Say it! Say it!" "Baby darling, I'm sorry. I don't feel well. I'm scared. I was scared when you locked me in a room so you could do ugly things with men. I was scared when you gave me things to make me sleep so you could do them. I was scared when I woke up sick and you weren't there, and it was dark, and I cried and cried. That wasn't me. Please, that wasn't me. You're older than me, so I can't be your mother. I didn't— You go to hell for lying. To hell with the devil and the fire. You eat your soup and drink your tea, or maybe I'll leave you all alone here like you left me." She spooned up soup. "It's really good. You did a good job." Like a light switch, he beamed. "All by myself." "Thanks." There's no one here to help you?" "You're here now, Mommy. I waited a long, long time. People were mean to me, and I cried for you. But you didn't come. I'm sorry. I couldn't find you. How did you find me?" "I found 3. 3's lucky. And 1 will be right. I'm tired now. It's my bedtime. When you're all better, you'll tuck me into bed like you should have before, and read me a story, and we'll sing songs." He started toward the door. "The wheels on the bus go round and round." He looked back at her, the face of a man, easily 60, singing in the voice of a child. "Good night, Mommy." That fierceness came back into his eyes. "Say good night, baby darling." "Good night, baby darling." He closed the door behind him. She heard locks snap into place. She heard other things in the timeless void of that windowless room. Voices, screaming, crying. Sometimes she thought the voices were her own, the screams her own, and sometimes she knew they weren't. But when she called out, no one came. Once she thought she heard banging on the wall across the room, but she was so tired. She knew he put drugs in the food, but when she didn't eat, he turned off all the lights and left her in the dark until she did. Sometimes he didn't speak with the child's voice, the accent, but with a man's. So reasonable, so definite. One night, he didn't come at all. Not with food, not to demand she change her clothes. She had 3 outfits to rotate. He didn't come to sit and smile that terrifying smile and ask for a song or a story. She'd die here, slowly starving to death, alone, chained, trapped, because he'd forgotten her or gotten hit by a car. But no, someone had to be looking for her. She had friends and family. Someone was looking for her. Her name was Mary Kate Covino. She was 25. As she went through her daily litany, she heard shouting. Him. His voice high-pitched, like the bratty child he became when upset or angry. Then another voice. No, she realized, still his, but his man's voice. A coldly angry man's voice. And the weeping, the begging, that was female. She couldn't make out the words, just the sounds of anger and desperation. She dragged herself over to the wall, pressed against it, hoping to hear or be heard. "Please, help me! Help me! Help me! I'm here! I'm Mary Kate, and I'm here!" Someone screamed. Something crashed. Then everything went quiet. She beat her fists bloody on the wall, shouted for someone to help. The door to her prison burst open. He stood there, eyes wild and mad, his face and clothes splattered with blood, and blood still dripping from the knife in his hand. "Shut up!" He took a step toward her. "You shut the fuck up!" And another. She didn't know where it came from, but she shouted out, "Baby darlin'!" And he stopped. "I heard terrible sounds, and I thought someone was hurting you. I couldn't get to you, baby darlin'. I couldn't protect you. Someone hurt my baby darlin'." "She lied." "Who lied, baby darlin'?" "She pretended to be Mommy, but she wasn't. She called me names and tried to hurt me. She slapped my face, but I hurt her. You go to hell when you lie, so she's gone to hell." He'd killed someone. Someone like her. Killed someone with the knife, and would kill her next. Through the wild fear came a cold, hard will, one to survive. "Oh, my poor baby darling, can you take these bracelets off so I can take care of you?" Some of the mad fury seemed to die out of his eyes, but a kind of shrewdness replaced it. "She lied, and she's in hell. Remember what happens when you lie. Now you have to be quiet. Number 1's in hell, so number 2 can clean up the mess. Mommy cleans up messes. Maybe you'll be lucky number 3. But if you're not quiet, if you make my head hurt, you'll be unlucky. I could clean up for you." "It's not your turn!" He stomped out, and for the first time didn't shut and lock the door. Mary Kate shuffled over as close as she could. She couldn't reach the door, but at last she could see out of it. A kind of corridor. Stone walls, concrete floor, harshly lit, and another door almost directly across from hers, bolted from the outside. Number 2? Another woman? Another prisoner? She started to call out, but heard him coming back. Survive, she reminded herself, and went back to the cot, sat. He didn't have the knife now, but a tall cup. Some sort of protein shake, she thought. He'd pushed one on her before, drugged, more drugs. "Baby darling, I don't have time now. She ruined everything. You drink this because it has nutrition. Why don't I make you something to eat? You must be hungry." He looked at her, and she thought he seemed almost sane again. And when he spoke, his voice sounded calm and easy. "You're not ready." When he stroked a hand over her hair, she fought not to shudder. "Not nearly. But I think you will be." "I hope so." She felt the quick pinch of the pressure syringe. "I don't have time. You can drink this when you wake up. You have to be healthy. Lie down and go to sleep. I'm going to be very busy." She started to fade when he walked to the door, and heard the bolt snap home when she melted down on the cot. He had a plan. He always had a plan. and he had the tools. With meticulous stitches, he was a meticulous man. He sewed the neck wound on the fraud. Over the wound, he fastened a wide black velvet ribbon. It looked, to his eye, rather fetching. He'd already cut her hair before bringing her, with so much hope, to this stage. Now he brushed it, used some of the product to style it properly. He'd washed her, very carefully, so not a drop of blood remained, before he'd chosen the outfit. While he worked, he had one of Mommy's songs playing. "I'm coming up," he sang along with Pink, "so you better get this party started." Once he had her dressed, he started on her makeup. He'd always loved watching her apply it, all the paints and powders and brushes. He painted her nails, fingers and toes, a bright, happy blue, her favorite color. He added the big hoop earrings, and he'd already added the other piercings, so fit studs into the second hole and the cartilage of her left ear, and the little silver bar in her navel. She'd liked shoes with high heels and pointy toes, even though she mostly wore tennis shoes. But he remembered how she'd looked at the high ones in store windows, and sometimes they went in so she could try them on. "Just pretending, baby darling," she'd told him. "Just playing dress-up." So he'd slipped her feet into ones she'd have wished for. A little tight, but it didn't matter. And as a final tribute, spritzed her body with Party Girl, her favorite scent. When he was done, when he'd done his very best, he took a picture of her. He'd frame it, keep it to remind him. "You're not Mommy, but I wanted you to be. You shouldn't have lied, so you have to leave. If you hadn't, we could have been happy." Number 2 and Number 3 were sleeping. He hoped Number 2 had learned a lesson. You had to learn your lessons, when he'd made her clean up the mess. Tomorrow, he'd cut her hair the right way and give her the tattoo and the piercings. And she'd see all she had to do was be a good mommy and stay with him always, take care of him always. And they'd be happy forever. But the fake mommy had to leave. He rolled her out on the gurney, a man with a plan, out through the door and into the garage. After opening the cargo doors, he rolled her, with some effort, up the ramp and into the van. He secured the gurney, couldn't have it rolling around, then got behind the wheel. Though it was disappointing, he'd known he would probably go through more than one before finding the right one, so he already knew where to take her. He drove carefully out of the garage and waited until the doors rumbled down closed behind him. It had to be far enough away from the home he and Mommy would make, so the police didn't come knocking to ask questions, but not so far away he had to take too much time getting there. Accidents happened. It had to be quiet, with no one to see. Even at this time of night in New York, you had to know where to find quiet, so the little playground seemed perfect. Children didn't play at 3 a.m. No, they did not. Even if they had to sleep in the car because the mean landlord kicked them out, they didn't play so late. He parked as close as he could and worked quickly. He wore black coveralls and booties over his shoes, a cap that covered his hair. He'd sealed his hands, but wore gloves, too. Nothing showed, nothing at all. He rolled the gurney right up to the bench where good mommies would watch their children play in the sunshine. He laid her on it like she was sleeping and put the sign he'd made with construction paper and black crayon over her folded hands. It said what she was. Bad mommy. He went back to the van and drove away. Drove back and into the garage, into the house. He had the house because she'd left him. He had the house because she'd given him the deed and the keys and the codes and everything. But he didn't want everything. He only wanted one thing. His mommy. In the quiet house, he changed into his pajamas. He washed his hands and face and brushed his teeth like a good boy. In the glow of the nightlight, he climbed into bed. He fell asleep with a smile on his face and dreamed the dreams of the young and innocent. 2. In the shallow light just before dawn, Lieutenant Eve Dallas badged through the police barriers to study the body on the bench. A tall woman and lean with it, Eve took in the details. The position and condition of the body, the distance of the bench from the street, from buildings. A faint breeze stirred air that, while morning cool, teased of summer. It fluttered around Eve's cap of choppy brown hair and stirred some cheerful scent from a concrete barrel of flowers by the bench. For once her partner had beaten her to the scene, but then Detective Peabody lived only blocks away. Peabody, in her pink coat and cowboy boots, heaved out a sigh. Really close to home. Yeah. Eve judged the victim as mid-20s, Caucasian female. She lay peacefully and fully dressed with her hands folded over a childish sign that deemed her a bad mommy. "Run it down for me," Eve said. "First on scene responded to a flag down at approximately 0645. A female licensed companion got out of a cab on the corner, walked down toward her apartment." Peabody pointed west. "When she passed the bench, she saw the victim. She assumes sidewalk sleeper and states that since she had a really good night, she was going to leave a few bucks on the bench. And when she started to, realized not sleeping. Started to tag 911, then saw the cruiser make the turn, so she flagged the cops down. We've got all her info, so Officer Stepp escorted her home." "Did you ID the Vic?" "Lauren Elder, age 26. She lived on West 17th. Cohab, Roy Marsden, filed a missing persons on her 10 days ago. She tended bar at Arnold's, upper-class bar on West 14th Street. I've been there. She didn't come home from work the night of May 28th. Detective Norman, out of the 4-3, caught it. TOD? COD? Hadn't gotten that far. McNabb, here he comes." Eve glanced over to see Peabody's main dish, Electronic Detectives Division's hotshot, jog toward them. The strengthening sun couldn't hold a candle to the orange glow tea under a floppy knee-length jacket the color of irradiated plums, matched with baggies of mad colors that might have been spray-painted by insane toddlers. His sunny ponytail swung. His forest of ear hoops sparkled. "No cams on this area," he told them. "Low security. Quiet neighborhood. Sorry. Since you're here, you can knock on doors with the first on scene. See if anyone saw her dumped here." With her record on, Eve crouched, opened her field kit. Victims identified as Elder Lauren, female, age 26, Missing since May 28, and held against her will by the look of the marks on her right wrist and left ankle. Her clothes appear undisturbed. If there was sexual assault, the killer dressed her again. Frowning, Eve sniffed, leaned closer, sniffed again. She's wearing perfume. Full makeup, too, Peabody commented. Perfect makeup. And her hair's unmussed. Yeah, nail polish looks fresh. A woman held against her will isn't usually so worried about appearance. He fixed her up. That's how it went. Bad mommy. She doesn't look like a mom, does she? More like the let's party type. Maybe mommy's a sexual deal here. Frowning again, she pulled out micro goggles, bent down to the midriff exposed by the short glittery top. This belly bar thing? I think that's recent. It's still a little red. ME to confirm, but that looks fresh to me. Why does anyone stick holes in their navels? If I had those abs... Eve spared Peabody a glance. Odds are she didn't get a choice about the piercing. With one finger, Eve loosened the black ribbon. Or having her throat cut. Jesus! He stitched her back up. And carefully. Definitely the dump spot. He didn't do all this to her here. And there's your COD. She took out a gauge. TOD 2220. Perfume stronger up by the throat. Let's see if we can get a sample for the lab. I'm betting there's product in her hair. With a sealed finger, Peabody touched the victim's hair. Yeah, it's got setting gel, maybe spray, too, to hold that spiky style. We've got Harvo, queen of hair and fiber. She'll nail that down. Our perp left us a lot. We can ID the makeup, any hair gunk, maybe the nail polish. Let's find out if these are her clothes, because maybe not. Curious, she pried off one of the shoes. A little tight. Not her size. Same polish on the toes, and perfect. She's really clean, too. No way you can be shackled for over a week and stay this clean and shiny. So he washed her. Maybe they can ID what he used on her. I'm not seeing any other injuries. Nothing to indicate he knocked her around. Peabody secured a swab, bagged it. Let's turn her over. Together, they rolled the body. Tattoo, lower back. A big butterfly, blue with yellow markings. This is fresh too, Peabody. It can't be more than a few days old. It's not all the way healed. It looks professional. I mean, it sure doesn't look like a home job. A way of branding her? Peabody wondered. The tat, the piercing? Maybe. Making her into some image. This is what I want, so this is how you'll look. Is she blonde in her ID shot? Yeah, but her hair's longer, past her chin. Smooth bob in the ID shot. Peabody shook back her own dark hair with the red tips, brought up the photo on her PPC, and see? The makeup's more subtle, more natural. Nothing on here, since I'm looking for identifying marks like a tat. Image somewhere in the perp's head, Eve concluded, and she was adjusted to fit it. Her next of kin's in Flatbush. Eve scanned the details on Peabody's handheld. Both parents. We'll take the WIT, the cohab, then do the notification. Let's call in the sweepers and the morgue, Then we'll get a follow-up statement from the LC. Eve stepped back, looked at the playground, the climbing things, the sliding things, the spinning things. This is going to be Bella's playground when Mavis and Leonardo move into the new house. And you and McNabb. Hell, number 2 kid when it gets here. Yeah, like I said, close to home. Eve's eyes narrowed. We're gonna bust the killer's ass for murder. And we're gonna bust it for screwing with Bella's playground. The witness couldn't add anything, so they drove to the victim's apartment. Decent security, Eve noted, studying the building. She bypassed the buzzers, mastered through the locks into a small lobby. Clean. We're going to 3. And ignoring the set of elevators, took the stairs. She worked at Arnold's 4 years. Peabody read off the data as they climbed. College before that. Hospitality major. Busted for disorderly conduct twice. Looks like college protests. No marriages. This was her first official cohab. Parents? Married 29 years in Flatbush. She was the oldest of 3. Brothers, aged 24 and 20. Oldest is in grad school, youngest in college, and both list their primary address with their parents. Eve heard the mumble of morning shows behind closed doors when they came out on 3. Otherwise, the floor was nearly as quiet as the stairway. She pressed the buzzer on 305. No palm plate, no door cam, she noted, but solid locks and a Judas hole. She saw the shadow pass over the peep. Those locks snapped open quickly. Roy Marsden stood about 6'2" in bare feet. He wore suit pants and a dress shirt still untucked, and held a mug that smelled like fake coffee. He wore his gold-streaked black hair in short dreads that crowned his raw-boned, dark-skinned face. His eyes, wide, deep, latched onto Eve's. He said, "Lauren." "Mr. Marsden, I'm Lieutenant Dallas. I know who you are. I've seen you in court. I saw the vid. I know who you are." "Lauren." "God, Lauren, say it fast. Please, say it fast." She'd already broken his world, Eve thought, and said it fast. "I regret to inform you Lauren Elder is dead." His hand went limp. Instinctively, Eve reached out, grabbed the mug before the contents spilled. "Can we come in?" I knew, but I hoped. I kept thinking, she's so strong and smart But I knew, because she'd never just... I need to... He turned, walked to one of the 2 chairs in a compact living area. A ruthlessly clean one with a small sofa, a few tables, a lot of street art. A pair of windows, uncurtained but privacy-screened, looked out over the street. He sat, seemed to shrink into himself, then got up again to circle the room. "I can't. Just can't. I need..." "Mr. Marsden." Peabody spoke gently. "Could I get you some water?" No, nothing." "Lauren." "Lauren." She didn't come home. She didn't answer her link. Buddy said she'd left at 2:30. Night shift. She had the night shift, so I was sleeping, and it was morning before I knew she didn't come home. I went to bed, and she didn't come home." He turned back, those wide, deep eyes full of tears. "I was sleeping." Not shock, Eve thought, because some part of him had known. But grief, overwhelming. Can we sit down, Roy? I should have waited up. It wouldn't have mattered. Taking his arm, Eve led him back to the chair. She set his coffee on the table beside him, took the second chair. I'm sorry for your loss, Roy, and we're going to do everything we can to find who hurt Lauren. We need your help. It's only a few blocks to walk. We got this place because it's only a few blocks. How long have you lived here? Peabody asked, though she'd already read the data. 6 months. We started seeing each other a year ago. A year in March, and we got this place together. He shut his eyes, ignored the tears that tracked down his cheeks. Doesn't matter. She matters. What happened? What happened to Lauren? You're a law student? Eve asked. Yeah. I'm working at Delroy, Gilby and Associates this summer, and taking a couple of night classes so I can get my degree this fall. What kind of law? Criminal. I want to work for the PA. I want to prosecute criminals. Heat burned through the tears. Now more than ever. I know I have to pull myself together. I know I have to answer questions. I know how this part works, but please, tell me what happened to Lauren. If you understand how this works, you know we're in the very beginning stages of the investigation. We can surmise Lauren was abducted on the night of May 28th. You filed a missing persons report. Detective Norman. Yes, and we'll coordinate with him. He said she left the bar like Buddy said. They were the last ones. They closed. And they left, and he walked to the subway, and she started home. Buddy wouldn't hurt her, okay? He's a friend. And they checked. They checked the cams in the subway and everything. And he, the detective, couldn't find anybody who saw her after. He would have asked, but I'm asking. Do you know of anyone who'd want to hurt her? An ex? No. I mean, she dated before me, but we've been together more than a year and people move on. She wasn't stressed about anything or anyone. She never said anything about somebody bothering her or watching her. There was nothing. She'd have told me. He picked up the coffee, set it down again. Did he... Was she raped? The medical examiner will determine that, but she was fully dressed. What was she wearing when she went to work? Detective Norman asked that. They have a kind of uniform at Arnold's, so black pants, a white shirt. She wore her black low tops because she's on her feet behind the bar. Jewelry? I gave her a ring when we moved in. Not like an engagement ring because we weren't ready for that, but a silver band, a thumb ring, so that, and a wrist unit. Her parents gave her a nice one last Christmas. She isn't much for a lot of it, but she usually wore those little ruby studs shaped like hearts. Ruby's her birthstone, and her grandparents gave them to her when she turned 21. One for each ear? Yeah, she's kind of conservative. So, no other piercings, no tats? Lauren? A ghost of a smile came and went. Oh, no. Wait, he jerked up. Maybe it's not her. You're not sure it's Lauren? I'm sorry, we're sure. How? I mean, how did she die? What did they do to her? I'm not gonna fall apart again, okay? I need to know. There were abrasions and lacerations on one of her wrists and one of her ankles that indicate she was restrained for some time. My on-scene examination indicates a severe neck wound caused her death. They cut her throat. He closed his eyes, then covered his face. 1 second. Give me a second. Her family. I have to tell her family. We talk every day. They're going crazy, and I have to tell them. We're going to notify her family when we leave here. It's best if we tell them. Could we see the bedroom? The bedroom? Oh, sure. I have a little office, too. It's more of a closet, but you can look in there. I can open the comp for you. You can look at anything that will help. We appreciate that. He rubbed his eyes. Eve saw his shoulders tremble before he stiffened them. I need to contact my supervisor. She gave me her personal contact when Lauren went missing. I need to tell her I'm not coming in. That's fine. When can I see her? When can we, her family and I, see her? I'll let you know as soon as that's cleared. Roy, the ME, she couldn't be in better hands. I remember from the vid, and I've seen him in court, too. You'll find who did this. You'll find who treated her this way. When they left, Eve had a good sense of her victim. Lauren Elder had close family ties. Her mother had done several of the street scenes on the walls, and she kept a photo of her family on her dresser. A beach vacation scene from the background, and with everyone mugging for the camera. She'd kept her clothes, a little on the conservative side, Peabody had confirmed, ordered in the closet she'd shared with her cohab. She hadn't gone for a lot of frills, a lot of sparkles. Her ambitions had run to one day owning her own bar. She'd kept a memory book of photos, family, her circle of friends, co-workers, so loyal and sentimental. She'd lived within her means and kept a careful record of tips, considerable, which led Eve to believe she'd been good at her job. No nail polish and minimal makeup in her supply. Whoever the killer had wanted her to be, she hadn't matched the image inside. They made a nice place. Peabody settled in for the drive to Brooklyn. You can tell most of the furniture's family cast-offs, but they made it nice. I don't think he's gonna be able to stay there now. It's too much them. He's been waiting for us to knock on the door since she went missing. He wasn't ready, because you never are, but he's been waiting for us. Her family wouldn't be ready either, she thought. Contact Detective Norman. Fill him in and get his files. We'll need to talk to the staff at the bar, so let's see if we can set that up, at least to start with Buddy, since he was the last we know of who saw her. Buddy's his actual birth name. Buddy James Wilcox. Who names their kid Buddy? Buddy's parents. She had a routine, Eve continued, and whipped around a slow-moving Mini. Roy said she'd had the 7 to closing shift for the last 8 months. They'd try to grab dinner together about 6, and she'd head to work by 6:45. He'd head to his night class at the same time, except for Sundays when they both had off, Mondays for her and Saturdays for him. Some Saturdays he'd hang out at the bar for a while, but mostly he studied. Work nights. She walked home between 2:15 and 2:30. Same route. 3 blocks north, 1 east. She was nabbed on that route. Did he get lucky, or did he know her routine? He knew. That's how I see it. She was a type he wanted. Need to consult with Mira, but that's what plays. Her age, coloring, build. Something about her hit the marks, and he could do the rest with the clothes, the tat, the hair. He kept her for 10 days, Peabody added. Plenty of time to make those adjustments. The tat, at least, is fresher than 10 days, I think. A good-sized tat with detail, Peabody pointed out. Had to take a couple of hours. Precise work. Maybe a pro. But is she gonna stay still while you're poking all those needles into her flesh? Even the thought of it had Eve's back muscles quivering. You could strap her down, but there'd be movement if she was conscious. I'm gonna get a tat. In reflex, Eve nearly hit the brakes. What? Why? What? Not right now, this minute. I have to decide on what and where. Just a little one. Peabody held up her thumb and index finger to indicate an inch or two. I'm down to the back of my shoulder or my ankle. Something girly, maybe. Something girly carved into your living flesh. Forever. That's why it has to be the exact right symbol or image. Tiny needles injecting ink into your body, which you pay for, on purpose. Maybe a thistle. Scottish symbol, because McNabb. But maybe a rainbow. You could do 2 rainbows, one on each ass cheek. Or a crescent moon with a little star, Peabody continued, unperturbed. Those are my top contenders right now. It's a big decision. Yeah, paying someone to pump ink into your skin's a big one. Now let's move on from voluntary self-mutilation and back to murder. Self-expression. Body art. Whatever. The entire conversation just weirded her out. Murder, at least, Eve understood. We'll see what Elder's talk says, but I think it's a safe bet she was drugged for a good portion of those 10 days. Still, you need a nice private place to do all of that. You need transport. Private residence or exceptional soundproofing in a multi-unit. With a multi-unit, you'd need a private entrance, someplace to keep a vehicle, maybe a private garage for the whole deal. Did she know the killer? From the bar, her old neighborhood, her new one? He rolls up. Hey, Lauren. Bartenders are usually friendly types. It's part of the job. But why would she willingly get in a vehicle when she's only blocks from home? Check the weather the night she went missing. Otherwise, maybe he lured her in. Hey, Lauren, take a look at this. Or he's parked along the route. Maybe looks like he needs help with something. Or just grabs. He got her into the vehicle. No head wounds that showed on scene, but if he bashed her, that could have healed up, and Morris will find it. Jabbed her with a drug, that's more likely. Jab, load her in, drive away. Eve played it out like a vid in her head. It wouldn't take half a minute. Partly cloudy, no precipitation, low of 62 on May 28th. Peabody lowered her PPC. Not the kind of night you'd jump into a vehicle for a couple of blocks. She'd walked the route, Eve thought. Family notification had to come first, but she wanted to walk in Lauren's footsteps, see what she'd seen. If she didn't know him, how did he choose her? He had to see her to want her, had to want her to choose her. At the bar? Is he from the neighborhood? Say he spots her, studies her, decides on her. Maybe he starts parking the vehicle along the route so she gets used to seeing it, doesn't think anything of it. She rolled it around and around as she crossed the bridge into Brooklyn. Who's Mommy? That's gonna matter. If it represents a sexual thing, he'd rape her. Or she'd rape her if the killer's female. If Mommy's Mommy, that's 50-50. Ew! Didn't Octopus have a mommy deal? Octopus? I don't think they screw with their mothers. Do they know their mothers? How do they know? Peabody wondered. They all have weird heads and tentacles. No, the guy with the complex, and the mother banging, and the eyes. Oedipus, I think. I think Oedipus. Octopus, Oedipus, all creepy. So maybe the perp wants to bang his mom, but Mom isn't all about that, so he creates a substitute. Or she was, and that fucked him up, so a substitute. Or it's some other mom deal, and he doesn't want to bang her. Why kill her once you create her? She's not the real deal. And she's not banging him right, or giving him what he needs. She's not the original. He was always gonna kill her. Why do you think? Because he's shithouse crazy, Peabody. You don't do all this unless you're shithouse crazy. 10 days, 10 months, whatever. The crazy's gonna crack through the control eventually. The perfection of the tat, the piercings, the makeup, the hair, the clothes. That's control, precision. So he's got to have that. But under it, shithouse crazy. And following that logic, Peabody turned to Eve. He's going to need another substitute. Yeah, so let's hope he doesn't already have one picked out. Eve followed her in-dash directions to a pretty house with a pretty yard on a block of pretty houses and yards. Father's a mechanic, owns his own place, Peabody began. Mother's an artist. You saw some of her stuff in the Vic's apartment. She runs a local gallery. I guess both the Sibs are home from college for the summer. Somebody's probably home. Let's find out. Eve got out of the car and prepared to destroy someone else's world. By the time they'd finished, the emotional overload had a headache trying to drill through the crown of her head. She programmed coffee, black for her, regular for Peabody. They reminded me of my family. Peabody let out a sigh. Not free-agers, but they're tight. They'll get through it, but nothing's ever going to be exactly the same. You can check out the couple of ex-boyfriends they gave us. If nothing else, it'll block that avenue. We'll take the bar next, then you can split off, check out the exes for what it's worth. I'll take the morgue. Morris should have at least started on her by the time I get there. Need to close off the avenue, Peabody agreed. But I can't see either of the exes they gave us. I think we're looking for older. So did she, but Eve glanced over at her partner. Why? It's that control and precision. It's not that somebody in their 20s or early 30s can't have it, and we've dealt with younger, organized killers, but you add the control and precision with needing, almost for sure, a private space, a vehicle, and the killer could be female. Daughters have mom issues, too. She'd have to be strong enough to load a struggling or unconscious woman into a vehicle. Unless we have a team. And it could be. Siblings, even. Siblings. Eve considered it. Both obsessed, severely pissed, or sexually attracted to their mother? Not impossible. Interesting, even. Easier for two to do the snatch and grab, the transporting. But the kill was one stroke from the look of it. Then again, the second could have done the sewing up. You'd think that and the ribbon covering the wound could be signs of remorse, then the sign contradicts that. The sign was like a kid's printing, and with the thing. Crayon. Right, a kid thing. Made her pretty. Or his, her, their version of pretty. Dressed her up. Put her near a playground, another kid thing. Whose mommy? His, her, their mommy. Is she still alive? Already dead? Mommy didn't have much fashion sense, Peabody commented. I mean, her clothes were just tacky. Cheap. Maybe she couldn't afford better ones. The jeans were ripped. I've seen pictures of my granny in jeans with holes in the legs when she was younger. A free-ager thing? Don't all you guys sew? Wouldn't she sew up the holes or whatever? I don't know. Maybe it was a thing. I'll check into it. But the top, really short, and all spangles, the shoes, really dressy and tacky, out-of-style shoes with the weird jeans, comes off kind of slutty, especially with the overdone makeup. Fashion might not have been Eve's area of expertise by a long shot, but she followed Peabody's line. Mommy could have been kind of slutty, which may be part of the issue. Or he, she, they see her that way. Or he, she, they want Mommy to be slutty. I really need to talk this out with Mira. We've got to find the logic in the shithouse crazy, so we need a shrink. With the manager's cooperation, they spent an hour at Arnold's interviewing the co-workers. More tears, no new information, and more confirmation of Eve's sense that the victim had a solid, happy life, enjoyed her job, her circle. The bar struck her as solid as well, if a little pretentious. It wasn't the casual neighborhood place you'd belly up for a brew, but where you'd take a date to impress or a client to ply with a fancy drink, served in a fancy glass, on a table with low lights flickering and a little potted plant. It served tidbits like organic squash blossoms and goat cheese truffles. She couldn't see ever being hungry enough to put either into her mouth. When she said so, outside the bar, Peabody shook her head. They're pretty terrific, and the pancetta crisps are totally mag. You could make a meal. You make a meal. Later. Go into Central, check out the X's, update Detective Norman, and get me a time slot with Mira. I'm gonna walk the Vic's route and back before I hit the morgue. They split off, and Eve walked in the not-quite-warm late spring sunshine. She saw some tourists who never seemed to know how to actually walk on a sidewalk, several kids and babies and various pushcart things, a man walking a pair of tiny hairless dogs who could have passed for large rats. They yip-yip-yipped, darting at her boots as she passed, and the man scolded them in sugary tones. Now, sugar and spice, be good doggies. She saw well-maintained homes, tidy buildings, busy shops, restaurants with patrons sitting outside in the spring air, sipping drinks or having lunch. A few homes had front yards separated from the pedestrians, by fences more ornamental than functional. Flowers bloomed or spilled out of pots on doorsteps. A team of 3 efficiently washed the windows on a duplex. A woman carrying a pair of market bags hurried up to the door of another. Traffic streamed by, almost pleasantly. It was hard to beat New York in the spring. Nothing could beat it for her at any time, but spring added some shine. She stopped in front of the victim's apartment again. Roy still had the privacy screens engaged. In the apartment below his, a woman sat on the windowsill, busily washing the window. It seemed to be the day for it. As she started back, she decided a decent vehicle parked along the route wouldn't cause attention. A beater now would, but a decent ride, a clean one? Who'd notice? And the Vicks block, especially the Vicks block, would be quiet at night. Almost entirely residential, and the restaurants would be shuttered, the bakery and deli closed. A 5-minute walk at night. A couple minutes more if she'd taken it at a stroll. Less if she'd jogged it. Home base. Familiar. No worries. And in seconds, it would only have taken seconds, everything changed. And all because Eve was sure of it. She'd look just enough like someone else. Bad mommy. 3. Eve walked the long white tunnel of the morgue, footsteps echoing. Her thoughts focused on the victim and that last walk toward home. Odds were she'd been at least a little tired and likely moving briskly. Young, in familiar territory, heading home in the night quiet of a good neighborhood. An easy mark for someone with a plan in place. The questions remained, why the plan? Why her? She pushed through one of the doors to Morris's domain and saw he had his sealed hands inside the chest cavity of her victim. Music murmured. Something with a lot of low-note brass and a woman singing about love lost. He looked up, smiled. An early start on the day for you, and a very early end for her. He wore a blue suit, a bold color that told her his mood hit high. He'd matched it with a shirt the color of ripe pears and a tie that blended the two tones in subtle swirls. He'd braided his long dark hair in some complicated pattern that formed a coil at the back of his neck. He weighed an internal organ with easy efficiency. Eve moved closer, looked down on the body, naked and open now. I think her end, in a lot of ways, happened the night of May 28th. The lacerations and contusions on the wrist and ankle. Some would meet that date, some are more recent. Shackled, and the cuffs would be 1 3/4 inches wide. Some other minor contusions, as you can see. The other ankle, the knees, elbows. The other ankle from banging into the shackle. Yes. And the others minor, as I said. Not consistent with violence. He didn't beat her, and he didn't rape her. There's no sign of sexual assault or consensual sex, not recent. Morris walked over to a sink to rinse the blood off his hands. She's very clean. Her hair, her body, recently and thoroughly washed. Her hair styled. The makeup, as you can see, very carefully applied. I think he had an image, and she was like a doll, you know? With a nod, Morris walked to his mini-fridgie, took out a tube of Pepsi for both of them. I do, and had the same thought. She was a form, and he used that form to create the image he wanted. Both the makeup and hairstyle are dated, as was the clothing. Were they? Now he grinned as he opened the tubes, handed her one. For someone who dresses so well, you have a sketchy knowledge of fashion and its history. Rourke's always putting stuff in my closet. How dated? Turn of the century, I'd guess, or the first few years of it. But it shouldn't be difficult to get a solid time frame. Where'd he get them? Did he have them already, and she fit the build, the size? Frowning, Eve circled the body. Maybe. Mostly fit, because the shoes were too small. Correct there. She'd have been closer to a size 8 than the 7.5 of the shoes he put on her. Tougher to gauge a shoe size than clothes, I'd think. Jeans were a little tight. You can see where they dug in. Again, slightly off her size. So he already had them, or just needed her to be the size he wanted. Possibly. I can tell you that, other than being dead, she was healthy. No sign of illegals abuse, alcohol abuse. Her last meal, consumed about 5 hours before TOD, consisted of a few ounces of grilled chicken, some brown rice, and peas. So he kept her fed. And hydrated. She drank tea. No signs of torture. None. But I've sent the contents to the lab, and we'll have a tox report shortly, I hope. The tat, the belly piercings, the third ear, and the ear cartilage piercings were done within the last 72 hours. She was alive for those. But her nails? This is a fresh mani-pedi. These nails were recently shaped. Post-mortem. Maybe somebody who worked on the dead in funeral and memorial venues. Somebody who fixed them up like they were just sleeping for the mourners. Maybe. Bad mommy. That's what he wrote, left on her. Yes, I saw the recording. She doesn't look like the standard image of mommy, right? They come in all shapes and sizes. Eve drank absently, gave a flickering thought to her own. Far from standard. I guess so. If the victim was a surrogate, we'd be looking for someone about this build, likely this coloring, with the tat, the piercings, who was in this general age range, or looked like it around the turn of the century. She circled the other way. Or he just wanted to play with a doll and has an old-fashioned sense of style. She stopped. The neck wound and repair. No hesitation marks. One quick stroke. Smooth, sharp blade. About 4 inches long. I'd look for a folding knife. A good, sharp pocket knife. Now her eyes narrowed. A pocket knife. Smooth, short, straight blade. No jags, no angles. He faced her to kill her. A left-to-right slice, so right-handed. Nodding, she ran it through her head. Makes sense. Why would he have a knife, a sharp, sitting around anywhere near a woman he's holding against her will? Pocket knife. She pulled her own out of her pocket, hit the button to flip out the blade. But you're carrying it. You're done with her. Just take it out. It's more of the moment. She does or says something, hasn't done or said something. He's pissed and swipe. Done. A single slice. No hesitation marks, so yes, it could be in the moment. The stitching, now, is precise, like the rest of his work, careful and meticulous. I sent the thread to the lab. It may be upholstery thread, stronger and thicker than what you'd use to sew on a button, for instance. And the needle would be the same, thicker, likely longer than a standard sewing needle. More like what I'd use to close this Y-cut. Not medical-grade thread, but maybe some medical skills? Or sewing skills? Or, sorry for the oars, he said with a smile. Someone taking their time. Yeah. Or that. Or that. Or he's just obsessively precise. No sex, no violence, no torture. What did he want from her? What did he want with her? Maybe the obvious. A mommy. Morris laid a hand on the victim's shoulder. Now she'll never get the chance to decide if she wants to be one. No, she won't. She has family and a cohab. They'll want to see her. I'll contact them when she's ready. Okay. Thanks for the tube. Anytime. Dallas. She was left at the playground near the house. The house our friends will live in. Yeah, I'm on that. I'm sure you are. We look after strangers who become ours every day, and we look after family. If Mavis needs anything, let her know I'll be there. I will. She doesn't fit the image. She's smaller, and Christ knows what color her hair will be on any given day, and she's pregnant. But the pregnant thing makes her a mommy. He doesn't want someone else's mommy, though, does he? I don't think so. Still, I'm on it. Or would be, she told herself as she started out. She had to get to Central, set up her board and book, think. She had questions for Mira. She considered going by the lab, lighting a fire under Berensky, maybe giving Harvo a nudge. Too soon, she admitted. She'd give them 24 hours, then she'd light fires and give nudges. As she pulled into Central, Peabody tagged her. Mira can squeeze you in now if you're on your way back. I am back. She's got a short window now, otherwise I'm taking now. Eve zipped into her slot. I'll run it down for her, send her the report later. I'll tell her admin you're on your way. Hey, ask about the baby. What baby? The admin's new grandbaby. Make nice, Peabody said before Eve could object or complain. And she may make nice next time you need a window with Mira. Stupid, Eve muttered as she crossed to the elevators. Babies don't have anything to do with homicide and profiling. Unless they do, and they don't on this. Just try it. It won't hurt much. So you say. Eve cut her off and jumped in the elevator. Since she figured now meant now, she stayed on even when cops and techs and who the hell knew squeezed on. On Mira's floor, she shouldered her way through the pack and out, breathed in clean air as she moved quickly to Mira's outer office and the dragon at the gates. Mira's admin sat imperiously as always at her desk, earlink on as she worked on whatever the hell she worked on. She shifted her icy gaze up, pinned Eve with it. Dr. Mira has only 20 minutes. I'll make it quick. She started to go straight in, then mentally rolled her eyes, ground her teeth. Anyway, congratulations on the grandchild thing. The ice melted into a kind of dreamy mist. Thank you. She lifted a framed photo from her desk. Isn't she gorgeous? Eve Eve saw what appeared to be the result of a strange mating of a trout and a very angry, possibly constipated old man. She said, "Wow, so precious." 20 minutes, she repeated, but the misty dreamy remained. Eve stepped in where Mira sat behind her own desk, keyboarding. She held up a finger. "I need 1 more minute to finish answering this. Have a seat." Because she wasn't ready to sit, Eve just stood, studying the shelves that held Mira's memorabilia, awards, photos. More babies and kids, but none with that fishy newborn look. "Sorry," Mira said after a moment. "It's already a day." "No problem, and I appreciate you fitting me in." "You wouldn't ask if you didn't need." Rising, Mira walked to her auto chef on her high, skinny heels, the color of perfectly cooked salmon. They matched her suit with its knee-skimming skirt that showed off excellent legs. She wore a triple chain with pale blue stones that exactly matched the buttons of the suit jacket. It never failed to astonish and baffle Eve that anyone managed that coordination, especially as consistently as Charlotte Mira. She expected to smell the lightly floral tea Mira preferred, and instead scented good, strong coffee. Coffee. Eve almost sighed it. "I need it." With a smile, Mira handed Eve a cup before she took a seat in one of her blue scoop chairs. "As I said, a day. And you're having one yourself. A body," Peabody said, "left in the playground near the new house. Have you spoken with Mavis?" "Not yet. It's on the list." "Which is long." "It is. I'm just back from the field, so haven't written it up yet." "So you'll tell me." Female, Caucasian, 26, a bartender walking the few blocks home after closing. Still standing, she ran through it all as the department's top profiler listened. She pulled out her link, called up the crime scene record to show Mira the body, the message left. "It looks like it was written with a crayon." The lab'll confirm. Nodding, Mira studied the images. The look, the way he dressed her, styled her. "It reminds me of my mother's sister, my aunt, back when I was a child. Photos of her from that time frame. She was, according to my mother, a bit of a wild child." Morris said the clothes were outdated. "Yes, to my eye as well." "You'd be two who know." With a smile, Mira brushed back a wave of her mint-colored hair. "It's a hard look, again to my eye. The makeup, the hairstyle. Hard rather than edgy or overtly sexy. Certainly not traditionally or classically maternal. At the same time, it's also very exacting. A lot of care went into creating this look. It mattered. She, the woman he or she sought to recreate, mattered. There's as much love here as hate. Maybe more. He kept her for 10 days. Had to have chosen her, known her basic routine. All that takes time and care. "It does," Mira agreed. She fit the outline, either physically or by lifestyle. She worked in a bar. Perhaps the one she represented worked in a bar, or worked nights. Certainly something about the victim sparked this need to take her, keep her, try to make her into the original. The mother. Almost certainly the killer's mother, or mother figure. Mira sat back again, sipping her coffee as she chose her words. No sexual aggression or rape. No physical violence beyond the abduction and the killing blow. I agree she must have been drugged when the tattoo and the piercings were done, and these markings will reflect the original. A woman, most likely, at least in her upper 70s, to fit the fashion he chose, potentially older. She's either dead or has broken ties with the killer. Assuming mother, the killer would be at least late 50s. He shows control, patience, organized behavior, maturity. If this is his first, and you'll check for like crimes, there's a trigger. A betrayal by the mother figure, her death, her abandonment, remarriage, something that drove him to need to replace and recreate. She didn't measure up. The victim. Or he killed her to punish the original because she did, in his mind, measure up. Why sew up the killing wound and hide it under the ribbon? It's all so tidy, Mira added. A hard look, but so clean, so perfect. There may be remorse here, but it strikes me as more likely leaving an open wound is incomplete, untidy, and even the stitches would spoil the image. He's angry with her. She's bad, but she still represents mother. Precise, controlled, a perfectionist with the maturity to plan it out, but the lettering on the sign, like a kid's, not precise. The child in him, the angry child, lashed out. The mature tidied it all up. He's psychotic, with a mother obsession that drove him to, in his mind, matricide. He'll kill her again, almost certainly. The love, hate, the rage, need, all must be met. The killer's a man or woman, likely at least 55, and I think more likely at least 60. And his mother figure was Caucasian, blonde at the time he's recreating, with a build that closely matches the victim's. She liked to party, or he wants to see her that way. He remembers her from childhood that way. He wants her back as much as he wants to destroy her. He didn't give her a wedding ring. People don't always go for those. More so, much more so in the era I believe he's recreating. Unmarried woman, widowed or divorced. The father isn't important to him. It's only her. It's only them. He won't have siblings, or had no relationship with them, has none now. The killer isn't in a relationship, lives alone. He may have a skilled job. If indeed the killer is male, he's asexual or impotent. I'm leaning male. Mira set aside her coffee, recrossed her legs. Why? From what I've seen, mothers and daughters have, generally, a different sort of dynamic than mothers and sons. A guy's more likely, it seems to me, to deify or demonize the mother figure. I feel like if the killer was the daughter, or saw herself that way, there would have been some violence on the Vic. You know, you ruined my life, you bitch. And there wouldn't have been so much effort put in to make her look, pretty. Mira sat back. I completely agree. I wouldn't rule out the female, and there I'd look for someone the people who think they know her describe as meek and unassuming, quiet, diligent. In either case, this is someone scarred in childhood who's carried those scars and, again if this is the first kill, recently experienced a trigger. Okay. Talking it through gave Eve a picture. Not clear and exact, not yet, but a picture. I'll get you the report, the record, the lab results as they come in. It's fascinating. Tragic for all involved, but fascinating. The power of motherhood, for good or ill. Mira's soft blue eyes held on Eve's. You understand that? Yeah. The last thing I'd want to do is recreate mine. She started to push to her feet, then stopped. She didn't abuse the kid, the killer. If she had, he'd have paid her back. There'd be signs of payback. Physical abuse or sexual abuse. Abuse, if it applies, may have been emotional. Yeah, there's that. Now she stood. I appreciate the time. I'm glad I had it. It is fascinating, Eve. You'll search for more missing women. On the list, she said. She took the glides up for the breathing room and thinking time. She needed to dive into every detail of the victim's appearance, every step her killer had taken to create her. Missing persons, female, between 20 and 30 to be safe, she considered. In the last month, to fully cover it. Start with a search using the victim's basic physicality. Finding the mother, the original, had to be one of the top priorities. She had some ideas how to start on it, but it would take time. If the killer abducted another surrogate, time narrowed. And on a personal level, she needed to talk to Mavis. She smelled the brownies the minute she swung into homicide. And there, in her bullpen, her damn good cops, including her partner, scarfed down brownies as Nadine First, best-selling writer, Oscar-winning screenwriter, and, more relevant, award-winning on-air reporter for Channel 75, leaned her well-toned butt on Peabody's desk. I assume the population of New York, including all tourists and visitors, is alive and well. Jenkinson, her senior detective, brushed a crumb from his atomic yellow tie. Eve found herself surprised one of the grinning green frogs hopping over it hadn't flicked out a tongue to capture it first. Just a real quick break, boss. They're double fudge. Break's over. Nadine, I don't have time for you. Peabody, my office. Peabody hustled after her, but Eve heard the bright click of Nadine's skyscraper heels in pursuit. Busy, Eve snapped without looking around. Take off before I charge you with bribing police officers. Give me 1 minute, and don't close the door in my face. 1 minute, and I'm gone if that's what you want. Either way, you get the brownie I saved you in my purse. The scent of chocolate could have weakened the strongest spine, but the friendship weighed on the scale. The friendship existed because while Nadine would pursue a story like a dog pursues a rabbit, she cared about truth. Let's see the brownie. Nadine reached into a stop-sign red bag the size of Brooklyn and took out a little pink bakery box. Eve opened it, nodded at the brownie within, then set it on her desk. 1 minute. Clock's ticking. Mavis, I sat on that same damn bench with you at that playground after Mavis gave me a tour of that big, rambling, strange, and wonderful house she and Leonardo, Bella, and the new one when it gets here are making into a home, where Peabody and McNabb are making theirs. He left that woman's body on that bench where Bella's played and will play. They're my family, too. There was truth, Eve acknowledged, absolute and pure. Okay, Then get out and let me do my job. Give me something. Not to air, Nadine said quickly. I hit the story this morning. My first day back, by the way, post-book tour, and I've got enough for a follow-up report. Which, Eve thought, explained the camera ready. Streaky blonde hair carefully styled, perfect makeup, the sharp white suit, the red and white striped heels. I can help. You know I can. I'll give you a blanket off the record until you give me the go. I want a one-on-one when it's appropriate, and I'll hound you until I get it, but this isn't about the story. Give me something I can dig into. Something I can get my team to research. We're good, you know we are. Eve eased back on the corner of her desk. I'm gonna send you a picture of a tattoo. The killer inked the victim a couple days before he killed her. Lower back. We're looking for a woman with that tattoo in that place. A woman between 20 and 30, white, blonde, about 5'5" and 125. I'll give you the ID shot of the Vic. There'll be a resemblance. The tat may have been done in the last decade of the 20th century or any time since. What is it, the tat? Butterfly. That's it? Jesus, Dallas, do you know how many people get butterfly tats? You want easy or you want to help? Nadine let out a huff of breath. Send me the pictures. We'll get started. She'll have a navel piercing, Eve added. 3 piercings in the left ear, 2 lobe, 1 cartilage. Remember, it's most probable the victim bore some resemblance, build, coloring, same age range. All right, that's helpful. And without a lot of luck, this won't be quick, but we'll push. You think the killer more or less replicated someone. Mavis isn't at all physically like the victim. No, but I'll talk to her anyway. Okay. I've got to get to 75. Do the follow-up. I'll start the team on this. I'll be working it too. She looked at Peabody, smiled. It's a great house. An original. Or it sure as hell will be when you're done with it. I'm in love with it. Don't blame you a bit. I'll be in touch, she said to Eve, and started out. Nadine? Eve waited a beat. Thanks. No thanks when it's family. Peabody cleared her throat after Nadine left. I only had half a brownie, 'cause loose pants, and because she had just enough time to tell me she wanted to help before the rest of the bullpen swarmed. If she finds the original bad mommy with what I gave her, it's a miracle. But she may pull it off. We also search. I want you to start a search for missing women using the Vic as a template. Stretch it to between 20 and 30 and in the last month. And contact Norman. I did. He wants to come in, talk face to face. He'll bring the files. Give him the go there. I'm gonna run light crimes, but if he did this before in New York, we'd already know. Not impossible he did it elsewhere, so we'll nail that down. He fed her, Peabody. A few hours before he killed her, she had a solid, healthy meal. No signs of sexual abuse or torture. She needed to put up her board, start her book. But she thought about mothers and daughters, mothers and sons. What did she know, really? Observations, not personal experience. Personal experience didn't count when your mother had been a monster. Describe your mother, she said to Peabody. Not physically. What's the first word that comes to mind? Love. She loves. We love her back. Next word. Strong. She's loving, yeah, but she's strong. Tough when she needs to be. Third and final word. Tolerant. Peabody's shoulders lifted and fell. Tolerance is a basic element of being a free ager. That's offset by the strong. No bullshit from us kids, but tolerant of personal choices that cause no harm to others. Would you use those same three in that order for your father? Love first, tolerant next. And he's strong, sure, but the top three? I'd probably say playful. He's just cuddly. How does that help? Just trying to form directions. Male or female? I lean, as does Mira, toward male. Potentially asexual or impotent. I bet you fought with your mother more than your father. Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, like, lipstick and mascara aren't tools of Satan, and at 13, don't need the details. Your brothers probably fought more with your dad. Probably. I mean, free agers, so disputes are usually talked to death or solved through mediation or meditation. But yeah, my brothers would claim Dad was harder on them than my sister and me, and I can attest Mom was harder on my sister and me, but piddly stuff. And I bet if I did a survey in the bullpen, the percentages would agree. Not 100%, but that's the more general dynamic. Okay, get out, get started. Let me know when Detective Norman gets here. Alone, she started the search for light crimes first. That could run while she set up the rest. Then she contacted Detective Yancey, the police artist she respected most, to ask for a meeting. Finally, she set up her board, adding Morris's report when it came in, the sweeper's report. And with that visual aid, she started her murder book. Once done, she sent copies to Mira and to her commander. It had to be done, she told herself, and, taking out her link, tagged Mavis. Today's hair was a soft sort of lavender and mad curls. Solid Joy all but leaped through the screen and kissed Eve on the mouth. Somewhere in the background, somebody banged. Saws buzzed. Hey, Dallas! Things are happening! Rourke's gonna try to come by later. You should too. Maybe. Mavis, Trina just dropped by. Bellamina's showing off her room. Some of the crew's over in Peabody and McNabb's place. Things are happening there, too. It's a mega-mag mutual happening. I bet. Mavis, you have your serious face on. Something's happening there, too, and it's not good. You haven't heard any media reports today. Who's got time for all that when it's all this? This is the really good stuff. What's the bad? I don't want you to worry. Shit. Oh, shit. Maybe me and number 2 should sit down. This is just a precaution, okay? A woman was killed, and her body left on a bench at the playground. The one near you. Oh, no! Oh, God! When? Last night. Well, early this morning. It's my case, Mavis, and Peabody and I are all over it. I've even got Nadine doing some research. The poor woman. Mavis's eyes, dyed a deep purple, filled. Was she a neighbor? She worked the stick at Arnold's, lived a few blocks from there. I know that bar. It's classy. He wanted a type, and he may want another. You're not the type. She thought of Trina, the much-dreaded stylist. Neither's Trina if she's coming and going a lot. But I want you to take precautions. don't take Bella to that playground until I have more on this. And you could bring in the security detail you use for gigs. They're good. Just a precaution." "What did he do to her?" "No, don't tell me." Closing her eyes, she breathed deep. "I have to think of number 2. No bad vibes allowed. I think we've got most of the security installed that McNabb and Rourke worked out, but I'll ask Rourke when he gets here later." "Good. That's good. Just don't go out walking, you and Bella, by yourselves right now." "You think he lives around here?" Not panic, which Eve had feared, but icy anger. "I don't know, but he spent enough time in that neighborhood to choose the dump site. And the bar and the Vic's place aren't that far. I need some time to work the case. And not worry about me. Don't. We'll be careful. Nobody's gonna touch my babies, and number 2 goes wherever I go, right? Get the bastard, Dallas. Count on it." "I do. Come by if you can. We're gonna be here all day. I'll try, and I'll keep you in the loop as much as I can." The faintest smile crossed Mavis's face. "He sure made a mistake using our playground. Pissed off Lieutenant Dallas." "Damn right. I'll talk to you later." "Cha!" She sat a minute, ridiculously relieved Mavis hadn't fallen apart, and equally relieved to be sure her oldest friend would take every precaution. Off the list, she thought. Then she rose, rolled her shoulders. She programmed coffee, sat again, and nibbling on her brownie, drinking her coffee, she studied her board. 4. Before. She didn't know where she was or how she got there. She remembered nothing before waking on the ground, surrounded by trees, with the sun pushing through the thick canopy of leaves and covering her like a blanket soaked in hot water. And shivering, despite that smothering blanket of heat. Everything hurt, and her head pounded sickly even as her stomach churned. When she pushed up to her hands and knees, her pounding head spun and her stomach revolted. Sweat slicked her skin as she vomited up the vial. Weeping, she crawled away, then just curled into a ball, waiting to die. But she didn't. Chills racked her so her teeth clacked together, and when they passed, more sweat poured, ran down her body like a river. The sickness cycled back until there was nothing left, and she lay exhausted, throat burning. And somehow she slept. She woke burning with fever, racked with chills, and this time prayed to die. Without sense or purpose, she managed to gain her feet, took a few stumbling steps. When she fell, she waited for the sickness to come again. But there was only pain and that terrible heat. So she pushed to her feet again. She saw nothing to tell her where she was, which way to go, so she walked blindly. She couldn't say how long she walked, forced time and again to stop and rest. She feared she walked in circles. She saw birds, squirrels, knuckles of trees poking out of brown water, and the things that swam in it silently. But not another human being. She knew she was a human being, a girl, a woman. But beyond that, she had nothing to anchor her. She didn't remember driving into the lake, or the sudden wild panic that had her fighting her way out of the submerged car, swallowing water, thrashing her way to the surface. She certainly didn't remember a little boy left sleeping and alone in front of an empty church. She was alone, and too sick, too tired to think of before. She fell asleep again and woke in the dark, woke freezing this time. The air, so thick, seemed to clog her lungs so her breathing wheezed, and the wheezing led to horrible spells of agonizing coughing. Insects buzzed around her, biting until every inch of her skin burned and itched. She scratched and scratched until she bled, and the blood drew more to bite and swarm. She tried calling out, but her voice was a croak, no louder than the frogs. She walked and wept, and finally just walked, shuffling like a zombie and jolting at each sound. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves. She waited for something to leap out of the dark and consume her. She thought she heard something else. Something familiar. A car. She knew there were cars in the world. She knew she wore red sneakers, sneakers coated in mud. She knew, because she'd run her hands over it, she wore her hair short. But she couldn't bring an image of herself into her mind. If she had a mirror, she knew what a mirror was. Would she know herself? She tried to walk in the direction she thought she'd heard a car. Someone would help. If she could find someone, someone would help. Water. Someone would give her water. She was so thirsty. She had no sense of time, of distance. She followed snatches of moonlight. She knew the moon, the sun, flowers, buildings, trees. Why were there so many trees? She knew cats and dogs and hands and feet. Her feet ached and ached. Her head felt as big as the moon and pulsed with pain. Delirious, she muttered to herself things she remembered and found the word for the body of water she nearly fell into. Swamp. She wanted to drink it, but knew the things that swam in swamps. Alligators. Snakes. She walked the other way. What did it matter? She'd walk until she died. And then, like a miracle, she stumbled out onto a road. She knew what a road was, and cars traveled on them. She walked, limping now, as her shoes rubbed blisters on her feet. But no car traveled this road. Maybe she was the only person left in the world. Maybe there had been a nuclear war. She knew what that was, sort of. Everything blew up. But there was still a road and trees. As dawn began to break, she gave up, gave in to exhaustion, and simply dropped down on the road. She curled into herself and let the darkness come. On his way home from a graveyard shift at the ER, Dr. Joseph Fletcher had the top down, the radio blasting. Both ploys to keep him alert after a long, hard night. He loved his work, had always wanted to be a doctor, and he'd chosen emergency medicine. But there were nights he wondered why he hadn't listened to his parents and gone into private practice. Of course, he knew why. He helped more people, often desperate people, on any given night than he might have in a week in a posh office. He was thinking about a long, cool shower and his big, soft bed when he rounded the final curve before home and nearly ran over the figure crumpled in the road. He had to slam the brakes, swerve. He nearly lost control of the BMW Roadster he'd treated himself to when he got his degree. Gravel spit from the wheels when he hit the shoulder, and he fishtailed but managed to stop without ending up in the gully. Grabbing his medical bag, he was out of the car in seconds and running. When he dropped down beside her, he feared the worst, but he found a pulse, and when he began to check for injuries, she stirred. She opened her eyes, bloodshot, swollen, and glazed with shock. Her voice came out in a hoarse croak, but he heard her. She said, "Help me." Now. Eve read the tox report on her victim and got a picture of those last hours. As she copied it to Mira, added it to her book and board, Peabody buzzed through. "Detective Norman's here, Lieutenant." She considered her office, the single ass-biting visitor's chair, and decided to give Norman a break. "Let's take it to the lounge. I'm right behind you." After a last look at her board, she started out. "1 second, LT." Santiago hustled over to her. "If you can sign off on this, Carmichael and I can close it out." She scanned the report on the suspect in a bludgeoning death, her spouse, and her confession there too. "Looks like good work between brownie breaks." She scrawled her signature and kept going. She found Peabody and Detective Norman already at a table with crap coffee. A scatter of other cops took their break or used the quieter space for work. Norman looked young. Since she'd already looked him up, she knew he was only a couple years older than Trueheart, her youngest detective. He had smooth, golden-brown skin, deep-set dark eyes that spoke of some Asian in his DNA. He wore his hair close-cropped with hints of gold among the black. He had a skinny build inside a black suit and a dull gray tie knotted at the base of his long neck. As well as young, Eve thought he looked miserable. She sat. "Detective Norman, thanks for coming in. I'm Lieutenant Dallas." He offered his long, slender hand and a solid grip with it. "Lieutenant, I brought all the files on Lauren Elder. I was working with Detective Marlborough on this case. She's senior, but she's on vacation." "Okay. Why don't you just run it through for us?" "Yes, sir." Roy Marsden, who identified himself as Elder's cohab, reported her missing on the morning of May 29th. Detective Marlborough and I caught the case, and though it had been less than 24 hours and Elder an adult, Marsden expressed urgency. Elder wasn't answering her link, and he checked with her co-workers. I have a list in the files, and her family. He'd contacted her friends, and had also contacted local hospitals. He paused to gulp at some coffee. "We interviewed him, and there was no indication he and Elder had any relationship difficulties. This was confirmed by interviews with neighbors, co-workers, family. Her co-worker, Buddy Wilcox, was the last to see her at approximately 02:37 when they closed the bar, Arnold's, where they both worked. The door cam confirms both of them exiting at this time. He stated Elder intended to go straight home, indicated no distress, and was in fact joking with him as they closed for the night. They stood on the sidewalk for a minute, according to his statement, talking. Then she walked in the direction of her residence, while he traveled in the other direction to catch the subway to his own. We have security footage of him on the train platform, time stamped at 02:37, and getting on the train 2 minutes after." He let out a long breath. "We concluded Elder had been abducted between her workplace and her residence. Her routine was the same when she worked the night shift. She traveled the same route and, in general, between 02:20 and 02:30. You concluded it would have been possible for someone to note this routine." "Yes, sir. We interviewed former relationships, bar regulars, neighbors, and canvassed her route. The thing is, Lieutenant, there was nothing. We looked into finances, her families, her cohabs, but even if this had been for ransom, there wasn't really enough there. The cohabs' families got some, but why take her? Nobody saw her after she left the bar. We didn't find a trace of her. Our EDD tracked her link from the bar to 16 West 17th, a half block from her apartment building. Yes, sir. It went dead, just dead, so they concluded her abductor disabled it. But he didn't discard it, or if he did, someone picked it up before we caught the case. No, sorry, before Marsden walked the route, which he did the next morning when he woke to discover she hadn't come home, when she didn't answer his tags, and he was unable to connect. Smart. Close to home. She was less likely to be on any sort of alert that close to home. That's what Marlborough said. She was young and pretty, so we pushed at the idea of snatching her for the sex trade. We pursued that, and, honestly, sir, every line we could think of. Marlborough figured she was a little over the edge age-wise for the sex trade. They tend to like them younger, but we pushed. Marlborough told me, before she left, we'd probably never find the body. Now he stared down at his hands. But you did. Sorry. It's my first homicide. I kept hoping, even though you know the odds, she'd just turn up. I keep thinking there had to be more we could have done. It's not my first homicide, Detective. I'm gonna tell you that you did everything you could. He looked up, big, expressive eyes in a thin face. Do you know why? Why her especially? The why is most likely her general physical appearance and age range and that routine. The killer didn't luck upon her. He stalked her. We looked into that. Nobody we interviewed saw any strange vehicles in the area. No one stated she'd complained about being followed or harassed. He's probably been in the bar a time or two. Not enough to be a regular, not enough to be noticed. His vehicle's likely nondescript but higher end. It blended with the neighborhood. He was ready for her, and knows enough to have disabled her link rather than just tossing it. Planning, Eve thought again. Control and planning. He took it, she continued. Leave no trace. It's possible she knew him, but with what we've learned, the possibility of that's low. He drugged her. Even on the night he killed her, he mixed a trank, basically a soother, in her tea. He kept her restrained and submissive. You did your job, Detective. Is there anything I can do? I know I don't work murders, or not yet, but if there's legwork or drone work, I can do it on my own time. He should let it go, Eve thought. But it was damn hard to let go of your first. I'm going to copy you on our file. We're looking into other missing persons, looking at women who have a similar appearance and age range. If your lieutenant signs off, you could help with that. I'll have him contact you, and I appreciate it. He passed her a disc, sealed. That's everything. I haven't contacted Marlborough. It's her first real break with her family in almost a year. But if we need her input, I'll let you know. Okay, thanks. I'd better get back. Eve sat where she was as he walked out. He'll be a good cop if he sticks, she said to Peabody. Anyway, we know the abduction spot, and that's new. We'll take another look at it, but I've got Yancey coming in. Yancey? Yeah, walk and talk, Eve said as she rose. Keep pushing the missing persons for now, but I'm going to clear it with Norman's LT and let him hit that area. But tag McNabb and ask him if disabling a link is enough to kill any chance of tracing it, and how that works. Sure. Because here's the thing. There are recyclers along that route. Why not park near one, disable the Vic, then toss the link into a recycler? I'm betting the link would have been crushed before morning. And even if it wasn't, it would be by the time the cops started looking. Maybe he did know her and contacted her on it. And we won't dismiss that. But what are the odds he knew her, knew how to contact her, and she fit all his requirements? I don't buy anyone being that lucky. We'll see when the recyclers along her route run and when the contents are picked up. She saw Yancey get off the elevator across from Homicide. With his dark curls and VidStar face, he looked more like an artist than a cop. Eve knew he hit both on the mark. Good timing. Soonest I could break loose, he told her. Works. As she turned into the bullpen, Jenkinson and his eye-watering tie crossed to her. We maybe got a break in the Du Bois hit. Got a woman coming in, says she saw the whole thing, and she'll spill it for protection and immunity. Where's she been for the last 3 days? She says hiding out. Reinecke ran her. She's a former high-rent LC who got booted when she failed the standard illegals screening. See what she's got. You better get a prosecutor on tap in case. Got that covered. His brother did him, Dallas. I know it in my bones. But he's a slippery bastard. She sounded scared enough, so maybe she's got something that'll give us a better grip. If she does, we'll need a safe house for her. I'll clear it. Keep me up. She led the way into her office. Rich wheeler-dealer ends up stabbed a couple dozen times in his fancy penthouse. Private entrance and elevator. Security feeds taken. Set up to look like a botched burglary, but it comes off as a botched botch, and Jenkinson liked the brother for it from the jump. Only he's alibied tight. Smug with it. Alibis his wife and a couple of other assholes. Anyway, she shoved her hands through her hair. Peabody, coffee. How do you want it, Yancey? Peabody asked him. If it's the real stuff, black's good. Here's our Vic. Eve gestured to her board. You can see the killer went heavy on the hair and facial enhancements. That's post-mortem. Our angle is he picked her up and, after holding her for 10 days, killed her, then made her up to represent someone else. His or her mother or mother figure. Pretty young for it. Yeah, so mother from back-a-ways. Mira dated her outfit to around the turn of the century or a few years after. That confirms Peabody and Morris's fashion take. Okay. Thanks, he added when Peabody handed him a mug of coffee. So, with this line, Mom could be hitting 80 or so. If she's still alive, yeah. To pursue this angle, we need a better fix on the mother figure. ID her, we have a strong shot at IDing the killer. You want me to use the victim as the base, age her to around 80, give you the most likely image. I'm not going to promise face recognition on it. All kinds of variables, Dallas. She could have had work done, or lived the kind of life that leaves marks. Or she could have died 60 years ago, Eve put in, or any time between then and now. I'm using the current image to try to match the potential subject at this age range, but that's before universal ID. We've got to use driver's licenses, passports, and it's going to be a slog. She might have had neither. There's a tat. Also inked after abduction, so we have that identifying mark on the mother figure. What I want, if you can do it, is age reproduction analyses. A decade by decade from this point to now. Best probable. Huh. Sipping coffee, he moved closer to the board. Interesting. I need more photos. Different angles. Vids would be good. It wouldn't hurt to get some of the victim younger, too. Even with that, it'll take a while. I can comp generate a lot of it, work with a holo for a 360, but I'll need to finesse that, punch it up for any chance at facial recognition. Even then... But I can give you the best approximation. We'll get more pictures, some vids. Peabody, I'll contact her family, her cohab. Whatever they've got, have them send to me and to Yancey. On it. How long's a while? Eve asked Yancey when Peabody went out. I've got a couple things to clear up, but I can probably start on it before end of shift. I've got to figure a week, 3 days in a squeeze, to give you everything you want, and that's if I don't have too much else land on my desk. How about you start at the high end, the oldest version first? I haven't yet found any like crimes, nothing that matches this. Mira figures a trigger. The mother figure let him down, crossed him, or maybe died on him, and he's trying to replace her with this image. Young. Kind of glamorous. Glamorous? To a kid, right? He'd have been a kid if this was his actual mom, given her age and how long ago. All the sparkly stuff. Top, shoes, the makeup and all. Seems like a kid might think of that as glamour. Fancy, shiny. She flashed back to playing with her mother's makeup. Pretty colors, shiny. And getting knocked on her ass for it. Yeah, I get that. I'll keep working the lower age range. You start with the high. And I appreciate anything you can get me. Frosty assignment. Never tried anything quite like it. He handed her the empty coffee mug with his dreamy smile. I'll go clear up my currents and get started. When Yancey left, she sat down and considered that memory flash. What had she been? 4, 5, 6, when Stella walked out on Richard Troy the last time? She couldn't be sure. Those memories remained vague. But had she thought Stella pretty? Even glamorous? Probably. What else had she to compare? Had she had shiny clothes? Probably. She remembered the smells, sex and smoke, and the smell of the powders and paints, like candy. Perfume. She'd smelled perfume on the body. So he remembered the smells too. Childhood smells. Had he lived his life with this woman? Or had she walked out on him like Stella had on her? She rose, paced to her skinny window. In New York? Or somewhere else? Bad mommy. Hadn't Stella been her template for motherhood? Stella and the array of foster mothers that followed for a very long time? Bad mommy would have been her judgment, too. Had the killer been in the foster system? Another angle, but one she couldn't begin to dive into without a better time frame. And she'd started out in Dallas. Like the killer, she'd ended up in New York. No way to know yet where the killer had started his journey. The next thought had her heading out of her office. "I'm going up to EDD, tapping Feeney," she told Peabody. "I'm on with Norman." Peabody jiggled her link. "We may have a couple missing persons who fit the basics. Nail them down, and we'll take them when I get back." Taking the glides, she thought it through as she went. Another long shot, maybe, but worth pushing. Once she got this rolling, she'd get back in the field, check out these other missing women, hit all the victims' contacts. Hair salon, health clinic, dentist, the shop she frequented regularly. Someone might have noticed something. She walked into the crazed and colorful world of EDD. It was Jenkinson's ties on steroids. Though she didn't see McNabb bouncing in his cube, she saw plenty of others in equally wild gear, bopping and hip-swiveling as they worked. She turned toward what she knew would be the brown, baggy calm of Feeney's office. Found it empty. "Hey, Dallas!" She looked around and nearly didn't recognize him. The moment's blankness might have been caused by the blinding purple baggies and the exploding aurora borealis on his shirt. He'd let his hair grow long enough so he could pull it back in a stubby tail and had streaked the blonde with spring grass green. Jamie Lingstrom, Feeney's godson, and the kid, well, college kid now, who had the distinction of being the only person she knew who'd ever, almost, gotten through Rourke's home security. Is it something in the air up here, she wondered, that turns colors nuclear? Energy boost. Sure. What are you doing here? Summer intern. Just grunt work, but it's a start. He looked around EDD as if he'd entered paradise. I rotate. 2 days a week here, 3 with Rourke. Next week, reverse it. Rourke? You're interning with Rourke? Low rung, but it's ice supreme. Best of both worlds. She eyed him. Getting a leg up in both so you can straddle them. She had to admire the strategy. Smart. Gotta explore to know where to plant the flag, check me? So, if you're looking for the cap, he and McNabb are in the field. You got something I can— Calendar, she said, naming another detective she knew and had worked with. She's buried right now. Jamie shifted his weight, subtly, to block Eve. I just finished with the cap laid on me, so I can take what you've got. She considered the fact that what she wanted done equaled the gruntiest of grunt work. The work of an apprentice drone. He fit the bill. Where's your ring in this circus? Down around here. He led the way through the maze, did a fist bump, finger wiggle with a female with a cascade of blue braids, and ended up in a cube so small and tight, if she'd tried to squeeze in with him, she'd have had to bring herself up on inappropriate conduct charges. I need a long-range ID search. I'm your man. By default. And when Feeney gets back, you clear this with him. Female, Caucasian, No age range at this time. I have an identifying mark. I want you to use that data, check criminal records. You're going back to the year 2000. No, make it 1990. His eyes widened. No bull? No bull. Start in New York. Start? Yeah. Start in the city, then the boroughs, then the state. You don't get a hit, move on. To what? Another state. She pulled out her PPC, ordered up the photos she wanted. What's your code? No, here, just copy it over yourself. He took her handheld. Dallas. She looks pretty dead. She is. I'm not looking for her, but who she represents to the person who killed her. She hesitated, then reminded herself she'd connected with Jamie not so much through Feeney as through Alice, his sister, his murdered sister. So she ran through the basics. Butterfly tat. That's a solid. Okay, I'm all over it and back again. Faster than she could have thought it, he transferred the photos to his unit. And looked, Eve thought, not daunted by the impossibility of the assignment, but energized. Clear it with Feeney, she repeated as she took back her PPC. No prob. I got this. Yoda Rourke. Yeah. Even as she turned away to escape the carnival, Jamie was bopping to the beat. 5. Back in the bullpen, at Peabody's desk, Eve studied the two missing women's data. Anna Hobe, age 24, single, worked at Mike's Place, a karaoke bar, Lower West. She lived alone, in an efficiency just under 6 blocks from her workplace. 7 days missing, Eve noted. Reported by her manager when she didn't show up for work, her link didn't respond, and the coworker who talked the building super into letting her in found the apartment empty. Becca Muldoon, age 25, a dancer at Honey Pot, a Lower West Side strip joint, 8 days missing. Single, reported by roommate. We'll take Hobe, have Norman take Muldoon. We'll hit her workplace and residence. Get the files transferred. Give me 5. She went into her office, added some notes to her book. She printed out Hobe's photo, held it next to Elder's. Same coloring, a similarity in features, and from the data, likely a similarity in build. Muldoon, now, she thought as she studied that printout, she'd put closer to the bad mommy. But that came from the facial enhancements Muldoon wore in the ID shot. With a quick search, she found one of Muldoon's professional shots on her social media. Curvier, definitely bustier. Would he adjust for that? She wondered. Either way, they struck her as candidates. She pinned them up, grabbed her jacket. Let's move, Peabody, she said as she walked through the bullpen. Norman's already heading out, Peabody told her. He contacted the lead on the Muldoon case, and they're meeting up at the strip club. 8 days, Peabody added. If he grabbed her, she's running out of time. I think the probability's lower on Muldoon. Yeah, maybe he always wanted backups, alternates, but is he going to grab one right after the other? High probability, maybe, because she more closely matches what he created, her face. But her build's different. She wouldn't fit in what he dressed Elder in. Buys to fit her. Yeah, easy enough. She's got a couple of tats already. A snake, a cobra, going down her left hip, and a dragonfly on her right tit. What does he do about that? Leave them? Remove them? Just cover them up? If he's seen her in the club, he knows that. But other side, she's already got the navel piercing, which would also be in view when she's working. It caught me she looks more like what he did with Elder than Hobe does, but Hobe looks more like Elder before he worked on her. Exactly. What does he want, Peabody? Eve asked as they crossed the garage level to Eve's car. The good mommy or the bad one? Peabody considered it as she climbed in. He kills the bad mommy, so it could follow he wants the good one. It would weigh on Hobe more than Muldoon. That's how I see it. If it was only about punishment, he'd have hurt Elder, messed her up, smacked her around. He took what he wanted, and he took her after observing her, watching her routine, planning it out. If he's taken another, he did it the same way. As she drove out, pushed through traffic, Eve thought it through. That's not to say he didn't have more than one at the same time on his radar. If he's taken another, and if he hasn't, he will, he likely had a gauge on her for a while. He'd almost have to, right? If neither of these pans out, if he's still in the stalking phase, that's one thing. But if either of these, potentially both, are targets, he had to have picked them and studied them for a while. And how does he pick them? You can't pick what you don't see. We don't have a pattern yet. We're assuming one. Though it troubled her to assume, her instincts continued to demand it. Mavis doesn't fit the pattern, the assumed pattern. I talked to her, Peabody added. She said you had, and asked her to bring in her security guys. She did. And that's just a good idea, considering the proximity of the dump site to the apartment and the house. But she doesn't fit, Dallas. She's smaller, and coloring, if we take hair and eyes, Mavis is all over the place. She doesn't have a real routine either. And she'd usually have Bella or Bella and Leonardo or Trina with her when she goes anywhere, or me and McNabb. All true, Eve thought, and all reassuring, but she had to think on the dark side, the killing side. He knew the playground. He didn't pick the dump site on impulse. He scoped it out, or he knows it because he lives or works in the neighborhood. Add the mommy thing. She's already a mommy. Because of Bella, and she's already showing some with number 2. He could have seen her, them, in that playground. And it gnawed at her, Eve admitted, gnawed away at her. What does he want? A good mommy. She fits there. She's a damn good one. Okay, that ups my worry level. McNabb and I will stick close. Stick close, but keep the worry level low. She doesn't fit. It's just... Friends are a pain in the ass more than half the time. Oh, Peabody beamed a smile. That's down from what you probably thought a couple of years ago. That would have been more like 80%, not 50. I said more than half. 80's more than 50. Contact Hobe's building, Super. Get him or her to clear us into our apartment. We'll walk our route once we check at the bar. Already did. See, friends are handy. Eve flicked a glance over as she rounded a turn. That would come under partner. Partners are a pain in the ass about a quarter of the time. Eve spotted a slot in a loading zone about a block from Mike's place and decided to grab it rather than take time to hunt another. She flipped on her on-duty light. Decent neighborhood, she decided when she got out. Not as quiet or high on the scale as Elders. More crowded, dingier, Peabody agreed. Not as close to home, she added. A solid walk from Elders. But if you're hunting the area, this fits. She paused at a crosswalk as vehicular traffic pushed by and pedestrian traffic crowded in. Maybe bars are part of it. If there's a pattern, bars might be part of that. Maybe the mother worked at a bar. Worked at one, Eve agreed, or spent a lot of time drinking in them. When the light changed, they joined the flood. According to the report, Hobe worked till 12:50 or clocked out at 12:50. She walked a few blocks with a coworker, the same one who checked her apartment. Coworker peeled off to go another half block south to her residence. It was raining, so they were walking fast. Hobe's building doesn't have door cams, but she would need to code in. She didn't. Eve stopped in front of Mike's place. It boasted a bright red door and a wide glass window filled with neon. The name of the bar, a figure of some guy with a mic and an arm raised. Under him it announced, "Karaoke, nightly." Eve considered working in a karaoke bar versus getting eaten by sharks. The sharks came close to winning. She stepped inside, relieved the nightly hadn't yet begun. A few asses snuggled in stools at the bright red bar. A scatter of people slumped at shining silver tables. Those struck her as primarily tourists worn out from shopping, likely for things they could just as easily find at home. The stage, all silver and red, remained, thank Christ, empty. Clean, she noted, and it probably packed them in at night with people who thought they could sing, those who wanted to humiliate their friends by making them sing, or those who couldn't resist a mic once they had a few drinks in them. A single waitress navigated the tables in high red heels, a short black skirt, white shirt, and red bow tie. She served one of the tables what looked like decent bar food and a carafe of white wine. Eve crossed to the bar, where a lone bartender in a Mike's Place t-shirt pulled a draft brew. "Ladies." He had smooth dark skin, shoulder-length braids, and a killer smile. Eve imagined his tip pole proved awesome. "You can have your pick of tables, or pull up a couple stools and keep me company." To give him a break, Eve discreetly palmed her badge. She watched the killer smile fade. "Oh, crap. Is this about Anna? Did you find her? Is she okay? What?" "We haven't located Ms. Hobe. We're here to follow up on the pending investigation." "It's been days. It's been like a week." "Were you working the night she went missing?" "Yeah. I was on the stick till about 11. She had another couple hours on, so she was here when I left." "Can we get your name?" "Yeah, sure. Bo. I'm Bo Curtis, with a K. Look, Anna and I worked together the last 4 years. I've been here 6. We even sort of dated a few years ago. Nothing major, and it didn't, happen for either of us. I just want to get that out there. We're friends." Eve slid onto a stool and took him through the usual questions, ones she knew he'd have answered before. Honest to Jesus, she wouldn't have just walked away. She liked working here. She could sing, and she'd get up there sometimes with some of the customers. She liked living in New York. She came here not long before she got the job, from upstate. She really liked living in the city, liked her apartment. It's small, but she liked it. She had friends, man. No relationship? Not right now. I mean, sure, she dated. She just liked people. Nothing serious going. Like I told the other cops, I never saw or heard of anyone hassling her. This isn't that kind of place. And Mike, well, he wouldn't put up with that shit. People get lit up, sure, but they don't come into a karaoke bar looking for trouble. Where is Mike? He's in the back. He's been sick about this. You want me to get him? Yeah, why don't you do that? Give me a sec. They're signaling me down the bar. We don't get busy until about 8, but you gotta keep the customers happy. He went down, flashed that smile again. Once he'd taken care of the fresh drinks, he slid into a door on the side of the bar. The man who came out with Bo would have made 2 of him. Built like a linebacker with shoulders wide as a redwood, he had a shaved head and soft, worried blue eyes. He wore a pale gray suit with an open-collar white shirt and stuck out a hand that gripped and swallowed Eve's. I'm Mike Shotsky. What can I do to help, Detective? Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody. We're following up on— Wait! He held up one of those meaty hands, and the worry flashed into alarm. I know you. The book. The vid. Jesus, you do murders. Anna, Mr. Shotsky. We haven't found Anna. We're pursuing a possible connection between Ms. Hobe's disappearance and another case. The girl at the playground this morning. I've been keeping an ear out since— Sorry. He took a breath, visibly steadied himself. Let's get a table. What can we get you to drink? Since she calculated he needed a little more settling, Eve asked for a Pepsi. Make mine a diet, Peabody said, as Mike gestured to a table. I had a moment this morning with the report. I didn't catch the girl's name at first. I just caught a flash on screen when they put up her picture. She looks a little like Anna. Once I focused in, I could see it wasn't her, but that little flash— He looked away, shook his head. Stopped my heart. Bo told us he couldn't think of any reason Anna might have decided to take off, Eve began. That she gave no indication she was worried about anything or anyone. That's a fact. Thanks, Bandy. He gave the waitress who brought the drinks, a sparkling water for him, a quick smile. She liked the work here. You can tell when somebody's just putting in time, and she wasn't. And I'm damn sure she'd have told me if anybody was bothering her, if she had worries. If not me, she'd have told Liza. Liza Reisman? The co-worker she left with? That's right. They're good friends. Most who work here get pretty tight, you know? I run a happy place. Hey, Bo, give Liza a tag. Ask her to come in and talk to these officers. Save you time, he said to Eve. She just lives a couple blocks away and she's worried sick. We all are. We appreciate that. I don't know what we can tell you that we haven't told the other cops. I've gone over that night again and again, trying to see something. I'm not always in the front of the house, but I spend most of my time out here once things get hopping. Anna and Liza left together, right around 1. We close at 1 on Wednesdays. Midweek, slower business. Since they live close, and I like knowing neither of them walk it alone that time of night, I try to mesh their schedules. Did you see them leave? I saw Anna right before. It was raining, so I asked if she had an umbrella. She just gave me a poke, said how she wouldn't melt. She had her walking shoes on. Walking shoes? The girls wear heels and short skirts. Better tips. He gave a shrug. That's the way it is. A lot of them keep the work shoes here in the back, change into them when they come in, out of them when they clock out. She had her walking shoes, the little skirt. It wasn't a hard rain, so I didn't push it. He ran a hand over his smooth dome. I keep thinking, if she'd had a damn umbrella, she maybe could have used it to beat him off or something. Him? Those worried eyes met Eve's. Somebody grabbed her. I know it in my gut. Someone like Anna, happy, steady, they don't just up and go, leave everything. Somebody got her. Would she have gotten in a vehicle with someone, willingly? Anna? No, just no. She's friendly, personable, but not stupid, right? Someone she knew? Hey, Anna, how about a lift home? It's raining. I don't think so. And I've thought that one around, too. She only had a few blocks left after Liza turned off. She had a routine on work nights. Walk home, get in her jams, pajamas, pull out her bed, and watch a little screen to wind down. She'd say how she'd be conked in about 20 after the wind down most nights. She'd say how she loved this place, loved hanging and working and singing and being, but after, she needed her little nest and her quiet time. Getting in a vehicle with somebody puts off the nest and the quiet. Yeah, so I don't think she would. Eve ran him through, and when Liza rushed in, did the same. It gave her a good picture of the missing woman, and a very bad feeling. If it was a mugging, she began as she and Peabody started to walk the route, a rape, a combo of those, her body would have turned up by now. That's high probability. The rain gave him more cover, Peabody put in. Maybe another reason he didn't wait to grab her. But if he had two at the same time, that's two to control, two to feed. He's gotta have this space. Maybe he wanted two so they could compete, so he could judge which was the right one or better one. Eve shook her head, paused at the point where Liza would have separated, walked her own way home. Liza's taller, more muscular, a yard of dark hair, mixed race. Wouldn't fit for him. Anna Hobe? You can see why Mike had that flash moment when Lauren Elder's photo popped on screen. They're a type. Slim, young blondes. It's not going to be a coincidence two slim, young blondes who work nights at a bar and walk home late went missing within days of each other. He's got her. And within walking distance of each other. Yeah. A solid hike, but only about 6 blocks. This is his hunting ground. Eve stopped again a half block from Hobe's building. Here's a good spot to park, to wait, between the streetlights in the rain. Her head's down, she's walking fast. Maybe bash her, but a quick-acting drug, quick jab, that's easier, cleaner. Has to be quick. She's, 115 pounds? So bundle her into the vehicle and drive away. But then you've got to get an unconscious woman out of the vehicle and into your place. You'd want privacy if you could get it. A garage, maybe, Eve said as they walked again. I can't see driving her out of the city to hold her, then back in to dump her. Adds risk. Nothing strikes me as the behavior of a risk-taker. It's need and it's anger, but he doesn't want to be caught. He's not after the thrill. She studied Hobe's building. Decent, but right on the edge of it. The street-level door required buzzing in from the inside or a code swipe. Even without a master, she calculated she could, thanks to Rourke's tutelage, gain access in under 2 minutes. Though tempted, she used her master. Tag up the super. Doing that now. Hobbs on 4. Eve gave the single elevator a suspicious glance and pushed open the door to the stairs. He can meet us there, or just give verbal permission for us to enter. The stairway didn't hit disgusting, but it came close. No smell of piss or puke, her line of disgust, but it held a stale, sour stench. And the lack of soundproofing meant she heard someone trying, and failing, to play a keyboard, some kid screeching he wanted Mongo now, and the blast of someone's scream. A comedy, she assumed, given the hysterical laughter. "He's on his way up," Peabody said, as her boots clomped on the steps. "Sounds like he just wants to nose his way in. He'll be disappointed." They came out on 4. No keyboard, no screeching kid or hysterical laughter, but she clearly heard someone behind a door talking, on a link, she assumed, as the conversation was one way, in a voice that screamed Brooklyn, to someone named Margie about someone named Sylvie, who apparently was a queen bitch. "I was okay living in an apartment," Eve remembered. "You're okay living in one." "Sure, but it's a solid building, clean building, and it has good soundproofing." Still, you start thinking about all the people breathing and farting and banging together in the same group space. I had a neighbor who poisoned her husband with a pie she told him not to eat because she knew he would if she told him not to. Stuff like that. I never really thought about stuff like that until now, thanks, and find myself only more grateful I won't be living with the breathing, farting, banging, and poisoning in a few months. What kind of pie? Cream of cyanide. It did the job. The elevator squeaked open after giving a distinct creak and rumble that she felt justified her choice of stairs. The man who stepped out still had a scatter of teenage acne on his pointy face and a lot of brown hair falling over his forehead into his eyes. He wore a tight white t-shirt and black skin pants over thick, bulging muscles. "You the cops?" "We're the cops." Eve held up her badge. His eyes told her he'd recently enjoyed some Zoner, the smoke from which still clung to his clothes like a sickly sweet body spray. "You're not the cops who were here before." "Because we're different cops. You can let us in or you can make us get a warrant. If you choose the second option, I'll get a second one for your place." "What for?" "Because we're the cops. And you were stupid enough to come up here stinking of Zoner smoke. Between that and the roids you're popping, it'll really screw up the rest of your day. Let us in, go away, and we won't have to waste our time or the city's resources." "Try to do somebody a favor." He unlocked the door, but when he started to open it, Eve blocked him. "We'll take it from here. Rent comes due. I can holler stuff out of here." "Try it, and I'll screw up more than one of your days." He gave her a hard look, then turned to stalk off. He lost the impact as the elevator door had creaked closed again. He stomped to the stairs, let the door bang shut behind him. "That's a dumbass for you," Eve commented, and opened the door. It smelled stale, not like the stairwell, but from disuse. A fine layer of dust thinly coated a small table by the door where a vase held flowers that had withered and died. A dark green couch, one Eve assumed opened into a bed, faced a large wall screen. 2 stands with drawers, one on either side of the couch, held lamps. On a long, low cabinet under the screen sat photos, a decorative bowl, a small pink stuffed bear. She'd set up an eating area outside a galley kitchen, a cafe-style table, 2 chairs. A trio of candles sat in the center. Art ran to posters of music artists, and Mavis rocked out of one of them. On closer inspection, Eve saw Mavis had signed it. "Sing out, Anna," Mavis Freestone. "Oh, man," Peabody blew out a breath. "Why does that make it harder?" Closer to home. Looks like she collected the posters and signatures. They're all signed. She kept a tidy nest. Everything has a place and purpose. Check the bathroom and kitchen. It's already been done, but we look again. No house link, and she knew the lead investigator had already taken the single tablet found in the drawer beside the bed into his EDD. She found clothes, a kit for doing nails, a box of concert and vid stubs, a small collection of costume jewelry. Cold weather clothes she found separated out, organized. Clothes Eve feared Anna Hobe would never put on again. She went through the room, and it occurred to her the entire space was smaller than her home office. But it had been hers, Eve thought. She'd made it friendly and comfortable. "Monthly birth control," Peabody announced. "Some drugstore brand skin and hair care. Same with makeup. Nothing high-end. Really clean. Well, a little dusty now, but her towels are folded or hung up. She's got candles on the sink. No illegals, no prescription meds." "Organized," Eve said as Peabody moved into the kitchen. She likes her space, knows how to make the most of it. Condoms in the bedside drawer, boxes nearly full. Nothing here, Eve thought. Nothing here to tell us where or how. Nothing here but a life on pause. No dishwasher and no dishes in the sink or the rack. Everything's put away. Some leftover Chinese in the friggy, some cheese, snack food, water, crap coffee, creamer, an open bottle of white wine. The AC's busted, so she wasn't using that. Nothing here, she thought again. Let's talk to some of the neighbors, then hit some of the local takeout delivery. Maybe we'll jog something the primary didn't shake out before. She checked the time. After, I'll take you to the house. You can let McNabb know. We'll stick with Mavis. Eve looked back at the poster. Yeah, he's not gonna want her, but yeah, stick close. They hid on the way out as Peabody held open the door for a woman carrying a couple of market bags and a giant purse in the shape of a sunflower. Thanks. Do you live here? Eve asked. The woman waggled her entry swipe. Who's asking? Eve held up her badge. Oh, yeah, right here. What's the problem? Do you know Anna Hobe? Yeah, some. Lives upstairs. Works over at Mike's place. Is she in trouble? Listen, these are heavy. Let me give you a hand. Peabody took one of the bags. Okay, fine. What about Anna? She said as she moved to her apartment door, juggled the remaining bag and purse to swipe, then unlocked the deadbolt. I know her to say hi to. Miss Hobe's been missing since the early hours of June 1st, Eve told her. What? The woman glanced back as she pushed the door open. Her amber-tinted sunshade slid down her nose. What do you mean, missing? As in no one's seen her. Eve stepped into the apartment, and colorful chaos. A flowered tote bag sat on a small square table outside a small kitchen area. A carry-on bag sat open, its contents jumbled on a couch covered with red flowers over a sky blue background. A cloth bag in front of the open bathroom door exploded with laundry. "You've been away," Eve concluded. "Yeah. So sorry about the mess. Got in really late last night. Our flight was delayed. And I had to go back to work this morning, so I haven't had time to unpack or, anything." She set her market bag on the short kitchen counter, did the same with the one she took from Peabody. "When did you leave, Ms. Ramirez? Jocelyn Ramirez. I left on the 1st. A group of us friends rented a villa right on the beach in Costa Rica. It was just freaking mag." She began to unload staples. A quart of non-dairy creamer, fake egg mix, a couple of bananas. "I take it no one from the NYPSD has interviewed you previously regarding Ms. Hobe?" "No, first I've heard." "Missing." Ramirez paused to pull out the tie, holding her sun-streaked brown hair back, then scrubbed her hands through it. "She doesn't seem like the type to go missing. But I guess I don't know what that type is, exactly. I know Anna to say hi, like I said, and some of my gang would go into Mike's every 3 weeks. It's a fun place. Maybe she just took off." Shaking her head, she scrubbed at her hair again. "But if I think about it, she doesn't seem like the type to take off." "What type does she seem like?" "I don't know. Regular." Her pretty, sharply angled face, with its vacation tan, slowly registered concern. "Geez, you don't think something really happened to her?" She was last seen leaving her place of employment at approximately 1 a.m. on the morning of June 1st. She hasn't been seen since, hasn't returned to her apartment, and her link has been disabled. Yes, we're investigating the possibility something really happened to her. "Okay, listen, sorry." Now Ramirez rubbed at the back of her neck. "Long, weird day back at work, and I'm still on vacation time, so I'm a little slow here. I don't know the last time I saw her, and..." "Oh yeah, I do." She shot up a finger. "There's an abso-crap hole of a laundry station in the basement. We were both down there a couple days before I left. I mean, we passed each other. She was coming in as I was leaving. Commented on the crap hole. I said how I was going to Costa Rica, and she said wow, and have fun, just like that." "Did she ever, in passing, mention any problems? Someone who bothered her?" "No, not to me. I mean, we didn't cross paths all that much, and she mostly worked nights." "You left on the 1st. How about the night before? What were you doing around 1 a.m.? "Usually, I'd have been conked. But with the trip, I was still packing, mostly, and getting myself worked up because I was excited, and I get nervous when I fly, and I was sure I was going to forget something I'd absolutely have to have, so She blew out a breath. "Okay, we're not supposed to smoke in the building, as if the Zona Freak Super would notice, but I was worked up, so I lit up an herbal because they smoothed me out. I cracked the window. It was raining, but it was kind of nice. A little cool, the rain, so I, sat on the windowsill a while and smoothed out." "So you were sitting in the open window. Did you notice anything? Anyone?" "No. I mean, what's to notice? I noticed it was rainy. Not like pouring or anything, but raining. So I thought how it would be all sunny and hot the next day, and I'd be looking out at the water instead of the street. and cute monkeys and parrots instead of some guy standing in the rain like a dumbass." "What guy?" Eve interrupted. "I don't know. Some guy." "Show me the window." Ramirez stepped back. "You want to see my bedroom window? Everything's really a mess because it takes me days to unpack and get everything straightened up when I take a trip." Peabody aimed a sympathetic smile. "The more fun I had, the longer it takes. Right?" Ramirez let out a laugh. "So don't judge." She led the way down the short hall that led to the bathroom and the bedroom to the left of it, with a window facing the street on the far side of the building. 6. Eve ignored the big open suitcase on the floor and the clothes spilling out of it and went straight to the window. The way the window angled offered a reasonably decent view. "Tell me about the guy." "Just a guy. I only noticed because I was kind of looking down that way and saw him when he got out of the car." "What kind of car?" "I don't know. Honestly. Maybe it was a van or an all-terrain. It was dark and it was raining, and I think I just noticed because he got out and walked over to stand on the sidewalk." "Did you see his face?" "No. Maybe he had a hoodie on. Or a hat. Or a hat and a hoodie. I wasn't paying attention, just thinking, look at that idiot standing in the rain, then... Yeah, Darlie tagged me up because she was packing and all worked up too, so we talked a while, calmed each other down while we finished packing. Then I went to bed." "Did you leave the window open?" "No. Man, you don't want to do that. I closed and locked it before I went to bed." "Where was the guy when you closed it?" "Gone." Yeah, he was gone. Pretty sure. I guess the car or van or whatever was, too. I didn't notice." "What time did your friend tag you?" "Oh, I don't know. I was smoking an herbal and, drinking a brew. Just to smooth myself out because, can we check your link?" "Well, sure, I guess." Dubious, Ramirez took her link out of her back pocket. "I'll just, go back to that night, okay?" She swiped back, shifting her weight, frowning as she swiped. "Yeah, here we go. Darlie tagged me at 12:53. After midnight, so on the day we were leaving. She knew I'd be up because how long did you talk?" "Oh, wow. 26 and a half minutes. It didn't seem that long." "Did you sit in the window while you talked?" "No. I'd about finished the herbal, so I put it out and we set our links down so we could talk while we both finished packing. Then it was like, see you in a few hours, yay, and I went to bed." "Are you certain you saw a male?" "A male? Oh, a guy." Ramirez bit her lip, crinkled her eyes. "Well, I don't know, but I thought guy." "How about the vehicle? Ever notice it before? Maybe when you sat in the open window?" "Honestly, I don't know. It was a car, or maybe a van. Black, maybe. I only noticed the guy, probably a guy, because he's just standing in the rain." Eve took her through it all again to try to nudge out some details. She let the sympathetic, cajoling Peabody have a shot. By the time they left, she had a vague headache, but knew where the killer had parked his, most likely his, car, van, AT. That was maybe black or just dark. "Closer to the building than I thought," Eve decided, as they stopped at the area Ramirez approximated. "The timing? He's parked and waiting, Just before she's off shift, he gets out of the vehicle to wait for her. He could watch through the windshield, but he'd need to keep the wipers on to see through the wet. Maybe he just got out to be ready. If Ramirez had stayed where she was another few minutes, she might have seen the grab. Yeah. Even with the dark, the rain, the distance, she might have seen enough to give us something to pull. But she didn't. Let's have some uniforms do another canvass of the building and the others in this area. Maybe somebody else they missed on the first rounds was looking out at the rain. Notify Norman. I'll get it started. You know, Dallas, Peabody continued as they walked, 1 a.m.'s a world away from 2:30. If it hadn't been raining, if it had been a nice night, there might have been, likely would have been, more people out, more windows open. Yeah. Option 1, he took advantage of the weather, moved up his schedule to grab her on an early closing night at Mike's. Option 2, he wanted her enough to take the risk. And the option that combines both? Lauren Elder wasn't working out the way he thought. One thing's clear. He's got her, and he's had her for a week. Since they'd already passed end of shift, Eve decided to take the work home after a detour. She drove to Mavis's strange new house and found relief when the gates stayed securely closed. I got it! Nearly bouncing in her seat, Peabody took out her link, tapped in a code. We're going to have your ride tagged for entry when the security's complete, she said as the gates slowly opened. Can't do Rourke's because he's got a zillion rides. The first thing Eve noticed was the grounds that had been neglected, overgrown into a tangle of God knew what, had been cleared. On either side of the drive, green sprouts poked up through what looked like piles of straw. Landscapers seeded the lawn after they cleared out the overgrowth. Had to take out some trees, just dead, but we're going to plant others and more and have a veg garden out back. Leonardo bought a lawn tractor. A lawn tractor. Eve visited a strange image of the fashion designer with his shining braids and one of his flowing outfits plowing a field. For maintenance, Peabody explained. Mowing the grass, sucking up leaves, and we're going to expand the little garden shed. And see, they already tore up and redid the flooring on the front porches. It wasn't safe. Doing the back next, we hope. The house still looked strange and rambling to Eve's eye, but not as strange since it no longer looked as if it grew up inside some urban jungle. The minute she stopped the car, Bella ran out of the open front door. The kid wore pink overalls over a flowered t-shirt, little pink work boots, and had a hard hat, pink of course, over her spill of golden curls.
Das! Peabody!
Peabody? She's getting closer. Peabody popped out, snatched Bella up for a hug and a toss. Mavis bounced out, and Eve hoped she'd keep her hair that shade of purple for a while, just in case. She wore a snug white tee that said number 2 with an arrow pointing down at her tiny baby bump. Rather than work boots, she wore blue skids with yellow calf-skimming skin pants. You made it! She all but flung herself into Eve's arms. We have grass. Yeah, I see. It's green and everything. Come in, come see. She grabbed Eve's hand to drag her forward. Rourke and McNabb are here. They're upstairs doing something with the security and the communication and entertainment and all that. The inspector's coming in the morning. Oh God, are we ready? Everybody says so. Right, job boss? Bella grinned, tapped her hard hat.
Us.
Boss.
Us.
We'll keep working on that, Mavis said, as Bella laughed like a lunatic and leaped toward Eve. She grabbed Eve's face in both hands, babbled madly. She's juiced up, Mavis told her. When isn't she? She's juiced because... Ta-da-dee-da! Mavis spread her arms, twirled in circles. Eve noted some walls had come down, and better, all the hideous wallpaper in her sightline. Some walls apparently would go back up, and inside their framework lived the new guts that would run security and the rest. It looks bigger. It was already big. Roomier, more open. It'll be Function City, too, when it's done. We got more samples, Peabody. I want to see. Bella wiggled down to run, to lead the way through what Eve remembered as a labyrinth and now presented as, roomier, more open, and into what had been an ugly nightmare of a kitchen. It seemed the gut job Rourke had deemed it had been accomplished. Most of the wall leading out to the now cleared backyard was glass. They installed the accordion doors. Mavis did another dance. Surprise! And check this. She tapped a code on her link, and the doors silently folded in and away. It'll be voice command, too, when it's all done. Is that frosted or what? Frost supreme, Peabody agreed, and took Mavis's hand. We're going to have the most fabulous gardens. I've got so many ideas. And over there, Mavis pointed, Playtown. Ken, the secondary job boss after Bellamina, who's fallen hard for her, drew up this magomaniac play adventure house. Rourke gave it the okay, so they're gonna build it. Rourke? Mavis turned to Eve. He's supervisor of all.
Orc,
Bella said, and sighed like a woman in love. Over here, there'll be the hangout area. Mavis circled the kitchen. And there, kind of a cozy place, like for breakfast. And back here, Rourke calls it a butler's pantry. We're not getting a butler, unless it's Somerset. He's yours. Mavis spun to Eve with a laugh. As if. No, seriously. I'll make him your housewarming present. I'm supposed to do that, right? She asked Peabody. Do the present thing? Housewarming presents aren't usually human beings. We can have a debate on whether or not Somerset's human, but either way, I'll make an exception.
Some shit,
Bella announced. And Eve nodded at her. You got that right, kid. Check these samples, Peabody, and give me your what. I got Trina's, but I need more votes. You guys do that. I'm gonna find Orc and escape from tile samples. Take the back stairs, Mavis suggested. We're leaving them in. I'm digging deep on having back stairs. When Eve reached the second floor, she noted the absence of ugly wallpaper and more walls down to studs. And through the studs, the colorful McNabb working on a handheld, the towering Leonardo in what she supposed passed as work clothes in his world, the flowing blue and red striped shirt over blue baggies, and Rourke, still in his king of the business world suit. Or maybe supervisor of all. He did something with those long, clever fingers to something inside the open studs. Try it now, Ian. And we are up! We are green all the way! Woot! My man! He gave Rourke a high five, then offered his palm for a low one to Leonardo. "This system will rock it up, down, sideways, inside, and out. And the house, the grounds, my girls, they'll be safe." "They will, yes." Rourke gave Leonardo a pat on the shoulder. "I promise you. That's all that matters." Rourke looked through the studs, the odd wire, and smiled at Eve right up into those wonderful wild blue eyes. "Nothing matters more, Lieutenant." "He's not going to look at Mavis," Eve said as she walked forward. "I've got a line on him and she doesn't fit. I just want to be careful." Leonardo crossed to her, folded her in. "They're my world. They're a really big chunk of mine. Just steer clear of the playground until we've got him." "We will. Bella's so in love with the house, it's her playground for now." "Job, boss," Eve said, adding a smile in hopes it took the worry from his eyes. And it did. "She runs the show. We've got wine. I'll go open a bottle." She started to beg off. She wanted to get home, get back to work, but she caught Rourke's eye. "Sure. We'll have a glass before we take off." Everything echoes. Sometimes Mavis wanders around singing. It's wonderful. I can already see us here. I already see it. Eve slowed her pace, so she fell well behind Leonardo and McNabb. "I really can't stay long. There's another missing woman, and he has her." "We won't." Rourke took her hand. "They need this. Need just a moment with you here." She did her best to shift gears. "Can you already see it?" "Actually, I can. It's going to be a colorful, creative, and surprisingly functional home. And safe. Safe as our own. Trust me on that. I do." When they reached the kitchen area, McNabb poured wine into disposable cups, and Leonardo mixed some sort of sparkling drink for Mavis. "To welcoming friends who are family into our home." Leonardo hauled Bella onto his hip, handed her a sippy cup. "And when it's finished," Mavis continued, "Leonardo, Bella, Peabody, McNabb, and me, we're gonna throw the mother of all parties." Eve watched Bella's eyes go dreamy as she sucked on the little protrusion on the side of the cup. "What's in that thing?" "Water." Leonardo nuzzled his girl. "With a vitamin fizzy tab." Conversation headed into tile samples and choices of sinks and, oddly to Eve, doorknobs. She didn't object when Mavis tugged her outside. "I know you gotta book it." "Yeah, but when you throw the mother of all parties, I'm gonna use the power of my will to put a moratorium on all homicides, suicides, and suspicious deaths for one damn night." "Bet you will." "Don't worry about me, Dallas. I'm heading out tomorrow for a gig in Atlanta the next night. Security team's with me," she added. "And because he's still a little freaked, Leonardo's going too." "I'm sorry I freaked him." "He freaks if I break a nail these days. My honey bear loves me. And don't be sorry. It means Bella's going, so I don't have to miss her for a couple of days. I'm gonna miss this, though. The house, the crew, the big magalicious mess of it. I'm so into it. Who'd have thought, right? But the gigs are part of why I have it to get so into. I feel abso-poso-forking serene." She turned to Eve, beaming. "Another who'da thought." "It looks forking good on you." "Totally does." When Mavis wrapped an arm around Eve's waist, Eve took the moment and gave it. When the moment passed, she left her friends with their tile samples and doorknobs. Rourke drove home so she could check on any progress. No other witnesses popping up. She frowned at her link. We were lucky to hit on one with Hobe. I take it Hobe's the missing woman. Yeah. We coordinated with the detective who caught the Lauren Elder case when she was reported missing. I had him and Peabody do searches for others in that age group with that basic physical description. Because he invariably provided an exceptional sounding board, she went back to the beginning, the body on the bench of the playground, and caught him up. The bad mommy message. You held that back from the media. Yeah, and it's key. Has to be. I pulled Nadine, and she's doing a deep dive to try to find the original. Who you believe existed and would have been in that age range with that physical description shortly after the turn of the century. Due to fashion, how he dressed her, did her hair, makeup, according to Morris, Mira, and Peabody. A long time to mourn, or hate, or obsess. Yeah, it is. She watched a small group of tourists announcing their status in matching I Heart New York tees, gawking up at an air tram, and the street thief who slid through them like butter. By the time I stop, you get out, he'll be 2 blocks gone, Rourke commented. Eve looked back, noted he'd already turned a corner. Yeah. They might as well wear shirts that say, I heart pickpockets. Anyway, Mira figures some sort of more recent psychic break. Mommy kicked it, or kicked him, or something just snapped. He wove his way through traffic, miserable traffic, with far more calm than she would have. And both women worked at bars. Late shift. So you'd deduce the mother did as well. It's possible. Or their work and the timing made them easier to grab. He had to look for them first, find candidates who suited his specific needs. But, at least for these 2 women, he didn't look at other late shifts, not at licensed companions, at any who worked at 24/7s or building security or maintenance and so on, which, he glanced over at her, you factored in. I factored them in, and deduced the probability the mother worked in a bar or frequented them regularly is high. It doesn't get us closer to finding Anna Hobe before he kills her. A handful of hours ago, no one knew Anna Hobe had been taken, was being held by the same person who abducted, held, and killed Lauren Elder. He held Elder for 10 days before he killed her. He's had Hobe for 7 already. Coming fast up on 8, Eve thought. He left Elder where we'd find her, and quickly. He has a vehicle. He could have taken the body out of the city, buried her. He has somewhere private enough to hold women. He could have dismembered her, dumped her in a tub of lye, weighed her down and dumped her in the river. All kinds of ways to dispose of her, to at least stretch out the time between killing and discovery. But he didn't. He wanted us to find her. Wanted to see the media reports. You think Hobe doesn't have the 10 days. I think he stepped up his schedule, taking Hobe so soon after Elder. Maybe because of the rain, good cover. Maybe because he didn't want to put all his eggs in one box. Maybe because Elder already wasn't working out for him. 2 are more difficult to hold than 1, so I agree there was some need or reason. It's basket for the eggs, not box. She turned in her seat. I've seen eggs in boxes, with the little... She outlined a dip in the air with a hand. To hold them in. You gather them up from the hens in a basket. How do you know that? When's the last time you snatched an egg from a chicken, Ace? That would be on the far side of never, but I watched my cousin gather them up on the farm in Ireland. Don't they get pissed off? The chickens. Like, hey, that's my egg, you fuckhead. What's Irish for fuckhead? Fuckhead translates to all languages. Young Sean told me they, for the most part, go broody. Don't ask me why, but occasionally one might object and have a go at you. I'd brood too, if I worked to push out an egg and somebody snagged it to make an omelet. Anyway, now I'm thinking about exactly where eggs come from, so I have to erase this entire conversation from my memory bank. He only smiled as he turned, and the gates of home opened. And home stood, fanciful as a castle, its towers and turrets stone gray against the summer blue sky. Bright things dotted the lush green grass, artfully placed beds of flowers, blooming shrubs and bushes. Trees spread their quiet evening shade. She thought of Mavis again, in a house not as massive, but in its way just as fanciful. And she'd feel this way, Eve thought, probably just this way, when she came home from a gig and saw the house she'd made her home. Welcomed and grateful. And her mind shifted to what Elder and Hobe might have felt as they'd walked from work, one in the clear, one in the rain, toward what they'd made home. They were nearly there. Rourke parked, looked at her. He caught them at their most vulnerable, nearly there, when you're just thinking about getting inside, shaking off the day, or night in their case. Did he think of that? I think so. He's not stupid. A lot, maybe most, criminals are. Just dumb as a basket of rocks. He's not. He started to tell her it was a box of rocks, but saw that winding around and let it go. Is that what you think when you come through the gates? Getting inside and shaking off the day? Depends, I guess. Because if I'm working one, I usually know it'll take a while to shake it off. Don't you? I do, yes. He didn't say his first thought always was, is she home? Is she safe? She didn't need to hear that. They went inside together, where Somerset, bony and black, stood with the fat cat at his feet. Galahad pranced over to ribbon through Eve's legs, through Rourke's and back again. Barely lathed and together, Somerset observed. A bit of tweaking the internals at Mavis's house, Rourke told him. Ah, on schedule there? We are, yes. You should drop by again. Be sure I will. Thoughts, Lieutenant? Somerset asked as she started up the stairs. What? On the house? It's better without the scary wallpaper and nightmare kitchen. A point of agreement. I'll mark the calendar. He sort of got her that time, Eve thought as she continued up. But she'd been thinking of home and work and not of giving him a nice little jab. Next time. I need to set up my board and book. Understood. The cat shot by them because he also understood. And I'm hoping I've got some lab reports. All that makeup, the hair products, and she was wearing perfume. I could smell it. Then there's the jewelry he put on her, and the tat. She glanced over as they turned into her office. Forgot. I gave Jamie the tat. Sorry, what? EDD's new part-time intern. Part-time? Because you finagled getting him part-time interning for you. Long shot. Like Nadine coming up with an ID on the mother figure, but it'll keep him busy. If memory serves, he's working in cybersecurity at my headquarters tomorrow. Your memory always serves. Cybersecurity. Clever of you, keeping it close to cop work. And the head of that division tells me what I already knew. The boy's a bloody genius. Be grateful he didn't decide to tread my earlier path. If he and I had partnered up back in the day... Rourke let out a sentimental sigh. The possibilities. Cop here. Still a cop standing right here. Darling Eve, you can't fault a man for imagining. Imagine me busting your ass and slapping the cuffs on you. Now he grinned. Now he grabbed her. A different sort of imagining altogether. She struggled away from the kiss. After a minute, put a pin in that imagining. I've got work. Since you do, I'll leave you to it and finish up a few things. He walked over, opened the doors to her little balcony. Then we'll have a meal. He stood there a moment in the open doorway with the light streaming in and a gentle breeze, a warm one, playing with all that black silk hair. Stood there, she thought, all tall and lean in his perfect suit, one hand in his pocket. On her button, she realized. He carried that damn button like a magic charm. Then he turned, and those wildly blue eyes met hers. His lips, those gorgeously sculpted lips, curved. What? I would have busted you, she said, or worked my ass off trying. I think I'd have busted you in the end. But, damn it, I'd have fallen for you. I'd have fallen for you and busted you anyway. And you'd have really screwed up my life. If you'd have busted me, and there we strongly disagree, I believe my life would have been considerably more screwed. Especially since I'd have fallen for you as well. He walked back to her, ran his hands down her arms, back to her shoulders. Isn't it a lovely twist of fate? We met at a time neither of us had to put our considerable skills to that test. You were a murder suspect when we met. He shook his head, ran a finger down the dent in her chin. You knew better. You have those considerable skills and knew better. Yeah, I did. I could fall for a thief, but not a cold-blooded murderer. Which is why you'd have screwed up my life when I busted you on all the other stuff. He smiled, gave her a light kiss. Not a chance, Lieutenant, he said as he walked away. Chance, she thought. Probably. Maybe 50-50. If she'd made it her mission in life. But she'd made catching killers her mission in life. So she walked to her command center, opened operations, and picked up the mission where she'd left off. 7. She wrote up the interviews with the bartender and Mike, with Liza, updated her home copy of her murder book, programmed coffee, set up her board with the addition of Anna Hobe, the timeline. Since the lab hadn't come through, she put her boots on her command center, studied her board, and drank the coffee. No like crimes, she thought. That didn't mean he hadn't grabbed someone at some other time, experimented. Didn't fit. Just didn't. Too exact, too precise. The tat, the piercings, the clothes, the message. But maybe he killed the mother, Eve said, when Rourke came back in. Maybe he snapped, killed the mother, disposed of that body. Now he's trying to replace her. That's a cheerful thought. Like her, he studied the board. There's a slight resemblance between Elder and Hobe, but you have to look for it. It's really more the type. Pretty blondes, early 20s, and from the height and weight listed here, the same basic body type. We have another, a stripper, missing. I gave her to Detective Norman, but I don't see it. She's got 3 times the tits and more ass. I imagine she'd be grateful for the TNA for more than professional reasons if she knew. She used to be an LC, but failed the screening. She had a habit, maybe still does. Elder and Hobe come clean there. I think he wants clean. Bad mommies are addicts, right? Wouldn't he see it like that? I don't know, but that's how I see it. Still, I want to find her. She stared at the hole in her desk unit. Nothing from the lab. Maybe I'll tag Harvo, give her a poke. Lieutenant, she's bound to be home or out with friends at this point in the evening, possibly enjoying a good meal. It's time we did the same. He strolled into the kitchen. The cat, who'd sprawled over Eve's sleep chair, perked up, leaped off, strolled very nonchalantly after Rourke. She listened with half an ear as Rourke informed the cat he knew bloody well he'd already had his evening meal, and being a trained investigator, deduced Rourke would cave and give Galahad a handful of cat treats anyway. He carried in 2 domed plates, walked over to set them on the table by the window. He had to get the makeup from somewhere, she said as Rourke walked back to select a bottle of wine from the wall cabinet. It was, the full shot. Eve waved a hand in front of her face. So I can see from the crime scene photo. And heavy-handed at that. Yeah. The clothes are probably vintage. Lab has to confirm, but if everyone says they're way out of date, that's likely. How long does makeup last? He popped a cork. I have no idea, but doubt half a century or so. She shot a finger at him as she rose to circle the board. That's what I think. Maybe he snaps, kills the mother, snaps bigger, and hatches this insane idea of replacing her. Wouldn't she, following your current line, be, or have been, in the neighborhood of 80? Yeah, but he doesn't want that mom. He wants the one he remembers from when he was a kid. Absently, she took the wine glass he offered. The one who took care of him, made sure he ate, had clothes, all that. Or if she was abusive or messed up, his idealized version. The mother he wanted and wants. Rourke took her free hand, drew her to the table. She frowned down at the plates, the wine in her hand, thought about the clothes on her back. I guess you're the good mom. Careful where you step. He removed the domes. She saw what she thought was some kind of chicken that managed to look a little crispy and moist at the same time. A scoop of herby rice, he'd snuck some peas in that, and those odd and oddly tasty purple carrots. It could be a kind of compliment. It is a kind of compliment, she said as she sat, when it's not annoying. Which would make you the child who has to be reminded and often coaxed to eat. What did you have for lunch? I had a brownie. His eyebrows lifted. Really? Good brownie. She cut into the chicken, sampled it, and realized, yeah, it hit a pretty much empty stomach. Nice kick to this. She reached over to give his hand a squeeze before he lectured her. Thanks. That's sneaky of you. Yeah, but I also mean it. What did you have for lunch? A chef salad. Why is it a chef salad? Who's the chef? You don't cook a salad. He tapped his fork in the air in her direction. That's a weak way to change the subject. Maybe. She caught me. Elder caught me. But it was the where. It was the playground, Rourke. I sat on that same damn bench with Nadine a few weeks ago. A 2-minute walk from where Mavis and the rest of them are gonna live. Sat there with kids running around. Chased off some asshole street thief and warned him I'd kick his ass if he ever came back where my friend's kid played. I meant it. How much worse is this? I know. He gave her hand a squeeze in return. She's going to White Sage it. What? Who and what? He smiled again. Mavis didn't mention it to you, I see. She's going to ask Peabody, with her free-ager cred, to White Sage the playground once you find him and put him away. No doubt in her, absolutely none, you'll do just that. What does that even mean? The sage thing. It's a kind of purifying ritual. Banishes the negative energy. Oh, Eve cut herself off. Fine, good. Whatever works for her. She scooped up some rice, then considered. Is it legal? I don't see why it wouldn't be. Okay then. But she'd check. So, Jamie, what are you paying him? Triple what he's making interning for Feeney. Figured. She smiled, drank some wine. He's gonna end up a cop. Odds are you're right, but a good taste of the private sector may change that. Still, if and when he decides on a cop's life, he'll know it's his calling, won't he? Now who's sneaky? We can say that's my calling. So, tell me what I can do. He would always ask, she knew, and would always mean it. Identify a woman who may or may not have existed about 60 years ago. Challenging. Well, seriously, I've got Jamie and Nadine pushing on that, and good luck to them. I'll dig at it myself, but if she existed, and if she had a criminal record and she had the tat, the identifying mark, at the time, maybe we hit. That would give us something to work off of. Did she have a kid? Who's the kid? Where's the kid? And maybe she didn't have a bio kid. Maybe she fostered or served as a mother figure in some other way. Most of the time, the truth is simple. You have to look at all the angles and possibilities, but the simplest is the woman he's trying to recreate is or was his mother. You thought Meg was yours until a couple years ago. Another truth. He thought it over as they ate. I never felt anything but fear and contempt for her, and certainly wouldn't have tried to recreate her. Why would I want back a woman who, it seemed to me, derived her greatest joy in making my life a misery? So your truth would be that this woman who may or may not exist, and screw it, she existed, didn't do that. First, we agree she existed. You don't do what was done to Elder over a phantom or illusion. The simplest answer is he, at one time at least, depended on her, loved her, as children love their mothers. That's not love. Love flips to hate easily enough for some. And obsession. Wouldn't you say he wants what he had, or believed he had? Yes. Or he wants what he thinks he should have had. Ah. Rourke lifted his wine glass in a toast. That rings of truth. Simple, impossibly complex, and truth. It feels like truth to me. He stole what you should have had. Patrick Rourke. He took away, killed, a mother who loved you when you were too young to remember her. Replaced her with Meg. Bad mommy. So he did. And Christ knows Meg was as bad as they come. You wonder if the woman he tried to recreate was taken from him or him from her. Eve picked up her wine, studied it before she took a small sip. People say raising kids. It's weird to me because they say raising crops, right? But that's the term. I suppose because you plant and tend and protect and take pride in watching what you tend grow. Okay, well, people like Meg, like Stella, they're not interested in raising anything or anyone. It's about the pleasure in abusing the weaker, smaller. Neglect, that's second nature. Why isn't it first nature? She frowned over it. It's their nature to neglect and abuse, so I'm saying first nature. He loved her mind. As you like. I've wondered if she, this mother figure, raised him. And if she raised him, if she was a major part of his life through adulthood, why would he hunt young women? If she recently died, or they had some sort of break, if, because he's certainly capable, he killed the original, why the replication of the young mother? She looked out the open doors at the deepening sky, the ending of the day. It's possible, sure. Possible he craves that return to the innocence of childhood, and I circle back to that. But if the timeline is accurate, if the look and the clothes he used weren't just some whim or convenience, he's old enough for Elder and Hobe to be his kids, not the other way around. But if he lost her during the timeline we believe, if she died, she left, went to prison, and he was taken away from her, he could come to idolize her, Rourke finished, or insist his image of her be perfect. That's where you're leaning. Maybe. Yes. She rose to walk back to the board and tapped the crime scene photo of the body on the bench, the swings and playground equipment in the background. This. He could have left her anywhere. He didn't dump her. He placed her, and here, laid her out very tidily on this bench at this playground. He's seen kids playing there, you bet your tight Irish ass, and mothers watching them. Happy place, family place. He was supposed to have happy family places like this. Maybe did for a while. She was supposed to sit on a bench like this, watch him. I don't know, applaud when he hung from the bars or whatever. He got up, picked up his wine and hers. He handed her the glass as he joined her at the board. Keep going. He didn't beat her, torture her. Or not physically, as being shackled for 10 fucking days is plenty of torture, but he fed her, drugged her. You can bet your ass on that again, but he didn't starve her. He branded her and, yeah, penetrated her. You could look at the piercings that way, but he didn't rape her. He made her into the mother. And in the end, when she didn't satisfy his ideal or his sick need, he killed her. But quickly, didn't draw it out. He used a sharp, but he didn't go into a rage and stab her, slice her up, mutilate her. A clean kill. Yeah, clean. Then he sewed up the wound. Look here, She tapped the autopsy photo of the neck wound. Morris thinks maybe an upholstery needle and thread. Lab to confirm. But look how careful and precise the stitching. Nothing sloppy there. That took time and care. Then he washed the body, dressed her, did the hair, the makeup, put perfume on her. He covered the wound with a ribbon, added the jewelry. He painted her nails. All how he remembered her, and how, wouldn't you say, he thought she looked her best? Now she poked a finger at his chest. I would say that exactly. The note, kid's paper, crayon, you can see some of the anger there. That's not neat, but childish printing. You're seeing him as two aspects of one person. I damn well am. He's shithouse crazy. We get him. He's probably going in a mentally deficient max security facility. I can live with that. But he has to make a mistake. They always do. But I don't know if Hope has time for that mistake. I don't know how to find him until he does, or until we find the woman, the mother, who he wants. Isn't it possible Hope will find a way to satisfy him, to keep him using her until he makes that mistake, or you find the mother figure? Sure. She'd have to be damn smart, and even more self-possessed. Shake it off, she reminded herself. For a minute. I'll take care of the dishes. No, I'll do it, she insisted when she saw him start to object. It'll give me time to clear my head. I want to push some of this at Mira. See how she thinks. I need to tell Peabody to meet me at the lab, and I'm leaving a message for Harvo that I need some answers when I come in first thing in the morning. Again, what can I do to help? Financials, at least right now, don't play in. And that's a pity for me. He has to have a place. He knew that playground. So I think he lives or works, owns or rents a property in that area. Close enough, he'd pass by it often enough to target it. He needs a place private enough where he can take these women, hold them. She circled the board. He wouldn't keep them drugged out or gagged the whole time, right? What would be the point? And he fed Elder. She was awake enough to eat a meal before he killed her. He knew the bars. He had to spot them to want them. Lower West, Tribeca, Chelsea, maybe Little Italy. Maybe. It's a big area. He has a vehicle. Doesn't mean he owns it, but he has use of one. So I should start looking for a building, a house, a warehouse, garage, something secure enough he could keep prisoners, which is what they are. Owns or rents. Single individual, most likely male. It's a big area, and hell, it may not be owned or rented in his name, but it's somewhere to look. So I will. Could be a workplace, if he runs it, and it has a private, secured area. It's a big area, she said again. Then I'll get started. She dealt with the dishes, and it gave her time to clear her head, align her thoughts. After programming coffee, she sat at her command center to send some of those thoughts, some questions, to Mira. She sent memos to Peabody, to Harvo. Then she called up a map on her wall screen and highlighted each point. Elder's apartment, her workplace, the playground. Hobe's apartment and workplace. He has a territory, she thought again, and her own territory fell into it. Where she once lived, where her friends now lived, where she worked. Did he pass by her old apartment building, or walk past Cop Central? Maybe he got takeout from the same places she had once upon a time. Or, she admitted, lived or worked just far enough away he had his own little spots. Bits and pieces, that's all she had. So she gathered them together and worked to make them fit. The mother, she thought again. It was all about the mother. The mother was the key. Before. Joe took care of her in the big old house his paternal grandparents had left him when they died. Died together as they'd lived together for 68 years. His parents had resented that, of course, though they'd had no love for the place. As they'd resented him for using the family money for his education, then settling for work in the ER instead of a more prestigious private practice. She'd begged him not to take her to a hospital, not to call the police. He'd agreed primarily because besides dehydration, exhaustion, exposure, infected insect bites, her injuries were minor. He had the means and skills to treat her at home. And he agreed because she'd seemed so desperate and fragile. She didn't remember her name or anything else. She had no identification or belongings other than the clothes on her back. She knew she'd walked a long way, but couldn't tell him how long or from what direction. When she'd hydrated, when she'd eaten the soup he heated for her, she seemed strong enough to shower, as she'd asked. Still, he stayed right outside the bathroom door. He put fresh sheets on the bed in the guest room, gave her one of his t-shirts to wear. He treated the bites. The poor woman was covered with them. Treated the broken blisters on her feet. He gave her an antibiotic and kept watch in case she had an allergic reaction. She slept 12 hours and woke disoriented and a little feverish. Citing a family emergency, he took off work for 5 days. While she ate, slept, healed, he studied dissociative amnesia. When he thought her stable enough physically, he tried basic talk therapy, cognitive therapy, guided her through meditation techniques. But none of his gentle proddings brought back any memory. She had no name, no past, no possessions. And seemed, as his studies had suggested was often common with her sort of memory loss, content not to remember. "I don't care," she told him. She wore one of his shirts, and they sat in the sunshine in the garden he kept thinking about hiring someone to help him deal with. You need to know who you are, what happened to you, where you come from, if you have family. "I don't care," she said again. "I feel like my life started when you found me, and everything before that was dark and hard and mean. I don't want any of it, Joe. I don't want to know if I was a terrible person or a nice one. You said there haven't been any reports on someone like me missing or in trouble." "No, but if no one cares enough to look for me, why should I care enough to look for them?" "You cared enough." She smiled at him, reached for his hand. "You saved me. I was so scared, so lost, so tired, so sick, so alone. And there you were. Your memory could come back any time. I don't care." She shook back her short, shaggy hair and lifted her face to the sun. "You know how this feels. It feels free. It feels new." Tipping her head back, she closed her eyes. "It feels safe and warm. Will you let me stay?" She looked back at him. At least for a while. I could clean. I don't know if I can cook, but I can try. I could learn. I could weed the garden and cut the grass. I know you have to go back to work, and I feel stronger every day. I could help you take care of this beautiful old house. Of course you can stay until you remember, or you're just ready to go. She closed her eyes again, but kept the grip on his hand. I don't think I ever knew anyone like you. I don't think I could have and ever gotten so lost. You brought me back. I don't know from what, and I don't care, but you brought me back. Would you name me? Listen, I'd like to use a name you give me, to think of myself as that someone. She smiled at him now, her color healthy again, the raw red bites fading. A name you like, and I can try to be who she is. You need to be who you are. She smiled again. It's just a name. I'd like to have one. Violet. The first time I walked you outside, you picked some violets. You must like them. Violet. It's pretty. It's perfect. She held out a hand to shake. Hi, Joe. I'm Violet. It's nice to meet you. Now. Mary Kate knew he'd come back. The rumbling sound overhead, the first time she'd thought thunder, meant he left or came back. She usually heard footsteps overhead shortly before or shortly after. She figured he must have a job, so he left in the morning, came back at night. So it must be night. Or evening. Or, screw it, the son of a bitch worked the night shift and now it was morning. Time of day didn't matter. Getting away meant everything. She'd tried calling out after the first rumble of the day, or night. She'd banged on the door, called out her name. But she didn't think anyone remained behind the door across from hers, where she thought she'd heard someone crying and calling before. She wanted there to be someone. She didn't care how selfish it was. She just didn't want to be alone. When he brought her breakfast, he carried in a lamp. Though he placed it well out of her reach, he showed her, gleefully, that she just had to clap her hands to turn it on and off. Try it, Mommy, try it. Terrified, she obediently clapped it on and off, on again, while he giggled. I made you scrambled eggs and toast and a fruit cup so you'll eat a balanced breakfast. You should have told me it's important to eat a balanced breakfast. Didn't I? He ticked his finger back and forth. Now, after you eat, you can wash in the sink and change clothes. It's important to be clean. You shouldn't have let me get so dirty all the time. No, I shouldn't have. That was a mistake. I'm sorry. His eyes glittered in a way that had her heart slamming into her throat. You made lots of them, didn't you? Yes, and I'm sorry for all of them. I'm going to do much better. He said nothing, just studied her. She wondered who looked at her so deeply, the little boy or the man. We'll see, the man said. Now, I made you tea and you have 2 tubes of water. He set the tray on the cot. Everything disposable, she noted. Nothing with weight, nothing sharp. And still she wondered if she could somehow overpower him. But even as she coiled to try, his eyes flashed to hers. The man's, she thought, the crazy man's, not the little boy's. I'm giving you a chance. You should make the most of it. He stepped back, out of reach. Eat what I give you. or you'll do without. Are you going? Can't you stay? She had to swallow hard, force a smile to her face. He'd moved to the door, but turned, gave her that hard look again. I have to work. I have responsibilities. I don't have anything to do. Shouldn't I have responsibilities? I should be taking care of you, making your breakfast, a healthy, balanced breakfast. She couldn't be sure if she saw interest light in his eyes or something else. That's not on the schedule yet. You're number 3. Number 2 comes first. Oh. Her hand shook, but she managed to lean over, grip the sides of the tray to set it on her lap. What about number 1? She was bad. Had to be punished. I had to take her away and leave her like she left me. If number 2 keeps being bad, you'll get your turn. Is there a number 4? He smiled. Not yet. Please, can't you? But he went out and the door closed. The locks clicked. She wanted to throw the tray across the room, but understood he'd hurt her if she did. She tried a few bites, waited to see if it made her sick or sleepy. If so, she'd flush it all down the little toilet. When she had no reaction, she ate cautiously, nibbles at a time. She needed to be strong. She decided against the tea. Too easy to drug, flushed it. But the water tube seals were intact. She heard the footsteps and, not long after that, rumbling. She tried the calling out, the screaming, the banging on the walls. As she had before, she looked everywhere for any kind of weapon. To fight the fear, she washed up in the sink, changed into clothes neatly folded on a bench bolted to the floor. The clothes always had buttons or a zipper down the side of the pants leg so she could fasten them with the shackles. He wasn't stupid. He'd made this place. He had a purpose. He was a sick, crazy old man, but no, he wasn't stupid. She couldn't be stupid either. For a while she tried and failed to pry and pull a pipe from the wall. She'd already tried to use the disposable spoon to turn the bolts in her shackles, but broke the spoon almost immediately. The pipe wouldn't budge, and frustrated, she slammed her fist against it. Metal banged on metal. Furious, she beat her shackles against the pipe until she folded to the ground, weeping. Then she heard it. The answering sound. Metal against metal. "I'm here! I'm here!" Shouting, she scrambled to her feet. "I'm Mary Kate Covino!" She thought, as she strained her ears, she heard a faint cry in return. So she tried again. "Are you locked in? Who are you? I'm Mary Kate Covino!" She did hear something. She couldn't make out the words, but she heard a voice. She tried shouting louder. "Can you hear me? Bang once if you hear me!" When the single bang sounded, she closed her eyes and tears rolled down her cheeks. "I'm Mary Kate Covino! Can you yell louder? Can you tell me your name?" It came in a high, thin scream she could barely make out. "Anna? You're Anna. Bang once for yes, 2 for no." 1 bang. Okay. "Anna," she said aloud. "Are you chained up too?" 1 bang. God. She sipped some water, cleared her throat, shouted, "Do you know how long you've been here?" 2 bangs. She leaned against the wall, tried to clear the fear. She shouted questions, added 3 bangs for I don't know. It felt like hours. She couldn't be sure they communicated. Once in a while, she made out a few words. She learned the crazy man had grabbed Anna and locked her in a room just like hers, chained up, no window, drugged. When her voice gave out, she pushed her burning throat one last time. "I'm sorry, Anna. I can't yell anymore. I have to rest, but I'm here." After the single bang in response, Mary Kate drank the last swallow of water, then crawled onto her cot. She needed to rest, to think. She wasn't alone. 8. When she couldn't find a new angle to probe, when she found herself circling the same path with the same results, Eve pushed away from her command center. There was simply nothing more she could do. A part of her believed Anna Hobe's time was ticking down, but there was nothing she could do to stop that clock. The lab, she thought as she walked to the board again. She had to hope the lab provided some leads, some data, something she could get her teeth into. It cycled through her brain again. Tattoo, piercings, makeup, hair products, perfume, clothes, shoes. She'd given the lab rats a big goddamn bouquet of forensics. They'd better come through. She walked into Rourke's office to find he'd switched to water while he worked. He'd shed his tie, his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, tied back his hair. How appalled would he be if he knew she thought of this as his Rourke cop mode? Very, she concluded, so she'd save that for when she wanted to annoy him. "Anything I can use?" "A large area," he reminded her, "with plenty of buildings, commercial, residential, a combination, rented, owned, condemned, in the rehab process that could meet your criteria. I'll take them." He glanced over at her and immediately saw both stress and fatigue. It would take you days, if not weeks, to vet all that fall into the general parameters. It'll take a bit more time to refine and eliminate some of the possibles. It's going to be a single man. Understood. But a single man may own or rent under another name, a business name, a false front, or a legitimate one. A single man may have recently broken ties and not yet changed the ownership or lease, or may be legally bound to hold said ownership or lease in a business name, a partnership, marriage, or business, and so on. And you know all that as well as I do. Since she did, she walked to his window, back again, then dropped down on the slick new sofa he'd installed when they'd redone their offices. He'd kept the portrait she'd given him for their first anniversary on the wall across from his command center. It made her feel a little sentimental to see the two of them under that arbor of flowers on their wedding day. And reminded her, with a kind of jolt, their third, Jesus, anniversary was coming up in a few weeks. Which meant she had to come up with another gift. It never ended. She scanned his office as if an idea would jump out and dance. All she saw equaled attractive, efficient, stylish, and important. And she realized she'd never really looked at his space from this angle. She'd never actually sat on this sofa. He had shelves with stuff on them, artfully arranged. She noted the photograph he'd asked her for, and she'd hunted up. One of her in her academy days. He had the medal that the NYPSD had bestowed on him, their highest civilian honor. Some books, actual books, because he liked actual books, held upright by a pair of what she thought were dragons. And among the other bits and pieces, some of which looked old, some of which were likely priceless, the photo of his mother holding him when he'd been an infant. The child she'd never had the chance to raise. Personal, she thought. All of it. Things he kept at home rather than in his big fancy office in Midtown. Looked like she had to think of something personal. She scanned the office again. It sure as hell didn't strike her he needed anything else in here. "What's this wall color?" she wondered out loud. He glanced up. Some sort of sage, if I recall. Like what Peabody's gonna burn in the playground once we toss this asshole in a cage? I couldn't say. What he could do was switch the search to auto. "Do you ever sit on the couch? I've never sat on this couch." He rose, walked over, sat. "We're sitting on it now." "Your office is about 3 times the size of my office at Central." "Easily. But it's smaller than mine here." "Why is that?" "First, because the original purpose of yours was to replicate your apartment so you'd give it up and live with me. And second, I don't need the room to gather up teams of cops, feed them, brief them as you often do here. Or need the room so we can sit for a meal together. You put in a lot of time over there, with teams of cops and without. Expert consultant, civilian. I do. I don't spend much time in here, consulting or whatever. You don't. Do you want me to?" He brushed a hand over her hair. "I would very much appreciate no." She let out a short laugh. "You don't think I could help negotiate a deal for a couple rings of Saturn or give input into the design of the next indispensable widget? I think it's very fortunate the purchase of any of the rings of Saturn, which aren't on the market, by the way, or the design of the next indispensable widget, aren't a matter of life and death, law and order, or justice served. But if they were, you'd find a way." I think that's an insult wrapped in a compliment. Or the other way around. She started to get up. He tugged her back down. "It occurs to me, this very nice sofa has yet to be used to its full potential." Because sometime during the sitting she'd relaxed, she didn't object when he eased her back. "For napping? Some other time." He released her weapon harness. She tugged the tie out of his hair. "It's comfortable. We've got a big bed, probably being used by a cat right now, but this is comfortable. And roomy enough," he added, as he pressed his lips to the pulse point in her throat. "Lights 20%, he ordered. When they dimmed, he looked down at her. "Quieter. It's nice to have some quiet time with you." She smiled, raised her head to nip at his bottom lip. "Bet it doesn't last long." "Is that a challenge or a request?" She bit him again, not quite as lightly. "Guess." He responded exactly as she wanted, with a deep, dazzling, drugging kiss that washed the day away. If she could have gotten her hands between them, she'd have gone to work on his shirt buttons. Since she couldn't, she just wrapped around him. Quiet time could wait. She welcomed the need and the wild, the demands and the desperation. It felt right, it felt necessary to just shove aside everything but their bodies, locked tight, their hearts already drumming in tandem, their wants already meshed. She dragged his shirt out of his pants so her hands could rush under it to skin. When he simply tore her shirt to get to hers, she let out a quick laugh that ended on a moan. Then his mouth was on her, taking, feeding, feasting. Everything in her reached for more, so she arched against him, ground center to center. Primal. After a day struggling to find logic inside insanity, she wanted the primal. He reached for more, fighting to shove her harness, her tattered shirt off her shoulders, but she reared up, took his mouth with hers again until his blood burned. He muttered in Irish, lost in her, in the feel, the taste of her, in the need that radiated from her to lodge in him and spread to scorching. He pulled at her belt, and she ripped his shirt as he had hers. Half mad, half dressed, they grappled with clothes and, in the rush, rolled onto the floor. He hit first, so she straddled him. Already breathless, she took him in. Deep, fast, crazed, hips pumped as if life itself hung in the balance. He filled her, as he'd filled so many empty spaces. Outside the window, the city lights spoke of the world she'd sworn to protect and serve. But here, this belonged to only them. He rose up, wrapped around her as she had him. Their mouths met again, ravenous. Then she arched back. When he watched her fly, when her body shook and her cry of release was his name, he said hers and went with her. They lay tangled in clothes or remnants thereof. She still wore one boot, with her pants leg trailing from it. He, she noted, had managed to get both his fancy shoes off and his pants. I believe I guessed correctly. Even in her current sexual haze, he made her laugh. I gave you a pretty big hint. You did. And I believe you lured me over to the sofa so you could have your way with me. Worked, too, though ways were had all around. This used to be a really nice shirt. Yours, too. More where they came from. I do, however, believe we've earned the big bed. Galahad will have to make room. We still didn't bang on that sofa. We'll try again, sometime soon. She rolled to tug her pants up. We have to get rid of the evidence. Evidence? Torn shirts. We can't just dump them somewhere. He found it oddly endearing when she actually buttoned, 2 buttons, what was left of hers. Somerset will find them, so they must be destroyed. He held out her second boot before he picked up his clothes. I can promise he won't scold us, as he'll never mention it. He'll know. Adoring her, he scooped her up and started to the elevator. You're still naked. Doesn't it bother you to just wander around naked? I'm not wandering. I'm going to bed with my wife. After we destroy the evidence. The child without a name had to kneel on the chair to reach all the pretty colors the mother used to get pretty. She wanted to get pretty too, because she was scrawny and stupid and ugly. If she could be pretty, the mother would be nice to her. She poked the brush into some of the pink powder and dabbed and swiped it on her cheeks. It made her laugh. Pretty. She played with some of the glittery stuff and tried smearing it on her eyelids. Delighted, and she had few delights, she tried more colors. She wasn't sure of all their names, but she knew things had names. She didn't. She didn't know how old she was, had no concept of years or age. She knew the concept of pain because it hurt when the mother or the father smacked her, and the concept of hunger when they forgot to feed her or didn't feed her because she'd been bad. She didn't understand bad, except that she was a lot. She knew the concept of fear because she lived in it. But sometimes the father tickled her to make her laugh, and sometimes his tickles hurt or made her feel scared and sick. If she could be pretty, it would be good. It was good when she wasn't hungry, and when they didn't lock her in the dark, when they didn't give her something that made her wake up feeling funny and wrong and in another place. When you were pretty, people were nice to you. Like when the mother got all pretty, the father smiled and said things like, "Stella, you're a knockout." She could be a knockout with all the pretty colors. For a while, she played with the tube of lipstick when she figured out how to wind it up, wind it down. She didn't know toys, but she embraced the game before she smeared the gooey stick over her lips. Red. She knew that color. Red, red, red. It tasted funny, but she didn't mind because pretty. Then the mother came in, and proud, she beamed in the mirror. And the fear came fast. It wasn't nice, she saw in the mother's eyes. She screamed the words that meant bad. Brat, bitch, goddamn fucker. The cracking slap against her thin pink cheek snapped her head back. The pain burned, and the second slap knocked her off the chair. Her head smacked the floor, so now the pain screamed like the mother screamed. She didn't know the concept of hate, but she saw it in the mother's eyes when hands gripped her, nails dug into her arms, shaking her, then it felt like she flew. When she landed, hard, crying because crying was all she had, she was somewhere else. Outside. But she wasn't allowed to go outside. Not by herself, and hardly ever. She knew outside because it was out the windows. She sat on something with colors, and it wasn't hard like the floor. She didn't know the names for them, but she saw swings and slides and springs with funny animals, climbing bars and carousels. Fascinated, she forgot the pain, the fear even, as a line of blood dribbled from the corner of her red, slicked mouth. Getting up, she bounced on the springy safety surface on her way to the swings. She pushed at one, watched it rock back and forth. She saw the ladder to the slide, though she didn't know the words for them. Walking to it, she climbed up and stood for a minute, not sure what came next. Curious, she sat, and as she shifted, she started to slide. A quick snap of fear, and then the thrill. She landed on her butt on the springy surface, then scrambled up to do it again. When she landed again, a woman stood there. She cringed, but never thought to run. They always caught you if you ran, and smacked and smacked. But the woman crouched down. Figured it out, right? I guess you would have. She didn't see mean in the eyes. She saw sad. And her own. Her eyes. You're going to have to go back, and I'm sorry about that. I can't stop it, Eve told her. Told herself. Not yet, anyway. She didn't speak. You didn't talk to anybody but the mother or the father, ever. You're going to get through it, and you're gonna be okay. I should never have let Richie talk me into having you. Eve stood, turned, putting herself between Stella and the child she'd been. Your mistake. But then you didn't give it a lot of time before you took off. Left him to beat me and rape me. He turned out to be a loser just like you. I stuffed food in your mouth, changed your filthy diapers. What did you ever do for me? Not a damn thing. Wasn't it odd? Wasn't it strange, Eve thought. Stella wore clothes very like, not exact, but very like, those of the dead woman on the bench. I hated you before you were born. And a skinny whelp like you wouldn't have been the moneymaker Richie figured. I copped to that pretty quick, and I had my own life to live. Eve gestured to the body on the bench. Somebody slit her throat. Stella looked back, shrugged. Probably deserved it. She didn't. You're gonna end the same way. A blade across the jugular. Some would say you deserved it, but I can't. I don't say it. You deserved a cage and a long life inside it. You wanted me dead. If you could have, you'd have killed me like you did Richie. You're wrong about that, but everything about you is wrong. Take another ride, kid, she told the child standing frozen behind her. Can you take me home with you? Not yet. Sorry. She's gonna make your life hell for a while, so take another ride first. When the child ran to the ladder, Eve turned to Stella again. I just figured something out. It was all gonna happen anyway. The beatings, the torment, the rapes. But at least I didn't have you making it even worse. You did me a favor by leaving. Fuck you! As the child let out a sound of joy on her way down the slide, Eve saw the backhand coming. She let it come and knock her out of the dream. Rourke had an arm around her, with his free hand stroking her face. Come back now, he murmured, as the cat butted his head against her side. I'm okay. I'm all right. But she let her head fall to his shoulder as he pulled her in. It wasn't that bad. He wasn't one of the bad ones. Could have fooled me. Us, he corrected, as Galahad tried to worm between them. Rourke eased back to give the cat room and studied Eve's face. He'd called for lights at 10% when he'd realized she'd been in the grip of a nightmare. He bumped them up to 20 now. You were crying in your sleep. He brushed a tear away with a fingertip. It wasn't me. Or it was, but kid me. You'll tell me. I'll get you some water and you'll tell me. Yeah. You're dressed, she realized when he got up for the water. It's dark and you're already in a suit. What time is it? Nearly 5:30. I have a holo meeting with Prague shortly. Prague, sure, of course. I'll reschedule it. No, don't. It wasn't that bad. She took the water. Really? You'll tell me, then I'll decide whether to take the meeting or reschedule. Okay, fine. It's all this mother stuff that kicked it off. Stella dream. In those eyes, those glorious blue eyes, she saw guilt and grief and fury. I should have realized this would stir that up. Even you can't fix everything. I don't know how old I was. Older than Bella, she began, and told him. In the end, she said when she'd finished, it was a good thing for my subconscious to work out, because in the end was truth, what I said to her. She did me a favor leaving. If she'd stayed, it would have been worse. If she'd stayed, I might not have gotten away. You took yourself to the playground. Yeah. Symbolic dead mother, throat slit on the bench, and Stella, who ended the same way. It's logical. While the guilt and rage had eased during her telling of it, the grief for the child she'd been remained. He pressed his lips to her brow, just held them there. You gave yourself another trip down the sliding board. Yeah, well, I knew what was coming, so why not grab the fun for a second? I don't much get what's fun about sliding down a plastic tube, but I guess it seemed like the thing at the time. She sat back a moment, wished the water she'd finished would miraculously reappear as coffee. I think I'm leaning toward his mother, the killer, dying or abandoning him as a kid. I think I may be leaning there because of yours dying, mine taking off. And I need to set that aside and work the facts and evidence. Though she seemed steady again, he stroked her hair, couldn't seem to stop touching her. Your instincts are every bit as valuable as facts and evidence. Usually I'd agree they're almost as valuable, but I need to keep some distance this time. You need to go to work, and you don't have a tie. You always have a tie. She ran a hand down the front of his shirt. I'm okay, she added, knowing he'd object. I'm going down to the gym, sweat the rest of this out. Go buy Prague. I'm not after buying it. He leaned down to touch his lips to hers. Just a piece or two. He picked up the tie he'd dropped when he'd rushed to her and slid it under the collar of his shirt. What do you think Mavis would do if she came on Bella playing with her makeup? Laugh, then help her put on more. And there you have it. I'll be an hour. That works for me. She spent another minute in bed, stroking the cat. You know, between you and Rourke, I ended up with a couple of solid moms. Not an insult, she added, and gave him a good scratch before she got up. She fed him, and if she indulged him with seared tuna, he deserved it. After pulling on shorts, a support tank, she rode down to the gym. A good sweat, she decided, because in truth, seeing herself as a child, that helpless need, that helpless fear, unnerved her. She programmed a 5-mile obstacle course run, and on a whim, on the streets of Prague. When she finished, dripping and satisfied, she spent another 15 on resistance and powerlifting before she stretched it out. Her initial thought was to end the whole deal with a swim, but she found herself turning into the dojo. She didn't like meditation. In fact, it usually annoyed the crap out of her, but she decided, considering all, to give it a shot. She programmed 5 minutes with the master, sat on the mat, crossed her legs. She breathed, exhaling tension, or trying to, as instructed. She let her mantra play in her head, which was her secret, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this. She pictured a blank screen, normally the best she could do before her mind started wandering to a case or paperwork or why chocolate wasn't one of the major food groups. The blank screen turned a soft blue, began to ripple gently. She floated on it, just floated until the chimes sounded. You did well, the master told her. Take the calm and clear into your day. He put his hands together at his heart, bowed. Namaste. She bowed in return. Namaste. When she stepped out of the elevator, Rourke walked in. And here's timing, he said. I went to Prague too. 5-mile run, obstacles. You probably bought or already own some of what I ran through. Gonna grab a shower. Oh, hey! She shoved at her hair as she walked toward the bathroom. I meditated for like 5 minutes. Okay, probably 3 before I got there, but that's 2 minutes and 50 seconds more than I've managed before. She hit the bathroom, called back. And I fed the cat. Don't let him bullshit you. Rourke glanced over at Galahad. It appears the lieutenant's back in form. When she came back, he sat, the stock reports muted on the wall screen, a tablet in hand and the cat across his lap. Breakfast, whatever he'd chosen, sat domed on the table. She poured coffee, then lifted the lids to find he'd gone for the full Irish. You're worried I'll skip lunch again. If you do, he set the cat on the floor, you'll have a good breakfast in you. I guess we're going to see the Irish next month, right? He looked up, met her eyes. I'd like to. Fine with me. She sat and started on the bacon. That quick trip to catch Cobb doesn't really count. Where else? He rubbed a hand on her thigh. Where would you like to go? You've got something in mind. You always have something in mind. I thought you might enjoy Greece. Play tourist among the ancient sites. Then there's a villa on Corfu. Sun-washed beaches, olive groves, vineyards. See, you always have something in mind. Your villa? He smiled. Not yet. We'll see how you like it. Yeah, I'm gonna be critical of a villa in Greece. What were you working on? On the tablet. Not work. I was looking at the final design for Mavis's studio. He picked up the tablet, brought it up for her. Seriously? It looks so professional. Yeah, it does. Sure, it's got Mavis all over it. The colors, lots of color in that. I guess it's a lounge or break area. Energy, Mavis claims. Play area for the kid. And the next one. Kitchen area. Rourke brought the view in. Full bath, half bath, a dressing area. That for when she wants to get into costume. But the equipment, the studio proper, state of the art. And she's learned her art very well indeed. It shouldn't be such a surprise, Eve admitted, to see the Mavis mix of the colorful and foolish with the absolute solid. Back when, I never thought she was serious, working at the Blue Squirrel. She didn't sound serious either. Not like now. Suited her audience. Got her attention. Her style's still very much her own. Hobe has a poster of her, signed, personalized, on her wall. I didn't tell Mavis that. No need, is there? No. Mavis might have gone into Mike's place. It's the kind of place she'd go for fun. Maybe even met Hobe at some point, but it doesn't connect, so no point in telling her. I'll have a list of possible properties sometime today. That'll be good. I'm counting on the lab giving me something. Getting an early enough start I can hit there before Harvo or any of them get started on something else, so I can cut the line if I need to. She polished off most of the eggs. I need to check in with Norman about the stripper. She doesn't fit, but who says he can adjust? I need something I can start pulling out and tying together. It's been less than 24 hours. Not for Hobe. She topped off her coffee, then took it with her into her closet. She half expected Rourke to come in, eyeball what she chose, but she heard him warning the cat to cease and desist. She went for brown trousers, a navy jacket, and spotted a shirt that had needle-thin stripes of both. How could he complain about that? She hit on navy boots with brown laces she swore hadn't been in there the day before. When she came out for her weapon harness, her badge, and the rest, he waited until she'd shrugged into the jacket. "You look ready to roll, Lieutenant." "Because I am. That 5 miles set me up." "It might have been the meditation." "Hope not, because I don't think I can pull that off again. I think it was what do you call it? An aberration. Send me whatever you've got on that search. We can start slimming it down." "I'll do that." He rose, pointed a finger at the cat when Galahad took a very casual step toward the table, then pulled Eve in and kissed her. "Take care of my cop." "I'll do that." 9. Since she'd left too early for the ad blimps to fly, Eve drove through the relative quiet of traffic snarls and horn blasts. She kept the windows down because the day dawned balmy. Glide carts already did brisk business with cart coffee guzzled by pedestrians trudging their way to work. Air trams carried more, to or from, as did the maxi buses that could never seem to do more than poke along. Delis and bakeries had their doors open. She caught whiffs of bagels and pastries, along with the cart offerings of fake egg pockets. She spotted a couple of dog walkers, a jogger who ran in place at the corner waiting for the light, a guy in a business suit riding an airboard, and the woman, eyes down on her link, he'd have mowed down when she walked in front of him if he hadn't had damn good reflexes. She shook her head when the woman shot up her middle finger at his back. "Your fault, sister. Be glad you're not bleeding on the sidewalk." The first ad blimp of the day cruised over as she pushed through downtown traffic. It hyped sales on beachwear, which made her think of sun-washed beaches in Greece. "Told you you'd get through it," she mumbled, thinking of the girl she'd been in the dream. "Told you you'd be okay. I didn't tell you how one day, between locking up bad guys, you'd spend time in a villa in Greece. Life's just weird." She got to the lab just before the change of shifts and considered her best approach. She could hit Berensky, lab chief, and nag him about the makeup and the rest. But Dickhead was Dickhead for a reason, and she hadn't thought of a bribe she might need. She'd try Harvo first, and that would give her a good gauge on progress. She found Harvo just settling in at her workstation. Her purple hair had a scatter of green highlights, maybe to match the purple low tops with green laces. She'd continued the theme with purple pants and a green tee with a bright white 42 emblazoned on the back. "Hey, Dallas! I figured you'd come in. We had a flood yesterday, but I got going on the hair and I took the clothes. Thought you might. Got anything?" "Still running. But I can tell you, her hair was cut within 12 of time of death. Fresh snips, both with scissors and a razor. Shampoo and conditioner under the styling gel and setting spray. You want the brands there, so I've got that going. She used a lightener and highlights, but hadn't had that done in about 2 weeks. On a rolling stool, she zipped to the other end of her station. I can tell you the jeans are Hot Shot brand, Diva Series, ultra low rise in size 4. And I can tell you they discontinued the Diva Series in 2015. The Hot Shot brand, definitely low rent, went under altogether in 2024. I can tell you the jeans had been washed using Keep It Green organic detergent. So you can tell me a lot. Oh, I got more. The top polyester blend, Sexy Lady brand. And that's a store brand, or was, from 2002 to 2006, when they went under after the owner shot her lover and the sexy lady he had on the side, who happened to be her sister and Loverboy's first ex-wife. It was a pretty big scandal in Greenville, Tennessee in 2005. Single shop, Harvo added. Strip mall about 25 miles south of Nashville. Tennessee. Had to be bought there originally, and in the way back. A lot more recently, somebody repaired the loose sequins, sewed them back in place. I've got the data on the thread for you, but it's standard. Better workmanship on the repairs than the original. He knows how to sew. Gotta say yeah there. Also gotta say there are thrift stores all over hell and back where you can find these articles. Maybe your grandma's attic, too, but once he had them, he took care of them. The black ribbon, she continued. Velvet, black, any good craft or fabric store. Tennessee, Eve repeated. It's a long way from there to here. Yeah, but that top made the journey. Something let out a tuneful series of beeps. That's my girl. Harvo zipped back to the other end of her counter. Display it, baby. So here we go. Shampoos, Pearl Drops, Ocean Breeze scent, same with the conditioner. That's a drugstore type brand and been around since the late 20th. Styling gel, same era. Lowell's brand, Super Hold, and same brand on the setting spray. Harvo spun her chair around to face Eve. Decent, affordable, and widely available. Nothing special there, sorry. Everything adds. How about the shoes? Desi the newlyweds got the shoes. I got a gander, and he'll give you more, but I'm gonna say the way back, like the jeans and top. Not designer level either. I'll check with him. Who's got the makeup? That would be my man Doba. I know he got started on it yesterday. Listen, I got a need for the fizz. His cave's on the way to vending, so I'll bop you over. Appreciate it. I didn't know you were a baseball fan. Not really. Obviously baffled, Harvo cocked her head. Why? 42. Eve pointed at Harvo's shirt. Jackie Robinson's number. Oh, 42. No, man. 42's the answer to all the questions in the universe. Hitchhiker's Guide. While Eve pondered what hitchhiking, the number 42, and universal questions had in common, she recognized the clump of Peabody's boots. Yo, Peabody, Harvo hailed her. How's it hanging in rehab land? Hanging, boss. You have to come check it. Gonna. Been up past the arse the last days. Got the hair products and clothes ID'd for you. Reports to follow. Heading over to Dauberville and makeup. Solid forensic chemist there. If he doesn't have it nailed yet, it's because of the past the arse deal. Peabody fell into step with them. So, Douglas Adams fan. Who isn't? Harvo responded. She made a turn, then another. Then paused outside one of the mini-labs where a man with neatly cropped gray hair stood, hands on hips, as he studied formulaic data on a screen and muttered to himself. Hey, Dobman! He looked momentarily off balance when Harvo took a step into his area, then circled a finger in the air with a wait a second motion, cocked his head, said, Let it rip, Ethel. He gave the screen a nod, turned. He smiled vaguely at Harvo. You brought me company. Dallas and Peabody. Yes, I know. I've testified in a few of your cases. Eve placed him. Veteran lab rat who did solid work that held up in court. He wore pristine white sneakers, pressed khakis, a pale blue colored shirt with a white lab coat. You need the beauty products, the scent. I explained about the past the arse. He offered them a quiet smile. We have been very busy, but I have some partial results. I hope to have a full report by midday. We'll take whatever you've got now. Of course. I'm out. Gonna grab a fizzy. I can swing back if anybody wants. You know my weakness, but no, thank you. Harvo grinned. Dorbo rules. No food or drink in his cave. Cha all. If you just give me a... He didn't finish as something buzzed, snagged his attention. He walked to a counter screen, nodded, leaned down to look at something in a microscope. Yes, that follows. He straightened again. Sorry, there are several products to identify. I'm fascinated you were able to smell perfume. Actually, eau de toilette. And preserving it helped, of course. There was only a minute sample, and very faded, but we have a match. It's called Party Girl. Not a perfume, but, as I said, an eau de toilette. Inexpensive as compared to a perfume. Widely available? Why, yes, indeed. According to my data, there was a perfume form in the 1990s and into the early 2000s, but only the more moderately priced toilet water is currently marketed and is targeted primarily to teens and young adults, with its notes of bergamot, vanilla, and patchouli. Now, I've just gotten the full breakdown on the foundation product, the full face enhancement. He gestured to his counter screen. It's actually a tinted moisturizer, 2-in-1, brand name Toot Sweet. A play, I suppose, on the French. He shrugged, smiled. Drugstore brand? Eve asked. Well, you would find it there in the beauty section. In other venues as well. Food markets, beauty supply shops, online, of course. It fits with the bronzer, which is the same brand, in their Sun-Kiss shade. The blush, however, is Betty Lou brand in Popo Pink. Hey, that's the first blush I ever bought. It was peachy, the shade for me, but it was Betty Lou. Peabody sighed a little in nostalgia, then straightened when Eve stared at her. Affordable. Accessible. Yes, it is, Dauber confirmed. I suspect when I'm finished with the eye enhancements, the lipstick, I can tell you it wasn't a lip dye, we'll find the same. Widely available, well-established products, affordable. But established and popular, he continued, because they're inexpensive and dependable. Eve got the picture. The killer could have bought them damn near anywhere. Nothing special, nothing unique about them. When we find him, we'll find the products. You can establish the samples you have came from the products we'll find? Absolutely. I still have highlighter, setting powder, the eyebrow color, eyeshadows, 4 different shades, and those blended. Eyeliner, mascara, lip liner, lipstick, the nail color. He offered that vague smile again. I'm afraid midday might be overly optimistic, but I'll do my very best. I'll take what you get as you get it and appreciate the effort. It's what we do here. She didn't expect any revelations on the shoes. and found the same pattern when she hit the newlywed in charge. Off-brand, size 7.5, manufactured in Cleveland and sold in discount shoe stores all over the country between 2002 and 2004. Rather than driving straight into Central, Eve pointed across the street. Drugstore. I want to look at the setup. Chain stores like this usually have a big selection of makeup and hair products, Peabody said as they started to the crosswalk. Trina gives me, like, a family discount on hair products, and I usually hit one of the beauty product centers for skincare and makeup, but I still browse through, usually pick up something because, well, you never know. Never know what? They joined the throng at the light, where the business types looked bored or annoyed, and the early tourists looked goggle-eyed. If you'll find the perfect lip dye or the eyeshadow palette of your dreams. Yeah, I'm always on the hunt for those. She shot Peabody a warning look as they crossed the street. We're not buying anything. If I find the perfect lip dye, I can note down the name and get it later. Though that would mean several hours, maybe a day or more of my lips denied perfection. Cops don't need perfect lips. It's possible, not outside the realm of possibility, that my perfect lips could so dazzle a bad guy, I'd have him cuffed, charged, and transported before he recovered. When that happens, I'll personally buy you a lifetime supply. I'm getting that on record, Peabody said as they pushed through the doors. Over this way. She gestured and took the lead past aisle after aisle of what Eve thought had nothing to do with drugs. Unless you considered candy a drug. Which, maybe. Or diapers and baby stuff or cleaning and laundry products. The far side of the store held a massive section on the drugs purported to make you look, smell, and feel better. The promise filled shelves, spin racks, and end caps. There's a whole section for feet. When your feet look and feel good, Peabody proclaimed, you look and feel good. Is that what's up with the invisible shoes? Do they have a deal with the foot product people? That's a definite fad. All it takes is one stub of the toe, one blister to ruin the look. In her element, Peabody selected a lip dye, scanned the packaging, and studied the result on screen. She smiled, pursed her lips, shook her head. This is not the perfect lip dye. Setting it aside, she picked a powder blush off a spin rack, repeated the process. This is a pretty good color, but not perfecto. Stop it! Eve scanned the products, noted the names of the brands Dauber had given her. She saw a woman at another testing station. She had a cart loaded with diapers and baby paraphernalia, and said baby in a halter strapped to her chest. She looked at Peabody with exhausted eyes. Does this do anything for me? Like, make me look human? I'm ready to settle for looking human. I haven't had a full night's sleep in 6 weeks. Peabody shifted stations, studied the screen. It's a pretty color, a happy color. And you know what else? She found an eyeshadow, scanned it, held it up so it transferred to the woman's eyelids. I use something like this when I've had a stretch of long nights. It just brightens you up, right? It really does. You should treat yourself. Look what you did. This adorable baby. Leaning over, Peabody cooed. I love him so much I could burst. It's just, my husband and I are going to try to go out to dinner, if we can stay awake long enough. My mother's gonna watch Jonah."
Jonah.
Peabody cooed again, and the woman grabbed her arm. "I used to know how to do this, but I have baby brain. Help me? It's been so long since I fixed myself up. I want some new products, and my brain's so tired, I don't know where to start."
Oh, well.
Peabody sent Eve a look. Eve just waved a hand and wandered the aisle.
Exfoliant and a brightening facial mask. Let's get that canvas prepped first.
Eve found the hair products Harvo and Dauber had identified, did a kind of running tab in her head as she found various items the killer had opted to use on Lauren Elder. As she wandered, studied, calculated, she watched other people browse the aisle. Some just wandered as she did. Others went directly to their choices. Others tried the screens, rejected or added the product to their cart or handbasket. When she'd had enough, she looked back to see Peabody and the woman she'd taken under her wing exchange hugs before the woman strolled off with her cart and kid.
That was fun.
Peabody bounced in her boots.
Londa and her husband are both teachers. She got pregnant on their honeymoon. They didn't really plan it, but they decided to go all in. This is their first time out as a couple since Jonah was born, so they're going to the Italian place where they had their first official date 3 years ago.
She told you all that and bought all the stuff you said to buy when she doesn't even know you?
She was just looking for, some backup.
Eve considered that as she very definitely led the way out. I only saw 2 males come into that section. One for hair junk, the other for some skin deal.
Oh, you get guys. It's still more a female area, I guess, but
I'll bet you don't see many males load up on everything like your new friend did today. The skin and hair gunk, the face gunk, eye and lips gunk, the smelly stuff. A man who did would stand out some because it's not the usual. Somebody would notice your new friend, too, because she loaded up. And there's the baby thing, but a man filling a cart with all those products would absolutely get noticed.
Oh, I get you.
Peabody thought it through as they crossed the street again.
So, if he shopped brick and mortar, he probably didn't buy everything in one place. A little here, a little there. Takes more time, but who's gonna notice some guy buying vitamins or cold meds and an eye palette or lipstick?
That screen thing you did. Can you do that online?
Sure. You just go to a site that has that feature and carries the products, call them up, virtually try them on.
How about a photo? Trying them on a photo. Peabody got in the car, strapped in.
Jesus, that would be smart.
Get a picture of Elder, maybe in advance. Grab one off her social media or take one yourself while you're stalking her. Use it to pick the products that most closely make her resemble the mother.
Sick and smart. He could have ordered everything online that way, or the bulk of it, hit a few other venues.
When we get the full list from the lab, we'll search what sites carry all of them with the try-on function. That's a solid start. For the clothes, thrift stores, second-hand stores, vintage stores. She gave Peabody a brief rundown on Harvo's report. He knows how to sew, she finished.
Well, not really. He knows how to repair. A seam.
Peabody traced a finger over her neck.
Or tack on a loose sequin. Probably sew on a button. That's just basic.
I don't know how to sew on a button. Lots of people don't. If she'd known how, Eve thought,
Rourke wouldn't carry the gray button that had fallen off her suit the first time they met. "It's basic," Peabody insisted, as Eve zipped through the last light and made the turn into Central's garage. "He's good at repair. His stitches are precise, but making something different, like that top, you can buy sequin fabric and sew a pattern that simple together in like an hour if you know what you're doing. You dig it out of a thrift shop, the making one might cost more, but if it ended up in a vintage shop, you could make 3 for what it'll cost you." Frowning, Eve pulled into her slot. "Why?" "Vintage adds panache, quirk, and cost." It adds panache, quirk, and cost to buy something somebody else got rid of after they wore it if they call it vintage instead of secondhand? Yeah, if you're talking about something from ago. Eve sat a moment, running it around. He's gonna need another outfit, since Elder didn't work out. She pushed open the door, kept running it as they crossed to the elevator. "Your grandmother dies." "Oh, don't say that!" "Not yours, Peabody, somebody's. And somebody's grandmother has a bunch of clothes from back when. Where do you take them when you clean them out?" "If it's me, and it's not me because my grannies are going to live forever, I keep something for sentiment and or offer something to friends or family who'd want a memento. Then I donate to a shelter." "You donate a spangly slut top and fancy-ass doomy shoes to a shelter?" "Oh, well." Recalculating, Peabody got in the elevator with Eve. "If the clothes are in decent shape, somebody, not me, could sell them or put them on consignment at a vintage shop, make a little money or a decent chunk, depending. The top made it here from Tennessee. Maybe the first owner did too. You can buy vintage stuff online." Eve said, "Shit." Not only because that rang true, but because other cops started crowding into the elevator. "But," Peabody continued, "that's sort of a crapshoot, right? You can't be sure it's going to fit. You don't know how it feels until you can touch it. I mean, people buy clothes online all the time because the return's easy, but a lot of vintage shops have no return or tough return policies. People might—" She broke off, hustling after Eve when Eve shouldered her way out the door at the next stop. "They might buy a vintage evening gown, right? Wear it to some deal, then want to send it back. So it's not as easy to return to specialty stores as it is to think, this sweater's itchy or it's too small in the bust, and return it." The jeans were snug on Elder. You want jeans to fit snug. No, the waist was small on her. The waist hit way down here. Eve tapped the side of her hand down her hip. Harvo called them low-rise. No, ultra-low-rise. They left that indentation because he had to force the buttons closed. She was slim, but the way they fit, that low on the hip, they were a little small. So were the shoes, but not by much. How would he know Elder's size? Did it just happen to be nearly the same as the mother's? Elder would have been wearing shoes when he grabbed her. That's right. Eve shifted to Peabody on the glide. He might have bought those shoes after and could only get them in the slightly too small. Maybe the rest of the clothes too, but it was the fit of the jeans that threw the size off. A waist is going to be smaller than mid-hip. We've got a better chance of finding the vendor if he bought the clothes in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, we do. And we're going to get started on that. Let's start with vintage shops in the city first. He's not just looking for clothes, but a specific era, a specific size. Do a search. Send me half. We work the links first and follow up in the field. This could be a break. His need to replicate, to be exacting about it. That limits his choices, so it narrows our search. I'll get it started. Peabody went straight to her desk. Eve noted Jenkinson's and Reineke's empty stations. "Where's the tie?" she asked Baxter. "Caught one. Woman beat to death during possible break-in." "Santiago and Carmichael?" "Caught one too. Guy took a header out of a 10-story window, Midtown South, landed on a delivery truck." "Because the truck was parked on the sidewalk?" Baxter grinned. "No sir, boss. It was parked at the curb on West 57th. So, physics and gravity being what they are, he either took a flying leap or got tossed. At least he didn't land on a pedestrian." Eve hit her office for coffee, updated her board and book with the lab data. She snatched an incoming and saw Dauber had taken her at her word and sent what he got when he got it. She added the highlighter and setting powder, tones, brands, to her board and book. Eve considered contacting Elder's mother or her cohab, but decided to try the friend and co-worker. A little less painful, maybe. She ended the call as Peabody came in. "Got the list. More than I figured just in the city. A lot more if you hit the other boroughs and the burbs. But some of the more standard secondhand shops have vintage sections, so yeah, we'll want to include those." Elder, size 4 or 6, depending on the cut, according to her coworker pal. "It's all about the cut," Peabody agreed. "Like if I wanted to try something ultra-low rise, I don't even want to think about it. That style comes around again, I've got to take a hard pass." I did look, and it did come around for like a couple years in the 30s, but with wide legs, like flared out from the knees down, so not the same. "Well, that sounds incredibly ugly." "I'm going with you on that. And with my body type, I don't want to think about that either." "We've got 10 each," Peabody said, then turned as Detective Norman stepped into the open doorway. He wore yesterday's suit with a navy tie. "Sorry to interrupt. I wanted you to know Becca Muldoon showed up alive and well. I've just come from verifying that and getting her statement. She eloped. Took off to Las Vegas with a customer, got married, gambled, partied. She got back this morning and is filing for divorce. Or not. It, she claims, depends." "Okay. Alive and well is good. I'm gonna catch you up on where we are." She stopped when her comp issued an alert. "Hold that." She read it out, dragged her hands through her hair. "We've got another missing woman. One who fits the physical parameters. Mary Kate Covino, age 25. Works at a marketing firm, though, regular hours. Not at a bar or club or joint, no night work. Still, she could be Elder's sister, Dallas." "Yeah, she's just the type." "Norman, if you're clear, I'd like you to start on a list Peabody's generated. We're going to go talk to Covino's roommate to start, but I don't want this list to hang too long. It could be a break." "I can be clear. I'm gonna fill you in," Eve said as she rose, "and drop you off at your house. And we'll keep you in the loop on Covino one way or the other." "We can hope she's like Muldoon." "We can hope," Eve agreed, but she didn't see it.
10. Before. While Violet nursed the baby, she stroked her daughter's cheek with one finger. The sensation was so lovely, and if it felt oddly familiar, she set that aside. As far as she was concerned, her life began the moment she'd opened her eyes on the road, in the dark, and seen Joe's face. He was her world now. He and Joella. Her family. She was Violet Fletcher, wife, mother. And oh, how she loved being both. The caretaker of Sweetwater, the lovely old home named nearly 200 years before. For weeks after he found her on the road, Joe checked religiously for reports of a missing woman, but no one looked for her. She knew absolutely no one would, because Violet hadn't existed before Joe. In her heart, her mind, in every cell of her body, she believed Joe had brought her back to life. He'd taken care of her, had given her a home and a purpose. A job at first, she thought now, as the baby nursed and the sunlight beamed through the windows of the nursery. A guest room once, one where she'd slept those first months during her recovery. During the days and nights she'd spent cleaning the house, tending the garden, learning to cook while Joe worked. She'd learned, had worked hard, had been grateful and content to be only his housekeeper, even as she'd fallen so completely in love with him. Everything she did, the washing, the polishing, even the painting when he finally agreed to let her, she did with an open heart. She believed, absolutely, that purpose, to tend to Joe, to tend to the house, helped her heal. Then, another miracle. He'd wanted her, and he'd loved her. She hadn't believed he could or would. She'd taken the last name, Blank, because her life before the moment he'd saved her was just that. But on a perfect spring day, in the garden she'd helped tend, she took his name, took his ring, and pledged her life to him. To avoid questions, they'd made up a past for her. A spotty one, but it served. But the past meant nothing. And now she was Violet Fletcher, Dr. Joseph Fletcher's wife, mother of Joella Lynn. When the baby slept, perfect mouth slack and milky, she tucked her in the crib in the nursery she'd painted a soft, sweet green. She smoothed the downy cap of white blonde hair and thanked God or fate or the sheer luck that had put her in this place. She vowed she'd be a good mother, a loving one, a fun one, a patient one, a caring one. "I'll always be there for you," she whispered, "and so will your daddy. He's the best man in the world." While the baby napped, she stripped the master bed, put on fresh sheets, started the laundry. Joe, the sweet man, had offered, and more than once, to hire a cleaning service, but she loved tending the house, loved making it shine. She was a homemaker now. By the time evening set in, casting its shadows so the Spanish moss dripped from the oaks like art, she sat in one of the rockers on the wide veranda, the baby once more at her breast. Inside, the house sparkled, and a roast chicken browned in the oven. She smelled roses and magnolia as she sipped from a glass of sweet tea, and smiled when the car turned in and drove toward the house. Her heart just swelled as he got out of the car and started toward her. "Welcome home, Dr. Fletcher." "No place I'd rather be, Mrs. Fletcher." He bent down, kissed her, then touched his lips to Joella's head. Has she been a good girl today, Mama? Best girl ever, Daddy. Sit down a minute, will you? Dinner's got a while yet, and I brought out a glass for you. When he did, poured himself a glass, she shifted the baby to her other breast. Tell me about your day. He reached for her hand, held it while they rocked on the veranda in air smelling of roses and magnolia. Now. Mary Kate woke in the dark. For a moment, one blissful moment, she thought she was home in her own bed. She started to roll over, slide back into sleep, and a wrist shackle dug into her wrist as the chain reached its limit. She remembered. For one moment, one horrible moment, she fell into desperate despair. She was alone, held prisoner by some madman who thought he was a child about half the time. No one knew where she was, so how could they find her? She was supposed to be basking in the sun on a beach, romping in the ocean with Teague, not chained up in some room by some crazy old man who wanted his mommy. But no, Teague had dumped her, the son of a bitch. And surely, even if he hadn't, even if they'd gone to the beach, she'd have been home by now. Surely she'd been in this nightmare for more than 4 days. It felt like 4 weeks. 4 years. Someone had to be looking for her by now. She had family, friends, co-workers, people who cared about her. The police were looking for her by now, of course they were. She just had to hang on until they came. Remembering, she clapped her hands, and when the light came on, she let out a long breath. She saw breakfast, some sort of cereal in a bowl, a disposable container of milk, a cup of what would be, it always was, orange juice, another that would be coffee, probably cold now. That was fine. She never drank it because it had a hard, bitter taste she suspected came from drugs. He always woke her, if she wasn't awake, when he brought breakfast. Why was this different? She started to sit up, and the ugly headache had her letting out a moan. Her brain felt too big and somehow clogged. But she remembered, at least a little. He'd brought her dinner. Chicken fingers, some kind of fake chicken, with soy fries, green beans. Well, more gray than green. A tube of water, a cup of tea. Then he'd sat in the bolted-down chair. He'd actually asked if she'd had a good day. She'd wanted to hurl the food back at him, but she'd eaten the food, stay strong, even complimented it, which made him beam at her. She tried telling him how the wrist cuff hurt, but he just smiled and said she had to wear it to stay safe. She'd pushed a little, as carefully as she could manage, but he'd gotten that look in his eyes, the one that warned her. She would have dumped the tea, but he sat and gave her no choice. And she'd felt the world slipping away. Now her head hurt from whatever he'd put in the tea, and she felt vaguely sick to her stomach. It was sore, too. And when she started to press a hand against it, she felt a dull pain. And the silver ball in her navel. He'd pierced her. He'd violated her body while she'd slept, helpless under his goddamn drugs. The outrage shot her to her feet, pain screaming. She nearly grabbed the ball, ripped it out. Then she stopped herself, stood, breath heaving. She'd hurt herself. Then he'd hurt her. He'd put it back in. Then she saw the 2 little cups, like they put meds in for people in the hospital. One held some sort of white cream, the other a clear liquid. Her hand shook as she reached for the carefully handwritten note beside them. Mommy, use the cream on your pretty butterfly spreading its wings on your back. Use the other on your pretty new earrings and belly button when you turn them. Be gentle. I knew you needed your beauty sleep, so I left you breakfast. Have a good day, your baby darling. Oh my God, what butterfly? But her hand shot first to her ears. He'd pierced her there, too, multiple times. She felt the soreness as she clamped her hands over the little studs. Tears spilled as she shifted, tried to run her hands over her back. She felt the slight difference, traced it as best she could. Jesus, it's huge! He pierced me. He tatted me. He's making me her. But he wouldn't. She wouldn't become somebody else no matter what he did. She was Mary Kate Covino. The tears fell, and she went through her routine of naming off her family, her friends, what she did, what she liked. And she used the hydrogen peroxide on the piercings, did her best to smear the cream on the tattoo she couldn't see. Then she banged on the pipes, banged and banged until she finally heard the answer. Not alone. Eve decided to take the roommate first. When you lived with someone, they knew stuff, often things family might not. A good building, she noted. Again, Lower West Side. Definitely his territory. The obviously well-rehabbed red brick building had door cams, an intercom for buzzing in, and required a swipe and a code for entry otherwise. She's a subway ride or a 15 to 20-minute walk from her workplace, Eve calculated. The boyfriend's bar's only about 2 blocks away. So we stalked her coming and going from the bar. Tells me she must have had some sort of routine. She walked to the door, mastered in. Let's see if the roommate confirms that. 6th floor, 608. Since Eve judged the elevators in the small lobby, recently cleaned from the smell of it, likely reflected the maintenance of the building, she pressed a call button. Families in Queens. Data says she's lived here for 3 years with the same roommate. Worked for the marketing firm for going on 4, right out of college. No criminal bumps. They stepped into the elevator, one that didn't make strange noises, and Eve called for the 6th floor. Peabody read off the data. Roommate, Cleo Bett, sous chef at Perfecto. That's like a block from the bar. Upscale place. They got out on 6. Good soundproofing, Eve thought, or everybody was out. She buzzed at 6:08. Margie, I said I'd let you know when... The woman who yanked open the door stopped. Sorry, I thought you were my neighbor a couple floors down. Look, it's not a good time, so... She broke off again when Eve held up her badge. Oh, thank God. She grabbed Eve's arm, all but pulled her into the apartment. Did you find her? Is she okay? I'm sorry. We just got the report. Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody. Oh, I was hoping... Wait. I know those names. We saw the vid. Mary Kate and I. Oh, Jesus, you do murders. Miss Bett. Peabody stepped up in her soothing mode. We don't know that anything's happened to Mary Kate. We're here to help find her. Maybe we could sit down. Okay, yeah, sorry. She closed her eyes a moment. A tall, mixed-race woman with a lot of curly brown hair bundled back. She wore gray sweatpants, a black tank top, and looked terrified. But she gestured to chairs in a small, very tidy, very female living area. I'm sick, she went on, because I didn't know. I thought she was... I have to pull it together.
Why don't you start at the top? Eve suggested, from the beginning. She clasped her hands with her long, slender fingers and short, unpainted nails. Mary-Kate was supposed to take a trip to the beach for a few days with Tegan Stone. They've been seeing each other for a few months. She was she was dazzled. He's gorgeous, right? He owns Stoner's, a bar over on 7th. I didn't see when she left because I was at work. I work most nights. I know she planned to take her suitcase with her, go down to the bar, spend the night with Teague, and leave first thing the next morning. When was this? June 3rd. I mean, that's the night she went to the bar. I didn't think anything when she didn't tag me because, dazzled, I just figured she was having fun, all into him. But she wasn't, Eve prompted. They didn't go, and she didn't stay there that night, according to that shithead Teague. See, she was supposed to be home last night, work night for me. I saw she wasn't here when I got home, and I figured she'd stayed at his place. I was tired, and I just went to bed. But I tried to tag her this morning and got nothing. No connection. So I tried Teague. He was pissed at me because I woke him up, and he said he hadn't seen Mary-Kate since she left the bar the night before they were supposed to go, how she'd gotten too pushy and clingy, and he cut her loose. And he said her stupid suitcase was still at his place, and tell her to come get it, and if she didn't get it, he was just going to set it out on the street. Her eyes filled. Shithead. Sounds like, Peabody agreed. I told him how she hadn't been home, and he's all, that's not his problem. I told him to get fucked, and I called the condo she'd booked at the beach. That's when I found out they hadn't shown, and she hadn't canceled either. She'd have canceled, and she'd have come home so we could bitch about the shithead, so I could let her cry on my shoulder. You're good friends. Cleo managed a smile for Peabody. Really tight, yes. Lucky. I wanted this apartment, but I needed a roommate so I could afford it. It's really close to work. It's a nice place, good neighborhood. She answered the ad, and we clicked. We really clicked. Like I said, I work most nights, but when we have a day off or I have a night off, we'd hit the Vids or a club. Stoner's for a drink. Then he wound her in. He's got a way. She'd go down there 4 nights a week, sometimes 5. She'd bust tables or serve drinks for free. And stay the night? Eve asked. Nope, never. He'd take her up. He lives over the bar, for a quickie sometimes, but no sleepovers. His rule, right? She'd head over there about 8 and be home about midnight. 4 or 5 nights a week. Yeah. I'm gonna say I didn't like it. He was using her. But all that dazzle. To illustrate, she did jazz hands by the sides of her face. The trip was her idea, and she made all the arrangements. She was really excited about it. Then he dumps her like that? Shithead. Was the night he dumped her one of her usual nights? Sure, yeah. Did he ever walk back here with her? Cleo snorted. No. After pressing her fingers to her eyes, she rubbed her face hard. I'm going to say we came the closest we ever have to a serious fight when I said he treated her like crap and started pointing out how. She dropped her hands. I backed off because things were going to blow. You don't want to blow up with a friend over some asshole guy. She just had to get through it and over it. Now she smiled just a little. She's the most sensible person I know.
But she had it stuck that she was going to be the one to change him. Things were going to be different with her. Do you know what I mean? Peabody nodded.
Yeah, most of us have been there.
Maybe he did something to her. I mean, I don't see how, but we'll talk to him, Eve said. Did she ever mention being uneasy about the walk home? About anyone bothering her? No. And she's careful. A lot tougher than she looks. Teague found some weak spot because it wasn't really like her to get walked over like that. She wouldn't take off either. She wouldn't. I had to tag her mom just to be sure she didn't go home. To be sure. Now her family's half crazy too. They haven't seen or heard from her. She'd never do that. I called her boss too, and nobody's heard from her. Okay. Can we see her room? Oh, sure. The two bedrooms faced each other down the short hallway that ended with the shared bathroom. Cleo gestured to the room on the right. Eve saw neat, organized, and again female in the quiet pastels, the mountain range of fluffy and fancy pillows on a bed covered with a pale blue spread. Thin curtains in a peachy tone framed the single window. For decor, Eve decided. The table, painted the same blue as the spread, stood in front of the window and held a mini data and communication unit, what Eve took to be a family photo, all smiling faces and a tree loaded with lights and ornaments, and a small, slender vase swirling with pastel tones. An oval mirror, framed in pale green, stood over a pale blue dresser with drawers painted to alternate the peach and green. Atop ranged a trio of fancy bottles, a faceted glass box, and a slim tray holding little candles. No sign, Eve thought, of packing for a trip. Outfits considered, tossed aside. Would you say this is how her room typically looks? Oh, absolutely. If a hurricane blew through, MK would have everything back in its place within an hour. With a quick laugh, Cleo pointed across the hall to a room with bold, bright colors and cheerful disorder. I'm the hurricane. Mary Kate, and her sister Tara helped decorate my room and the rest of the place. They've got vision. And Mary Kate needs order and, well, pretty, like she needs to breathe. Eve imagined Mary Kate felt short of breath at the moment, but didn't say so. We'd like to look through her things. I know it's an intrusion, Cleo, Eve continued when she saw Cleo's anxiety, but any detail can help us find her. I'd also like to send someone from EDD to take her D&C unit in, run a thorough search. That's for work. I mean to say she's really strict about that. Anything personal, she used her link or tablet. She wouldn't even contact her mom from her home comp. And still, Eve said, Okay, yeah, anything. Thanks. Peabody, contact EDD. Have this unit picked up. As she spoke, she opened the closet door. They spent an hour, and while they found nothing that pointed to where Covino might be or the identity of who held her there, Eve added to her picture. Girly, organized, and, from her scan of the computer, hard-working. Family and friend-oriented, and with a strong enough personality to have her less tidy roommate keep their shared space in order. Let's walk down and have a conversation with the boyfriend. Eve scanned the block when they came out of the building. Plenty of places along here to keep tabs on the building. Shops, restaurants, and with the good weather, sitting outside having coffee or whatever. Still, he had to see her to want her. The bar.
Peabody fell into step beside her. Elder and Hope both worked at bars, and Covino started hanging out in one, pitching in because of asshole boyfriend. He's trolling bars, looking for women who tick off points on his list. Which means he's been at this for months, most likely, not days, not weeks. This takes time. There'll be others who didn't make the cut, but it took time to eliminate them and select the ones that clicked for him. Others, Peabody agreed, who wouldn't be as easy to grab. They walked home or to transpo with somebody, or he found out they carried a sticker, or none of the three we're looking at had kids. Yeah, young for it, but it happens. Good point. His mother's his mother and nobody else's. She paused at a shop with an outdoor flower cart, then with a gesture to Peabody went in. Your basics, as Eve saw it. A small produce section, a tiny dairy one offset with shelves of dehydrated milk, eggs, soy products. Candy, snacks, general household stuff. She walked to the counter, where the clerk finished ringing up a sale. Enjoy the day, she said to the departing customer, offered Eve and Peabody an easy smile. Help you? Maybe. Eve held up a badge and the photo of Covino on her link. Do you recognize this woman? Why? She's been reported missing. We're looking for her. Oh my God. No. I mean, yes, I recognize her. MK. She's in here several times a week. As nice as they come. But wait. When she was in last, I guess last week, she said she was going on a little trip so she wouldn't be in. The clerk, a tiny black woman with the tat of a sinuous branch of ivy running from the inside of her elbow to her wrist, let out a huff of relief. She went on a trip. No, Eve said, she didn't. She came in here regularly. Yeah. For flowers once a week for sure, and just for this and that. Are you sure she didn't go on that trip? She was awfully excited about it. Yes, ma'am. Ivy. I'm Ivy. I don't know what to think. I'd hate for anything to happen to that girl. Nice as they come. Did you ever notice anyone, maybe who came in when she did? A male, likely Caucasian and in his 60s? I get customers like that, sure. But nobody I noticed especially. If I'd seen anybody giving her the eye, the wrong kind of eye, I'd have said something. A sweetheart's what she is. Takes time to chat a minute. Most are too busy or just don't bother. She asks how I'm doing. My grandson, he works now and then after school or when I can squeeze him into it. He's got a little crush on her. Ivy immediately looked horrified. Zell would never relax. Do you think Zell might have noticed someone you missed? I can ask him. I can sure ask him. He's coming in soon. Should be here any minute. We have another stop to make in the neighborhood. Then we'll be back. We'd like to talk to him then. Absolutely. I hope nothing's happened to that girl. I'm going to say prayers for her. Makes sense she'd use that shop, Peabody said when they walked outside again. And if he was watching her, getting her routine down, he may have gone in after her at least once. She talks to people. The shopkeeper, the grandson. I'm betting the glide cart operator where she got her street coffee, or the bakery clerk where she picked up bagels or muffins. Let's pull in a couple uniforms to hit the shops and restaurants along this stretch, from her subway stop to her apartment and to the bar. And we'll check the same from her workplace. I'll get that started. While Peabody arranged it, they took the turn to the bar. A lot of people out and about, Eve thought,
enjoying the cafes, breezing in and out of shops, just strolling, enjoying the weather. Perfect time of year for it, she commented. Did he wait, I wonder, for the weather? So he could sit outside and watch, or wander along behind her? Why trudge along in the cold when you can stalk in the warm? When they reached the bar, Eve stood a moment, studying it. Night spot. Doesn't open until 5, and that's to grab the drink after work crowd. We'll try upstairs. She mastered through the door to the apartments over the bar. In this case, she didn't give the single gray-doored elevator with its frowny-face graffiti an instant's consideration. They took the stairs to the 3rd floor. She noted Stone's apartment door had double security locks and a cam. She buzzed, waited a few beats, buzzed again, then just leaned on the buzzer. Maybe he's not in there, Peabody suggested. Cam light blipped from red to green. He's home. The door banged open a half-inch to a double security chain. What the fuck? The fuck is this? Eve held up her badge. We'd like to speak with you, Mr. Stone. Then come back when I'm not sleeping. Happy to, with a search warrant, and we can have this conversation at Cop Central. She turned away. Wait a damn minute. He slammed the door, chains rattled. He yanked it open again and stood in a pair of black boxers that showed off a tanned, buff body. He swept a hand through a lot of disordered hair, milk chocolate brown with a lot of sun-kissed highlights. I'm not even awake yet. I own the bar down below. I work nights. What's this about? Mary Kate Covino. For Christ's sake! Whiny woman goes off to sulk somewhere, and I get harassed over it? I need some goddamn coffee. We'd like to come in, Mr. Stone, unless you'd like to have this conversation in the hallway, or down at Central. He made a come-ahead gesture, slammed the door behind them, then stalked off in his boxers to, Eve assumed, get his goddamn coffee. The elevator and stairwell might be dicey, she concluded, but Stone lived lush. Snappy furnishings in manly browns and blacks, slick double-sized gel sofa, roomy leather chairs, an entertainment screen that spanned an entire wall. His dining area held a glossy black table with some sort of ornate copper centerpiece. A serving bar displayed several fancy decanters, with the glass doors under it showing off sparkling glasses and a full wine fridge. He stalked back out with a large white mug. Look, I'll tell you what I told a nosy roommate. I don't know where she is and I don't care. Guess what? It's not my problem. Eve held up her badge again. Guess what? I'm making it your problem. 11. He walked over, dropped down in one of his leather chairs, gulped coffee. So check the half-crap of a condo she rented on the Jersey Shore. Her idea of a freaking love nest. She probably went there to cry in her pillow. Gee, why didn't we think of that? Eve let the sarcasm drip. Stone just shrugged. You have a lot of contempt for a woman you were recently involved with. Involved's a strong word. We had sex once in a while, for a while. It ran its course, and I showed her the door. Arrest me. If there was a law against being a complete dick, we would. Eve raised her eyebrows at Peabody's comeback, but said nothing. Unfortunately, she continued,
There are so many, we'd run out of room for them.
Listen, sister, detective.
Eve stepped closer to stare him down.
Detective Peabody and Lieutenant Dallas. And I believe my partner has just let you know you're nobody special. You were in a sexual relationship with Ms. Covino. We had sex, not a relationship. Several nights a week, she worked in your bar. She helped out. Her idea. And she takes all that and blows it up into something. Not my problem. Yet you agreed to take a trip with her to this half-crap condo on the Jersey Shore. He shrugged. So I didn't say no right off. I was thinking about it. Maybe I even said, sure, we'll do that, fix it up. I changed my mind, and she couldn't handle it. Dragged her dumbass suitcase into my place, puts it in the back like she owns the joint. Pissed me off. Did she help you out in the bar that night before you changed your mind? Sure. I was busy. I run a popular place, so I didn't get around to it for a while. I tried letting her down easy. Told her I wasn't going to be able to make it, and she got pushy. Not my problem she took off work. Not my problem she put down a deposit. I can see she was going to make a scene out of it, so I cut it off. We're done. There's the door. He shrugged again. Women just can't take the moment and move on. We had some fun. That's it. It's why I've got a firm policy. None of them stay the night. Makes them get too cozy. And what do? Leave something. A scarf, a hair thing, lip dye, whatever, so they have an excuse to come back. Pathetic. Like I don't get that? Idly, Eve wondered why so many ugly people had beautiful faces. What time did she leave? How the hell do I know? I didn't clock her out. About midnight, he said when Eve stared. Left her damn suitcase. Did you try to contact her so she could come back for it? Hell no! That's what they want. I give it a week, then I toss it. Whatever they leave. Did you notice anyone in the bar when she helped you out? Male, white, in his 60s, probably alone? Hell, we get plenty of those. It's a popular place. If they're not causing trouble, I don't pay much attention to old men. Look, she's just trying to get my attention. That's what they do. Do they? Well, in this case, she has ours. Where is Ms. Covino's property? Where she left it. Like I'm gonna drag it up here, give her an excuse to come to the door. Put some clothes on, open the bar. We'll take it with us. You expect me to get dressed since I can't arrest you for being a complete dick? I'd be thrilled to arrest you for indecent exposure. You've been flashing your actual dick since you sat down. While it's not very impressive, I could make a case. Put some pants on. Ms. Covino's suitcase is evidence. He went from slouch to poker straight. You've got no business talking to me that way. I pay your fucking salary. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. File a complaint. But put your pants on first and give me my evidence. He pushed up, stormed to a closet in the hallway off the bedroom, came back with the suitcase. Evidence, my ass. Funny, this doesn't look like the back room of your bar. So I forgot I brought it up here to get it out of the way. When she comes slinking back after her snit, I'm gonna demand an apology from all of you. Good luck with that. Eve pulled up the handle, rolled the suitcase to the door. Thanks for your time, and for revealing yourself to be an asshole. She shut the door. Let the roommate know we have the suitcase. It's now evidence, and we'll return it as soon as possible.
I'm so steamed.
Shake it off. Eve shoved the handle down, hefted the bag up. It had weight to carry it down the stairs. He's nothing. I did admire your remark about not enough cage room to arrest complete dicks.
It just popped right out. The way he demeaned her, well, all of us, women in general.
It'll catch up with him. Sooner or later, he'll pull that shit with the wrong woman. But for now, Mary-Kate Covino's a lot more important than he is.
He lied about bringing the suitcase up here just to give us grief. I mentally kicked him in the groin several times.
Good target, since that's where he lives. I feel there's another way. Like doing a search on former female employees who have either quit or been fired. Wouldn't it be fun if we found some who had a story about leaving his employ due to his sexual treatment of them? Peabody said nothing for nearly 30 seconds.
Dallas, Lieutenant, sir, you are my hero. I am mentally kissing you on the mouth.
Keep it in your head, or my boot meets your ass.
It might be worth it, but my admiration at this moment is too deep to cause your wrath. Can I do it? Please, please, can I ask McNabb to help? Off duty, our own time.
It's all yours. What do you suppose she packed in here? Eve wondered when they reached the street. It weighs a freaking ton.
Oh, shit, and I didn't even offer to carry it.
So noted. She pulled up the handle, pushed the case at Peabody. Take it to the car, seal it, log it. Contact Covino's boss. Tell them we're coming in. I'll stop by the market and talk to Zell if he's there. He was, and as upset and cooperative as his grandmother. But he couldn't add anything. Still, Eve left a card and a request to contact her if they remembered anything or anyone. They hit the marketing firm next. Eve found a high-energy atmosphere in the converted warehouse. Lots of open space, with splashes and slashes of color, in contrast, likely deliberate, with the industrial framework. She might have equated the sound and movement to EDD, except the denizens weren't dressed like circus performers. What passed as the lobby area looked more like a loungy living area in someone's upscale home. Sofas, chairs, tables arranged in conversational groups, a bar area offering choices of water and soft drinks, coffees, teas, lent an air, certainly deliberate, of casual hospitality. A man and woman worked at the counter, chatting away on earbuds. The woman said, "Hold, please," and tapped hers as Eve and Peabody approached. "Hi, how can I help you?" Eve held up her badge, and the woman hopped up before she could speak. "You're here about MK. Is she okay?" "Sly, it's about MK." Her co-worker's eyes widened as he ended the call. "Is she okay?" "We haven't located Ms. Covino. We'd like to see her workspace and speak to her immediate supervisor. I'll take you right up. I've got this, Andy. We only heard about her being missing a little while ago." He led them to a freight elevator. Eve looked longingly at the iron steps leading up to the open upper floors, but got in. "Were you and Ms. Covino friends?" "We're all friends here. We all thought she was at the beach for a few days with her boyfriend." "Has anyone come in asking about or for her?" "Her roommate, Cleo, called this morning, and a detective from the police a little while ago." "Before that? In the last few weeks?" "No. I mean, clients, accounts, that sort of thing. Her sister, her brother, or her mom and dad drop in now and again. And Cleo, her roommate, sometimes. Lenny's chill with family or friends visiting." The elevator door clanked open into spacious work areas. No cubes, so staff mixed and mingled as they worked. Offices had doors open. Sly led them to one with a corner view. The woman behind the desk had her feet, clad in red sneaks, on it, and her eyes on a screen where what looked like a family of 4 enjoyed a rollicking breakfast. "Linny? Sorry, the police are here." "Hold vid." Linny swung her feet off the desk, rose to a good 6 feet in height. She wore her ink-black hair in a skull cap, had a tiny red stud winking on the right side of her nose, and enormous silver hoops in her ears. She thrust out a hand. "Linny Dowell, thank you so much for coming. I've got this, Sly, thanks." And closed the door. The minute it did, her brisk welcome turned to fear. "I recognize you." "Mary Kate. Please, say it fast." "Ms. Dowell, we haven't located Mary Kate. We're here because her possible abduction may be connected to another case. She's not dead? You're not here because she was murdered? The NYPSD is actively looking for her." "All right." She pressed her fingers to her eyes a moment. "When I saw you, Rourke Industries is the holy grail of any marketing firm, so I recognized you and thought, please sit down. Can I get you some coffee, a soft drink? We won't keep you long. Whatever you need. We all thought MK was on a little vacation. We're just following up, and we'd like to see her workspace. Have a few minutes with her supervisor. You could say I'm everyone's supervisor, but you'd want Jim. James Mosley, accounts manager and MK's mentor. Hold on." She went to the door, poked her head out. "Hey, Nat, go grab Jim for me, would you?" "They just nailed down a major ad campaign," she told Eve. "Jim, MK, Alistair, and Holly. Jim took MK under his wing when she came on board, and he heads most of the projects she works on." "How about outside the office?" Eve asked. "Any socializing?" "Sure, and quite a lot, actually. We're a friendly group here. My philosophy is community and cooperation over competition. When we hire, we don't just look for talent and work ethic, but personality. Will this person fit? No sharks need apply," she added with a smile. "I worked at a firm for 8 years, and that tank was full of sharks. You couldn't be sure from day to day if somebody might swim up and bite your leg off. I climbed out of the tank, juggled finances, talked the bank into a startup loan, and I talked Jim and Selma into coming on." "It looks like it worked out," Peabody commented. "We're small, but happy. Hey, Jim. Jim Mosley, Lieutenant Dallas, and Detective Peabody." Eve gauged Linny at mid-50s and put her colleague about 15 years her senior. He had flyaway gray hair, crowning a round cherubic face. He wore baggy jeans and a royal blue polo over a solid, sturdy body. Like Linny, he wore sneakers, his on the battered side. "Mary Kate," he said in a voice with the faintest drawl. "You found her." "We haven't located her as yet." "What can I do? What can we do?" "You worked closely with her. Did she ever mention anyone bothering her?" "She didn't. She was wrapped up in that slick bar owner. Stars in her eyes, and it wasn't like her." "How so?" "She's grounded, smart, steady. He's just a blip. Not that I said that to her. You don't hear sensible advice when you're in a haze. You met him, stopped in for a drink a couple of times so I could, well, size him up some. We look out for each other here. We're family. Didn't like the look of him. He has user all over him. I'd hoped this trip with him would clear the haze. If he's hurt her, we don't believe that's the case. When did you last see or speak with her? June 3rd, the last day before she started her vacation. The team had wrapped up the Nordo campaign, so I was taking them out for a little unwind time, but she ducked out. She and the bar guy were due to leave the next morning, and she wanted to finish packing. She said, he continued with a smile, "Believe me, someone as organized as Mary Kate would have had everything in place." But she opted out. We all walked out together. A little after 5, I think, and she peeled off at her subway station. She was lit up, he added. Just lit up. Mosley let out a breath. I wanted her to see him for what he was. Not that I didn't want her to have a good time. She deserved one. But I wanted her to come back shed of him. And all this time. Dear God, Linny. She's smart and she's strong. We're gonna find her. We'd like to see her work area and have a word with Alistair and Holly. Of course, I'll take you. She's a pretty thing, Mosley said as he walked them out, headed for the stairs. Young, pretty. I didn't like the idea of her walking home, even just a few blocks, so late at night from that bar. You knew about that? Her routine? I did. He moved briskly down the stairs, a man in good physical shape who likely used them often. She mentioned she enjoyed helping out at the bar, meeting people, having a little time with what's-his-name? Tegan Stone. Right. He moved through a maze of workstations and activity, paused at one. I know Holly had a few things to say when it came out she didn't stay the night, and he couldn't be bothered to walk her home. But Mary Kate brushed that off. I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I think he's a man who could hurt women as well as use them. We're looking at him, Mr. Mosley. All right, okay. This is Mary Kate's workspace. It reflects her. Does it? Organized, efficient, but not rigid. He brushed his fingers over a paperweight that showed a cow jumping over a crescent moon. Other than that and her D&C, there sat a placard that read, "Work smarter, bitch less." Her motto. And as you can see, she kept her area clean. Another motto. We'd like to have her comp and any devices in her desk taken into EDD for analysis. You'll need to clear that with Linny. She's the boss. But I can't imagine her standing in your way. Let me round up Alistair and Holly for you. And if there's anything else I can do, please let me know. Appreciate it. Do you live close by? Actually, I live downtown. Mary Kate and I often took the subway together. Just give me a minute. Run him, Peabody, Eve ordered when he walked away. Yeah, on that. He checked some boxes. They talked to co-workers, arranged for the electronics pickup, and left with a suspect on the list. He's awfully invested in a co-worker under his supervision who's young enough to be his granddaughter. And checks more boxes, Peabody said as they settled into the car. Lives alone, a couple of blocks from Elder's apartment. No marriages, no children, no criminal. Tell me about his mother. Getting there. Adelaide Mosley, née Rowan, died last February at the age of 106. She'd been a resident/patient for the last 16 years at the Susskind home on Long Island. That's a retirement and elder care facility. Full medical care, including mental and emotional. Prior,
Peabody continued, she was a homemaker and church secretary and helpmate. It says helpmate to her husband, Reverend Elijah Mosley, deceased November 2038. They lived in Kentucky until his death. 2 years following that, she moved to New York, James Mosley's address. She doesn't sound like someone who'd dress up like our first victim. But Kentucky's not all that far from Tennessee, where that spangly top came from. And maybe she lived a different kind of life before hooking up with the Reverend. When did they hook up? Married May 1985. So she'd have been about 30. Could have lived a different sort of life in her 20s, which is where our victim falls and the abductions. Theory. Eve played it out as she navigated traffic. Little Jimmy loves Mommy. Mommy's pretty strict. Preacher's wife. Maybe they even, what's the expression? Use the rod, control the child. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Either way, it's nasty. Maybe he blames Daddy for it. Or maybe it's just how life is. But sometime in there, he learns Mommy liked to dress up and party. How does he feel about that? Excited? Appalled? Interested? However he feels, she's the center. Maybe she indulges him, spoils him. Or the opposite, because some kids learn to love the boot when it's all they get. He moved to New York in 2004 at 18. I've got sketchy employment and residence until 2008. Enrolled in community college, night school, part-time work at what looks like a pizza joint. Got a degree in marketing with a minor in sociology. Took him 5 years. Landed an entry level at someplace called Adverts Unlimited, 5 years there, and he bounced to young investor marketing, 7 years, climbed up to junior exec before shifting to Digby. That's where he'd have met and worked with Dowell, where he kept climbing to department head until he left to join Dowell's startup. Wait, there are a couple of gaps. Eve pulled into Central's garage. What and where? 3-month gap, from what I can tell. From April through August of 2031, then another in 38. When his father died. We'll look, but maybe the father got sick in 31. He went back home to help out. Then he goes back when his father died. Digby hired him back both times, but again, what I'm seeing, he took a salary cut. Talk about sharks. And when did Dowell start up? In 2046. We're going to take a deeper look at the parents. Get a good round picture. He hits too many points not to push on it. But, Peabody asked as they got on the elevator, he works with Covino, hangs out with her now and then outside the office. He knows her routine, but he doesn't grab her first. Okay, maybe her plans for the trip gave him the opening he was after, but he couldn't know those plans would blow up. She'd never spent the night at Teague the Dick's apartment before. He counted on that. Yeah, maybe. Hands in pockets, Eve jingled loose change. Timing feels off. What did his mother look like? Young. I'll find that once we're upstairs. There wouldn't be national ID back when she was in her 20s, even 30s. Right. Dig there. I'm going to shift over to Hobe, see if I can find any other way she could have crossed with Mosley. And she had to push on Rourke's list. Wouldn't it be damn handy if Mosley's residence was on it? Another box checked. As they walked toward homicide, Jenkinson and Reinecke headed back from interview with springs in their steps. We bagged one. Jenkinson held out a fist for his partner to bump. Guy's just trying to teach his girlfriend a lesson, right? Just give her a little tune-up. And what does she do? Reinecke picked it up. Why, that salty bitch shoved him, even slapped him, tried to run. What the hell else was he supposed to do but give her a good beatdown? During which he cracked her skull like an egg, left her dying on the floor in puddles of her own blood and puke, and went out to have himself some waffles. Jenkinson cast his eyes heavenward. Frigging waffles. In their practiced rhythm, Reinecke ran the next. Comes back, finds her dead, and tries to cover it up by busting the door lock from the inside and calling it in like somebody broke in and beat her to death. He's still got her blood spatter on his shoes, Jenkinson added. Changed his shirt, but shoved it into the recycler. And his knuckles are all torn up. His cheeks got her nail marks from eyeball to jaw where she got a piece of him. So he changes his story to add how he saw the guy running out of his place, pursued, got into a tussle. Big guy, like 6'6", this mope claims. And how, when he ran back to the apartment, he found his dead girlfriend. Eve considered. So, did he spill the truth because you scared him out of it with that tie? Jenkinson gave a closed-lipped grin and fluttered the orange tie covered with purple insects with bugged-out eyes. It didn't hurt, but we broke him down with our exceptional interview skills. His dumbass stupid didn't hurt either. Reinecke held out a fist for a second bump. So you're clear. Soon as we write this puppy up. Jenkinson smoothed down his tie. Do that. Then pull the file on Anna Hobe, missing person. Fits the profile for abduction by an unsub who shackled and held Lauren Elder for 10 days before slitting her throat. The body on the bench near Mavis's new place. And yours, Jenkinson said to Peabody. That's right. If he's got Hobe, he's had her for 8 days. Her clock's running down. Take a look. I could use fresh eyes. You got it, boss. Reinecke turned to Jenkinson. Ready to roll on? Always ready. Dig deep as you can, Eve told Peabody. And when you find a photo of the mother in the age range, send it. Getting my shovel. Eve hit the AC for coffee the minute she walked into her office. With it, she sat down to update her book and send a fresh report to Mira, including her outline of data, her impressions of James Mosley. A lot of check marks, Jim, she muttered, and printed out his ID shot to add to her board. When she completed her board, she sat again, brought up the list Rourke had sent while she'd been in the field, and checked off another. Mosley's residence was on it. Took the team out to celebrate, she thought. Like family. Not a one-off with that. As head of the department, he took out his team regularly, she'd bet on it. Maybe most often in the area around the firm, but wouldn't he branch out? His own neighborhood, which included Arnold's and Mike's place, Stoner's. She hadn't asked about a man of his age coming in with a group rather than solo. She'd rectify that. He could have seen Hobe that way, noticed her, fixed on her. The same with Elder. Took care of his mother, she thought as she got up to pace. Brought her to New York to live with him after she was widowed. Set her up in a facility for elder care. She sat again, searched for data on the facility. Expensive. She could see that just from the photos. Round-the-clock professional care,
Body, mind, spirit, they claimed. Gardens, recreation area, therapists, nutritionist. She scanned the options for apartments. Okay, he hadn't sheeped out on taking care of Mommy. And for a dozen years. She considered the drive time to Long Island and decided to take a chance over the link first. She got the initial and expected runaround, but eventually pushed her way to the director. Elise Gromit. How may I assist you, Lieutenant Dallas? I'm investigating a homicide and the abductions of 2 women. I'd like to have some basic information on a former resident patient. Former? She died last February. Adelaide Mosley. I see. You realize privacy laws. She's dead. And I'm not going to ask at this time about treatments. It would be helpful to my investigation to know her basic condition upon admission, her cause of death. I can tell you Mrs. Mosley died of heart failure. She had a heart condition? No, Lieutenant. Her heart simply stopped beating. She was 106. She hadn't left the grounds for more than 10 years, and given this, I can't see how she could have anything to do with your investigation. Was she healthy otherwise? It seems like she was in your facility for a lot of years. We have many residents who remain at Susskind Home for that long and longer. Why? That's not a privacy violation. It's a basic question. Why would someone remain in your facility for a decade or more? Gromit had what Eve thought of as a prim sort of mouth. Small, habitually pressed, so it poked out a little. It poked out now. There are many reasons. The individual may no longer wish to or be capable of living alone. What if they weren't living alone? If they lived with a family member before coming to you? It may be the family member no longer felt able to provide the necessary care and attention required. We provide both. At a price. That's not a dig. I've got your website up, and you have what looks like an expansive, well-run facility. But it has to be less costly to, say, hire a health aide or companion. Did Mrs. Mosley require more than that? Lieutenant, 2 women are being held against their will. He's killed once and will again. I need to pursue every angle available to me to save them. What you tell me may help me do that. After a long pause, Gromit cleared her throat. I'm speaking in generalities, you understand. Explaining, as I might, to anyone inquiring about trusting us with a loved one. We are fully staffed with skilled and caring professionals. When you can no longer care for a loved one, and home help is no longer an option, we offer a safe place, a loving place, a professional place to treat cruel conditions such as advanced dementia, which often includes paranoia and violent outbursts. A loved one may no longer recognize you and become agitated and distressed. We treat both the condition and the individual, and are dedicated to helping them feel safe. Okay. Under those general conditions, would a loved one be allowed or advised to visit? Of course. We also offer individual therapy and can recommend groups for those family members who are dealing with the pain and frustration of having a loved one who no longer recognizes them, who can't remember, or who only sporadically remembers the life they had together. I'll add, as I can't see it infringes, that Mrs. Mosley was very fortunate
to have a loving, devoted son. She was well loved by him and by our caregivers here. Thanks.